You say today, Mr. President, that they received your vision. What is your plan to end this war? Like today, Secretary.
Well, I'm not going to tell you my plan. I can just tell you we've made a lot of progress. This should have been done by Biden, not by me, because this has been going on for now a long time, years. And it should have been done by Biden. Just like the young gentleman that I brought home yesterday after 2 weeks. We worked on it for 2 weeks. He was a fine man, and he was in there for 3.5, almost 4 years. And they weren't able to do a thing, and I got him out. And as you know, I didn't pay $6 billion. I didn't pay. We did a good job. We got him out in 2 weeks. It should have been out years ago. I don't think it's practical to have it personally. I know that a new Secretary of Defense, who's excellent, Pete, made a statement today saying that he thinks it's unlikely or impractical. I think probably that's true. I think long before President Putin, they said.
Let's go into the first video here, guys, of Tulsi actually getting confirmed as the director, and then we'll get into Trump's comments. He actually swears her in himself. So let's cover this first video here real quick. Like the video, guys. Let's do it.
Democratic side, it was down the line, not one defection.
Start that mug from the beginning.
50 past the hour. Let's go to Vaughn Hilliard. What's going on in the Senate?
Tulsi Gabbard has officially been confirmed as the next director of national intelligence for this Trump administration by a 52-48 vote. Jose, Republican majority here backing her confirmation and ultimately putting her atop the U.S. intelligence agencies. The Mitch McConnell, ultimately the only Republican to vote against her nomination. This is the second nominee of Donald Trump's, in which Mitch McConnell has voted no, but notably Lisa Murkowski, Susan Collins, who were skeptical of her nomination, ultimately voted to confirm her. The next nomination up is Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Democrats are going to begin to take the Senate floor this afternoon through the night to denounce his nomination in what we expect to be a unanimous opposition among all Democratic senators tomorrow morning, when his vote is ultimately taken up for his confirmation around the 7 a.m. Eastern hour time. Now, the question with Vice President Vance, who could be a tiebreaker vote for that nomination, he is overseas presently and will be tomorrow here. And at this point in time, there are still some Republican question marks for his nomination. Mitch McConnell, one of those, Senator Curtis out of Utah, Lisa Murkowski as well. And if 3 Republicans were to vote against him, this would put his nomination in an ultimate bind. So there is still serious questions about his nomination here over the course of the next 16 hours or so, Jose. But for Donald Trump, another victory in terms of filling his cabinet with people who were perhaps controversial, but individuals who he believes loyalists, who will go in and effectively reconfigure these agencies to his desires. Tulsi Gabbard, the latest in the ranks to be confirmed by this United States Senate.
And just to reconfirm with you, Vaughn, so RFK Jr., it looks like the timing for that is when, you said?
7 a.m. Eastern tomorrow morning. They have to let a certain amount of time go by to allow the debate to proceed here. And that is where Democrats have said, much like what we saw them do with the nomination of Russ Vought to be the OMB director, where senators switched off positions, where they spoke from the Senate floor. We expect that to take place here through the night ahead of what is going to be an early morning here up on Capitol Hill for the senators to take up his vote for that confirmation, which we expect to be very close.
Vaughn Hilliard, I thank you very much, my friend. Really appreciate it. And with us now, Rick Stengel, former Undersecretary of State for Public Affairs and Diplomacy under President Obama. He's an MSNBC political analyst. And Rick, it's always a pleasure to see you. I haven't had the privilege of seeing you in some time, but I am very fortunate to be able to have you now. Let's just go right now with the DNI vote. It was interesting that McConnell was the only Republican that voted against it. And on the Democratic side, it was down the line, not one defection.
Yes. Jose, as you know, this job is a relatively recent job. It was only created after 9/11 when people saw all the different silos of information of these 18 intelligence services that weren't coordinated. So they decided, let's try to coordinate them and create someone at the top of that. That's the job she was just confirmed for. It's a very important job. It's the person who actually decides what the president sees in the daily brief every morning and what's important of that stuff that comes in there. I think part of the reason that people voted against her is she's not an experienced intelligence official. She doesn't understand or know those other agencies, which I think is pretty important when you're trying to coordinate them. Ultimately, the job of the DNI is a judgment call, and her judgment has not been flawless. The fact that she's repeated lots of memes and ideas from Russian disinformation and Russian propaganda is something that I'm sure makes people in the intelligence community concerned.
And so, Rick, I want to, using your experience for so many things.
And I think that's just narratives placed on Tulsi Gabbard. Russian collusionist. So she spoke with S.E.T. She's a defender of what's the man's name that went rogue essentially and released sensitive intelligence information. Eric Snowden. She was a defender of Eric Snowden. I think these are narratives just negatively placed on her. I mean, she's a accomplished veteran and she served our country well in her roles, in her previous roles. Maybe she doesn't have the direct experience, but she does have a very strong resume.
Including,
and I mean, come on now, like, let's be honest. If Trump believes in her, Trump ain't got no problem firing people. Trump knows how important meritocracy is. Like, trust me. Tulsi Gabbard has, like I said, quite the accomplished resume. And she's more than capable to do the job.
Negotiations and things. I've just been thinking about what you see in what we've been seeing with President Trump recently, talking about what the United States should be doing with Gaza. I mean, the King of Jordan was there yesterday. And, when the president was asked what authority the United States would have to take over an entire area and displace 2 million people, he said U.S. authority. What do you see in that? Is it a tactic or is it a policy?
My best possible description of it is that it's bizarre, one of the more bizarre proposals of a president of the United States in American history. I mean, remember, he ran for office saying, let's get out of these endless wars in the Middle East. And now he wants to possibly do a real estate deal that would be one of the biggest ones in history. It's not something I think the American people want. It's not something that he campaigned on. And as you mentioned, it's a violation of every single bedrock principle of international law, that ones that we've pledged to, the Geneva Agreements, the Nuremberg trials after World War II. You can't forcibly displace people from their land. And so he's just treating it somehow as though this is an exception to international law, and it's not. And then, of course, you have millions of people who feel that this is their land, that they've been in since 1948 and were displaced then.
In a very nuanced, complicated situation in regards to the Palestine, Gaza, Israel conflict right now. And even further than that, what Trump has planned for that whole situation as far as reviving and rebuilding Gaza, moving the Palestinian people out. Is he going to move them back in? Very nuanced, very, very complicated situation. And I'm honestly waiting to see how that develops, because that could be Trump's actual plan in full detail, or it could be more negotiation tactic by way of hyperbole. So it's just kind of one of those things where we kind of got to wait and see, but something will be done. He spoke on it. It's out in the ether. Everybody's talking about it. All the pundits, all the politicians, even citizens. So the ball's got moved. The ball's been pushed. The ball is rolling essentially. So something will be done. Time will tell exactly how that will unfold, but I'm interested to see if it goes down exactly as he said, or if he works something else out. Because as I've said here previously on Set and Key, I mean, like, I honestly think there needs to be more Palestinian representation when it comes to any negotiation, when it comes to Gaza. But that's just me. I digress. But go ahead and like the video, guys. Let's keep going.
130 countries in the UN that recognize the Palestinian state. So it's just bizarre.
And I just keep thinking, I mean, it's almost as though that is such a difficult thing to talk about and to do. I mean,
And shout out Hellbat12, man. $2 first super chat of the live stream, man. We appreciate the support. Let me get you a Don DeMarco, my boy. Yes, sir. He said, dang, you early. What happened? Plus, what's up, everybody? Nah, we right on time, my boy. Right on time. We got a lot to cover, man. What's going on? Let's keep it going. But yeah, shout out Don's, man.
It's certainly not
Or hellbat.
Abraham Accords. It's certainly not Camp David. I mean, there's nothing in this that is, you use the word bizarre, but there's nothing in this that shows any possibility that something like this could happen. I mean, what do you do with 2 million people? What do you say? No, you don't have the right to come back. You do have the right to come back. I mean, possibilities have to exist in order for something to be carried out.
Well, I mean, to use your construction, is this some kind of elaborate bluff? And maybe he's doing it to make what he says about Greenland and Canada seem less bizarre. But it's also,
and that's what I'm deducing, having covered so much of Trump's speeches and speaking engagements, interviews, town halls, so on and so forth. I've got a general idea of how Trump speaks, the cadence, and his intended message, sometimes lost in the hyperbole of what he says. So I can understand that, yes, sometimes he might speak in extremisms. He might be an absolutist and say wild things sometimes to some ears, but understanding that that's just his negotiation tactic. Again, like, that's just how Trump speaks. A lot of times he says something crazy, and again, it ends up getting the ball rolling. We start talking about it. Politicians start talking about it. A week later, we see that negotiation that sounded so crazy at first finally being pushed through.
Also completely unproductive on the world stage, because what it does is give license to Vladimir Putin to talk about taking over Ukraine and displacing the Ukrainian people who he says are not a nation, the way so many people say the Palestinians are not. So it's really a bad precedent.
All right, now let's get right into this video with Trump. They addressed reporters, and he swore in Tulsi Gabbard himself. So this was a good one. Let's get right into it. Like the video if you haven't already. Let's do it, man. Let's do it. Let's get it going.
This has been, I would think about going. I'd think about it. No problem.
Today, Mr. President, that they receive your vision. What is your plan to end this war? Like today, Secretary.
Well, I'm not going to tell you my plan. I can just tell you we've made a lot of progress. This should have been done by Biden, not by me, because this has been going on for now a long time, years. And it should have been done by Biden. Just like the young gentleman that I brought home yesterday after 2 weeks. We worked on it for 2 weeks. He was a fine man. And he was in there for 3.5, almost 4 years. And they weren't able to do a thing. And I got him out. And as you know, I didn't.
Mark Fogel, the American teacher who had been locked up, I believe, since August of 2021, served or was sentenced to a 14-year prison sentence in Russia. So served about 4 years of that almost. Trump got him out. He was working on it apparently since he got in office. But guess who let him sit in there while we got, I don't know, y'all remember that one 7-foot-tall WNBA player who doesn't particularly stand with America, isn't the most patriotic American, but we let a school teacher who teaches and shapes the mind of America's future, somebody who's actually invested in America's future, we let them sit over there in a Russian prison. Ain't that insane?
I didn't pay $6 billion. I didn't pay. We did a good job. We got him out in 2 weeks. He should have been out years ago. I don't think it's practical to have it personally. I know that a new Secretary of Defense, who's excellent, Pete, made a statement today saying that he thinks it's unlikely or impractical. I think probably that's true. I think long before President Putin, they said there's no way they'd allow that. This has been going on for many, many years. They've been saying that for a long time, that Ukraine cannot go into NATO. And I'm okay with that. I just want the war, whether they are or they're not. But it certainly would seem to be that most people have said that that is something that's not going to happen.
Are you freezing out President Zelensky in this process? Isn't there a danger of that?
No, I don't think so. As long as he's there, but at some point you're going to have elections too.
So not necessarily confirmed, but Trump right there alluding to the fact that most likely, even after this war that spanned for way longer than it's needed to, Ukraine's not going to be joining NATO. I mean, Isn't that low-key a dub for Russia? Isn't that low-key a dub for Putin? Isn't that low-key an L for NATO? In Ukraine? Damn near 1 million lives lost. I mean, when you tally up the numbers on both sides, insane. Insane to think that's damn near what this whole thing was over, right? At least a percentage of what this was over. One aspect of what this was over. 2 to 3 years later, they're still not going to join NATO.
You're going to have an election.
He says he wants security assurances, Mr. President. What does that look like?
In terms of what?
If the war were to end, he says he wants guarantees of security.
We'll see what that means. He wants it to end. And that's President Putin said that. He wants it to end. He doesn't want to end it and then go back to fighting 6 months later. We talked about the possibility, I mentioned it, of a ceasefire so we can stop the killing. And I think we'll probably end up at some point getting a ceasefire in the not too distant future.
Do you expect
Ukraine?
Say it, what? It's an interesting question. I think they have to make peace. Their people are being killed, and I think they have to make peace. I said that was not a good war to go into, and I think they have to make peace. That's what I think.
Why did you decide to provide support to Ukraine?
Would you support Zelensky ceding territory or exchanging territory in any agreement to end the war?
Well, he's going to have to do what he has to do, but, his poll numbers aren't particularly great, to put it mildly. He's got a country where, it's been savaged and attacked. And he's got an army that's been very, very brave, actually, despite the fact that, we've given him, in my opinion, $350 billion. That's what the real number is. You don't hear that number. And Europe has given, in my opinion, $100 billion. And they've done it in the form of a loan. And I have a Secretary of Treasury right now who's actually quite brave. He's over in Ukraine on a train. And there's a lot of things happening around that train that aren't so good. And he's going there to get a document done where we're going to be assured that we're going to, in some form, we have an ocean in between. Europe has nothing in between. They have in between, they have government. So as you know, Europe is putting up money and they're getting it in the form of a loan. And the United States under Biden didn't do loans. They just handed money every time somebody walked in from Ukraine. They just handed them money foolishly. This should have never happened. It should have never started. And once it did, other security on our money, we're going to have it secured by, they have rare earth and they have oil and gas and they have a lot of other things.
And guys, quick pause for the calls. We got over 500 of y'all in here, man. We just getting started on tonight's stream. Do appreciate the support, but go ahead and drop a like for your boy. You could double tap that screen or you can hit the three buttons in the upper right-hand corner. Once again, man, happy Wednesday night. It's hump day. Hopefully everybody's had a productive week, man. Let's get into this news, man. We got Trump swearing in Tulsi Gabbard, national intelligence. He addressed reporters, answered questions, the whole 9 yards. Let's break it down. Let's analyze. Let's have some fun with it. Super chat into the stream to let your voice be heard. We already got one so far. Thanks for starting us off, Hellbat. 49 away from opening that call in, guys. Getting some of the members and some of the supporters up here for live call in, man. It's always a fun time. Let's keep it going and make sure to like the video.
Then we're asking for security on our money.
Any more aid to Ukraine?
No, we are, but we want it secured, and the money is going to be secured.
When would the U.S. stop sending funding? When would the U.S. stop sending?
Because if we didn't do that, then Putin would say he won. We're the thing that's holding it back. And frankly, we'll go as long as we have to go because we're not going to let the other happen. But President Putin wants to have peace now, and that's good. And he didn't want to have peace with Biden. And you tell me why that is, okay?
That conversation.
Well, we can probably, most of us can assume it's because he didn't respect weak leadership. He knew Biden wasn't leading the country. He didn't respect a puppet. I mean, no disrespect to the man, but after a certain point in time, we all knew Biden wasn't the one really at the helm. He proved that on debate night with Trump. Made a fool of himself and made a fool of the position of president of the United States. I would wonder why Putin wouldn't want to do business with him. I mean, come on now. You're trying to you're trying to carry out a very, let's just say you're in a business deal and it's a very large business transaction. Would you trust somebody who you knew was incompetent? Hell no. And that was Putin's perspective. Like, why the hell would I work something out with this man and he's a bumbling, drooling idiot? You know, respect to Biden and all, but come on now. We all seen the end of that presidency. It wasn't looking too hot.
And to start these negotiations, part of the deal to bring Fogle home?
In fact, Mark wasn't feeling well, but he was all of a sudden about 2 weeks ago, he started being treated very nicely. He said they took him out for haircuts. They took him out. They
No, this is hilarious because we talked about it last night. He didn't really share too much when he got out. What was the teacher's name again? Mark Fogel. He shared some comments. Obviously, thanked the Trump administration for getting him out. Really seemed almost shell-shocked to be back in America, back on U.S. soil. But he did mention that some times were very trying and other times weren't as bad. So Trump saying here, like 2 weeks ago, once he got in office and once they started a negotiated deal to get this man back, they started being nicer. My man probably went from goulash to steak dinner. You know, he probably went from getting clipped up with the razor to getting clipped up with the shaver and the barbershop chair with the hot towel. Like, they started treating my man a lot nicer once they knew they was finna send him back to America. Because what? Trump's in office. You better treat that American nice. I don't play about my Americans. Pretty much a respectable leader. Versus when Biden was in office, who knows what they had that man subjected to.
helped him out a little bit and made him feel better, made him look better. And they were nice to him. And he said, I saw something happening. And it coincided with when I came into office. So that was nice. And he's a fine person. He was so happy to be out. He was there for 3.5 years plus.
3.5 years, over 14 grams of marijuana. I just want to add that in. Medical marijuana, by the way, right? Now, I understand they don't respect that abroad, but come on now. Come on now. Every smoker in here knows that 14 grams ain't that much. Come on. A real stoner, that's a couple days supply. Come on. I know I got some stoners in the chat right now, man. How long is that 14 grams last? That's like a 2 or 3 day supply for a good stoner, man.
And he shouldn't have been there at all. They should have had.
Ukraine returns to its pre-2014 borders.
Well, I think Pete said today that that's unlikely, right? It certainly would seem to be unlikely. They took a lot of land and they fought for that land and they lost a lot of soldiers, but it would just seem to me, and I'm not making an opinion on it, but I've read a lot on it, and a lot of people think that that's unlikely. Some of it will come back. I think some of it will come back. Yeah, some of that land will come back.
Oh, let's go back over that again.
Land
Hold on a second. He said that too
unlikely.
fast for my ears.
Pre-2014 borders.
Well, I think Pete said today that that's unlikely, right? It certainly would seem to be unlikely. They took a lot of land and they fought for that land and they lost a lot of soldiers, but it would just seem to me, and I'm not making an opinion on it, but I've read a lot on it, and a lot of people think that that's unlikely. Some of it will come back. I think some of it will come back. Yeah, some of that land will come back.
So in regards to the land that Russia has annexed from Ukraine, he's alluding to the fact that Pete Hegseth, excuse me, and military strategists and experts on the matter have said that most of that land, even the common citizen can assume, if you're politically engaged, isn't going to be returned to Ukraine. Like, they done shed bloodshed. They done fought over this land for the better part of the last 2 to 3 years. Like, they'll get some back. Sure. But most, what is it, Crimea, where most of this battle has been over? Come on now.
Who are you with? Yeah.
And that's not even part of the negotiation. Let's be honest. Like, the negotiation is going to be pushed through with Russia still keeping some annexed land. Like, they're not, like, come on, let's be realistic. Let's be pragmatic. All the lives lost, all the bloodshed with this whole war has essentially been over. Like, they're not giving that up. Some of the regions, some of the not as important regions. Oh, sure. For sure. That'll be a part of the negotiation. But the main chunk, let's be honest, nah, it's not even on the table. you got to know who you're dealing with Putin as well. Like, let's be honest.
You? Okay.
I just wanted to ask you, the things that the Secretary of Defense was talking about, the 2014 borders and the lack of NATO membership. Ultimately, these are both demands that Russia has made in the past. Is there not a danger of having Russia kind of win on this?
Well, I think that if you look at the war, the way anything other than I want to stop having millions of people killed last night. I want to see people stop getting killed. That war is ridiculous. It should have never happened, and it would have never happened. Yeah, a couple of more questions.
Are you planning to sign an executive order on reciprocal tariffs, sir?
Yes, I am. In fact, I may do it today, and if I do it today, I could almost do it right now. Would you like me to talk about it now? I don't want to take anything away from this young lady's day because this is her day, and I may do it later on, or I may do it tomorrow morning. But we'll be signing reciprocal tariffs. The world has taken advantage of the United States for many years. They've charged us massive tariffs that we haven't charged.
And it is Tulsi Gabbard's day. I mean, shout out to the young lady. Quite the accomplishment. She had to fight through tough round of questioning, you know, what we would call a hardball interview. And you know, she's here. Obviously, well respected amongst Trump and his administration. And again, very accomplished veteran and politician before this. Maybe doesn't have direct experience with intelligence, but she has a very accomplished and impressive resume. So I think she'll serve the country well, and I'm optimistic to see how she does.
Charge them. And as you know, I just did something on steel and aluminum.
And come on. In Trump administration, you got to understand how Trump made his entry to politics. It was quite unorthodox. Businessman, entertainer. You don't necessarily, I mean, in Trump's perspective, and it has worked out for him, you don't necessarily need direct experience to be effective in a role. And he's proved that. Trump is the living proof of that. So I like the Tulsi Gabbard pick. And I think that she's, again, going to, honestly, you know what's funny? When she has the accomplishments, when she has the know-how, when she obviously has the, what do I want to say, ambition, I think those things will serve her best in that role. Maybe not direct experience, but she has the ambition. She has the other accomplishments that tie into her leadership or her role as intelligence, national intelligence. She's gonna serve well in that role. She's gonna serve well in that role.
25%.
She got something to prove as well.
That'll go up at some point, but 25%, which will level the playing field quite a bit. I did it previously 50%. And Obama was very weak, and Biden was even weaker on steel. The steel was just absolutely. It really started with Obama. The world really took advantage of us, and then that morphed into Biden. And what they did was he was so worried about trying to attack his political opponent that he didn't know what he was doing with respect to countries taking advantage. He should have looked at the countries. We're going to be doing reciprocal tariffs, which is whatever they charge, we charge, very simply. But we're going to be.
Considering exemption, talk about widespread fraud and abuse.
Oh yeah, tremendous fraud. There's tremendous fraud, and it's hard to believe that you can have that kind of fraud. You're talking about like. Are you talking about what? Wait. Which are you talking? You're talking about with regard to all of the investigations that are going on about this stupidity. What we're going to do is tomorrow I'm having a news conference. I'm going to read to you some of the names that hundreds of millions and even billions of dollars have been given to. And if you tell me that we should be giving money to those things, those entities, I think you'll probably have to leave as a reporter because you're not very talented. When you look at the kind of money, billions and billions of dollars being thrown away illegally, and there's no chance. I mean, I say it in front of our attorney general, there's no chance that there's not kickbacks or something going on. When you give millions and millions of dollars to stands to look at something for 15 minutes and walks away with millions of dollars, that money's coming back in some form. And that's only one form of corruption. The biggest thing is what they do to our country. They're taking massive amounts of money and spending it on items. I went through a list of 200 expenditures that were made. And I found 3 that look.
Guys, quick pause for the cause, man. We do appreciate the support. Got almost 500 of y'all lovely MFers in here right now. Go ahead and show some support to the boy. Double tap the screen, or you can hit the 3 buttons in the upper right-hand corner. Man, we're going to break this down. He's still is addressing reporters right now, taking questions. He's about to personally swear in Tulsi as national intelligence. Got a lot of other videos to cover as well. It's going to be a fire stream. Let's keep it going, but do support the stream by way of super chat. That does drive the stream forward, keeps it going. 49 super chats away from opening that call-in line. Guys, thoughts, questions, comments, anything you guys want to get off your chest. Even disagreements can be read aloud for $1 or more. I'll put your comment up at the top of the screen, give you a shout out for supporting, and we'll keep it going, man. Let's have some fun with it, and let's do it.
Like they were reasonable. Okay, 3. And we'll be talking about that tomorrow. We have a lot of stuff. And I want to commend Elon because he's done a fantastic. He doesn't need this. You know, he's abused by you people every day. He's found more things than anybody could find. I think he's got the credibility to do it. I know he does. And it's his group of people. You know, they started off with 12. I call them 12 geniuses. They started off with 12 and they went to 20 and 25. And now they're up to almost 100. People are joining to help them because there's a massive fraud that's taken place. And then you have judges that are activists and they sit there and they say, oh, as an example, $10 going to a little small group in New York City. You get nothing going to North Carolina to help nothing. They say, we don't have any money because they've given it away on the border. But you have nothing. What they did to North Carolina is
they've given it away to fund some of these migrant programs. Yes, you would be surprised. FEMA had a program where they funded some of these migrant programs. Insane. Some speculate that's the reason why they didn't have money to help out North Carolina during their disaster. Some speculate it was because, or they purposely skipped over conservative regions, counties, and areas because of their affiliation with Trump. You know, a lot of speculation as to why, but North Carolina got did dirty. You know, there's some accounts from residents that North Carolina is still down bad. Like some of the areas are still down bad, still never received any aid or attention.
Shame. And then they sent $59 million to New York City for a hotel for a little bit of not luxury that's getting luxury rates for migrants where they're making a fortune. And we catch them. But a judge says, well, even though it may be a fraud, you have to send the money in anyway. Send the money. I said, wait a minute. We have money that shouldn't go because we caught it before it was sent out, but they want the money to go anyway. And I think you're going to have a lot of things to look at, Pam. I really do. What's going on with this whole thing? And this is just one group. We haven't talked about Department of Education. We haven't talked about the military. We haven't talked about a lot of things that are very big. And what's happened is, as an example, you'll have leaves. Maybe he gets rich. All of a sudden he leaves for that reason. But you have a 3-month contract and maybe he leaves. So the contract is sitting there and the people signing the checks don't know it's 3 months. And it goes on for years. The 3 months turns out to be 3 years, 5 years, 10 years. Just goes on forever. And the guy on the other side of the contract just keeps getting check after check after check because Elon had an expression yesterday because nobody cares. It's a great expression. Nobody cares. The guy that signed the contract didn't care. Maybe there, may not be there, maybe crooked. Who knows? Care. Otherwise, you can't really run a thing like that, or you can't run a country, really, because there's so many transactions, thousands and thousands of transactions. Caught it. Now, what we call it is billions and billions of dollars, but it's a tiny fraction of the real number because you can never catch the real number because people have gotten away with tremendous amounts of money. But I say our government's smaller, more efficient, more effective, and a lot less expensive. And we could find $1 trillion, but we're being hindered by courts where they file in certain courts where it's very hard to win. And a judge will stop us and a judge will say that it doesn't make any difference what you find. You just keep paying the money. That's a hell of a way to be.
That is insane. And that's exactly what's going on here right now. people want to talk about this judge doing a federal ban because of well, pretty much they made a move. The Trump administration has been making moves, quote unquote, that go past his range of power, which can be stopped by a federal judge. This has happened multiple times in really all presidents' history, almost any administration. What happens 9 times out of 10, what the media doesn't tell you, is that the judge does have that decision making, does have that ability, but what happens behind the scenes is whatever bill or legislation that's trying to be pushed through by said president is either reworked, renegotiated, reformed, and then it's passed either the second time being pushed through or the third time being pushed through. So them quote unquote blocking it isn't a full stop, it's slowing Trump's movement, it's slowing Trump's progress. And this is what he said: they're trying to slow down momentum, they're trying to slow me down, almost as if they got something to hide, when we're trying to get into these books.
And I follow the courts. I have to follow the law. All it means is that we appeal, but that gives people time to cover their tracks. And that's what they do. So it's a very bad thing that's taking place. But hopefully if the courts will be fair. They don't have to be very fair. They just have to be a little bit fair, because this is so egregious what's taking place. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. Nobody's seen numbers like this. These are massive numbers. $9 million for somebody to go and stand in a store and see how people shop. Okay. I mean, you take a look at these things. It's a disgrace. And then you have a country that we want to make America great again. It's very hard to make America great again when you have things like this. And you're going to see the same thing. Department of Education is going to be a disaster. The military, I mean, I see it. Look, I came in, they had a contract done, as you know, for $5.7 billion for airplanes. It was Air Force One with Boeing. 5.7. I got it down to $4 billion, little less than that, 1 penny less than that. $3,999,999 and 99 cents. I said, has to have a 3 in front of it, because I wouldn't sign the contract for $5.7 billion. I was able to cut $1.7 billion with every single contract that's put before them. And we wouldn't have deficits, would have nothing but a tremendously low taxed, wonderful country. But they have to care. And speaking of that, you know, Boeing, we're not happy with the service we're getting in terms of those planes. They would like to get more money. We're not happy about that whole thing. We signed a.
And that's the thing. You kind of run into quite the conundrum, because people say take action against the judge, fire him, remove him from his position, but then they say Trump is weaponizing his power against his political enemies. So it's kind of like a double-edged sword, damned if I do, damned if I don't. So he either follows the process fully to the standard as he should, or he goes about it in the way that most people are suggesting. Oh, remove the judge, that's unconstitutional, they're standing in your way, they don't have the right to do so. He either does that and is labeled the fascist that everybody has been wanting to call him. Oh, you see, he's using his power to, you know, run the government how he wants to, unconstitutionally fire the judge for blocking his legislation. I can see it now. So he's kind of in a tough position. He's kind of got to wait this one out and go about it in the normal standard way, versus firing that judge and everybody just painting the narrative that Trump is going to do what he wants. And if you stand in his way, you're going to get fired.
Very strong contract. I signed a guaranteed maximum contract, which I haven't seen in a long time. And they're saying they get it.
But it's going to get done. It's going to get done, to be honest. It's just one of those things where, and this is a strategy used in the past by federal judges. If they don't like the legislation, if they don't like the bill, if they don't like the law being pushed through, they have the ability, they have the power to block it. The block isn't a permanent block, but it is a hold, and it does halt progress. You see all the momentum Trump's came in. That pause, that hold, that block by that judge, it did kind of pause and slow down momentum. And Trump alluded to that himself. It's kind of like I said, are you trying to hide something? They're trying to clean the books up. Why are y'all holding? Why are y'all pausing? I'm pointing out this spending, this errant spending, this mismanagement of funds. Y'all should be all for it. Why are y'all trying to stop me from getting in the books and showing the American people what the hell is really going on?
getting hurt by it, but they have to produce the product, and we expect them to produce the product. They have to produce the product. They agreed to cost time and material, no dates, no anything, and it ends up costing 5 times more. You look at some of the ships that have been built. Take a look at the Gerald Ford, the aircraft carrier, the Ford. It was supposed to cost $3 billion. It ends up costing like $18 billion. And they make, of course, all electric catapults, which don't work. And they have all magnetic elevators to lift up 25 planes at a time, 20 planes at a time. And instead of using hydraulic, like on tractors that can handle anything from hurricanes to lightning to anything, they use magnets. They're going to lift the planes up, and it doesn't work. And they had billions and billions of dollars of cost overruns. I met the architect. I said, have you designed a ship before? This is one of the biggest ships in the world. It's like landing at LaGuardia Airport. But you look at the kind of waste, fraud, and abuse that this country is going through, and we have to straighten it out. We have great people going into the military in terms of we need ships. We need a lot of things. So we have great people we have business people going in. But when you look at our purchasing, and when you look at the USAID, when you look at the things that they're giving to them, the billions of dollars that they're giving to.
Wasted money pissed away, essentially. And that's our money. That's taxpayer money. That shit was coming out of our pockets. Shit that we didn't even know we was paying for. Like, let's be honest. How many of us in the chat? Come on. Moment of transparency. Full transparency. I didn't know that. I didn't know what the hell USAID was paying for. I knew what the initiative was. I knew what they were supposed to be doing. But to know that they diverted and started doing all this woke bullshit overseas internationally, like this is part of the American interest, I had no idea. I'm by no way a glazer of Elon Musk. I don't think he's a hero. I don't think he's a superhuman. I don't think he's God. But I am thankful that he pointed this shit out. I am thankful that Doge, Big Boss, whoever Elon is working with, I'm thankful that those guys went in there, looked at the books and said, God damn, they spent how much on what? 50 million on sexual reproductive health in Gaza? 75,000 for DEI musical in Serbia? Oh, hell no. And I'm glad that they pointed that shit out for all of us to see. You might not be mad of it, or you might have bias and think that they're lying. Nobody's denied these claims, but most of us are thankful. Most of us are like, oh, God damn, what's next? What else are we wasting money on?
It's interesting, Lucky. Here's something they're giving to them, the billions of dollars that they're giving to. And it doesn't make sense. It is interesting, Lucky. Here's something where you look at it and except it's the opposite. You'll find one or two that's like a legitimate reason. So going through it, I want to thank all the people that are working with them. You know, we have a big group of people. I think the lowest IQ is about 160. That's very high. I think you have a couple of
160. Like Trump's being pretty modest or humbly saying that right there. 160 is incredibly high. Like, come on now.
182's in there, but they're doing a fantastic
goddamn Mensa Club.
Job. He doesn't need it, and they don't need it. But we're showing things, and it's going to be it's a big. People have no idea how important it is. Yeah.
So how soon do you want the Department of Education to be closed?
Oh, I'd like it to be closed immediately. Look, the Department of Education's a big con job. We're ranked, so they rank the top 40 countries in the world. We're ranked number 40th, but we're ranked number 1 in one department, cost per pupil. So we spend more per pupil than any other country in the world, but we're ranked number 40. We've been between 38 and 40. The last time I looked, it was 38. And then I looked 2 days ago, it came out the new list. It came out at number 40. So we're ranked 40. Norway, that's a primary competitor. We're ranked number 40. So if we're ranked number 40, that means something's really wrong, right? And I say send it back to Iowa, to Idaho, to Colorado, send it back to places that, and a lot of Indiana. You have a great new governor. You have a great senator that Jim Banks just got elected. You got great people. I'll tell you what, Indiana is going to be fantastic. We probably have 35, maybe 37 states that will do as well as Denmark, Norway, Finland, Sweden. They'll be just as good. Then you have the ones that we all know about. It'll be the same story, but you know what? Even they will be good. Because you look at New York, you give it to Westchester County, you give it to Long Island, you give it to Nassau County, you give it to Suffolk County. Same thing you go out to, and you give it to upstate New York. So you'd have 4 or 5 sections.
And I love it when I'm right about this shit. I'm not trying to be funny, but I made the same assertion, like canceling the Department of Education. People were like, oh, well, let's standardize education. I'm like, well, what the fuck have they been doing? How have we benefited? Tell me some of the highlights. Tell me some of the ways we've excelled in education here domestically across America. Well, what are some of the things that we can brag about versus other countries who do well educationally, right? If anything, they failed. There's a declining literacy rate nationwide. So they really have no accomplishments that I can think of to name. Maybe at its inception, they did some good things, but here lately, they've almost failed us. So dismantle, reform at the point of the education being handled on a state level, like Trump said. And this is what I've said. The top states, which we all know already, will be the top states. They'll be the trendsetters. Everybody that performs below them will be able to look at what the top states are doing. We'll be able to standardize that, take what works and apply it to the rest of the states that are below average, like the Alabamas and the whatnots, right? We all know what states, as Trump said, we all know what states are always at the bottom of the national average. And we all know what states are at the top. So we're going to take what works from the top states and we're going to apply it to the bottom states. And hopefully we raise the national average that way, because the Department of Education has essentially failed us when it comes to what their job is supposed to be.
You give it to areas outside of Los Angeles, and you might have 6 or 7 different subgroups. But generally, like if you go to Iowa, you give it to Iowa. You don't have subgroups, you have Iowa. And other places that do a good job. If they do a good job, they're going to do a great job in education. Those places will be every bit as good as the various countries that do so well. All the time, it's the same countries that are doing well. And so we have a Department of Education where people from Washington, D.C., who in many cases don't care about.
We got some good discourse in the chat going on that I see, man. We appreciate the support, guys. We got almost 300 of y'all still in here, man. I promise we got hella content left, a lot more to cover. Go ahead and like the video if you're still in here rocking with me, or you get the 3 buttons in the upper right-hand corner. Guys, super chats do drive the show. So thoughts, questions, comments, anything you guys want to get off your chest, even disagreements, man, let me have it. Let your voice be heard. $1 or more. I'll give you a shout out for supporting the channel. Put your comment up top. Like I got Brianna's. Shout out Brianna, one of the members. And we'll keep it interactive and engaging that way. We'll keep it going. And again, we appreciate the support.
The kids out in the country, they don't care about the farms and the farmer's daughter and the farmer's sons. We have a massive bureaucracy in Washington, D.C. We have buildings that are all over the city. Department of Education. I never said Department of Education's on all these buildings. By the way, nobody shows up to work because they're all working at home, quote, working at home.
Yeah.
They're not working at home. And a lot of them have second jobs. And that's the other thing that Elon Musk is looking at. How many of these people are getting checks, working at home, but
barely doing shit and then doubling up at a whole nother job?
They're not working.
That has low-key been the sauce. Barely doing shit. You're working hybrid or you're working fully from home. You're just collecting benefits, collecting a check, working off salary, but barely doing shit. You haven't been in office in 2, 3, maybe plus 2, 3+ years. Now you've seen the sauce and you doubled up at another job in the private sector. That's insane. No, that is insane. Making upwards of 2, maybe 300,000 from home, finessing.
Because they have second jobs and even third jobs. You're going to find a lot of them. And those people are going to be fired because we have to make our government smooth.
Sir, 2 questions.
Like,
One
bro.
on Ukraine again, and then another one on the Kennedy Center. Do you think that
Insane.
as far as your negotiating tactics
Imagine collecting 3 salaries. 3 salaries, boy.
go to keep his sovereign integrity off the table by taking?
No, I haven't done that. I'm backing Ukraine. I'm backing Ukraine. Don't say that. I'm approving, but I do want security for our money. You know, Europe is getting security. You know that, right? Nobody knows that. And why are we at 350 billion and Europe, which doesn't separate with an ocean like we do, we have a little thing called an ocean in between. Why is it that Europe is paying 200 billion less than us to help Ukraine? Very similar size. If you add up all the European countries, it's a little bit smaller than the US in terms of the economy. Why is it that they're not paying the kind of numbers that they should be paying? And then on top of it, and I've been saying this to Biden, I told Biden, I said, you ought to be asking for either a loan or some kind of a security, like their oil and gas or something for the money, because you're putting up much more money than Europe and you have no security. Europe's putting up a much smaller amount and it's in the form of a loan.
That's insane.
Because we have people that were incompetent in the last administration, grossly incompetent. And we're changing.
Didn't know what they were doing. Screwing the pooch, as they say. Effing up the money. And who was paying for it? Not them. Not the wealthy politicians that ran the shit. Not Biden. Not Harris. We were. And I'm talking about the shit doesn't even make sense when you look at it. When you truly analyze and break it down. European countries aren't paying. We're paying 30% of NATO funding, whether it be through weapons, financial aid, et cetera, what have you. That leaves several other countries, lots of other countries a part of NATO. So they make up 70% and we make up 30. Hold on a second. And it's not, and how is it really serving us? Oh shit. When I say the balance has been off, and nobody but Trump thought to look at it and say, man, let's make this work for us.
Changing it, but we change it, and all we do is we get hit by lawsuits from the radical left all the time. But here we are, we stand, and I guess we've done okay. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you. Thank you.
All right. So it looks like they come back in and they swear Tulsi in. Here we go. Shout out Tulsi Gabbard, man. Well deserved. Like I said, had to go through a tough first round of questioning, but she's finally here, getting sworn in by Trump himself. This should be good. And Trump does take some more questions after this. So let's get right into it, guys, and like the video.
Thank you very much. And today, we're delighted to swear in our next Director of National Intelligence,
Hey, what's up, dude?
Tulsi Gabbard. Most of you know Tulsi. She's a fantastic woman. Tulsi, I want to just congratulate you, your husband, Abraham, your sister, and all of your friends. A lot of friends here. You have a lot of friends, I noticed. For you, it worked out very well. Tulsi Gabbard's an American of extraordinary courage and exceptional patriotism. She's devoted her entire life to public service, and I've watched her for years on different shows and everything. I said, she's a woman of great common sense, and, you know, we like the common sense. Used a lot. It's usually pretty effective, too, and you really are. I've watched you even on Larry King. You know, you're very young. I don't know how you were Larry King, but you're very young. But you were, and you always had the situation covered properly. At 21 years old, Tulsi became the youngest woman ever elected to the Hawaii State Legislature. After 9/11, she joined the Hawaii Army National Guard and deployed abroad 3 times and highly respected by everybody.
And just to give context and slightly correct myself, there are 32 NATO allied countries, and we pay somewhere around 16 to 20% of NATO's annual budget. 16 to 20% of NATO's annual budget comes from the United States. Man, So when I say we subsidize NATO low key, man, you got to ask at a certain point. You got to ask as a taxpaying citizen whose money has been funneled to NATO and Ukraine's war efforts ever much so over the past few years. You got to ask, what am I getting from this? What benefit have we had here? Besides Zelensky getting up on camera, on platform every time they put a camera in front of him and asking us for more. I mean, goddamn, bro, didn't you get enough? Like, what benefit have we had from it?
There's so many people writing in letters saying she was so exceptional even then. She continues to serve as a lieutenant colonel in the U.S. Army Reserve, and Tulsi also served 4 terms in the United States House of Representatives, where she was a member of the House Armed Services Committee. She is a former vice chair of the National Democratic Party.
And here we go for those people who think that Tulsi Gabbard doesn't have the accomplishments to be here, doesn't have the credibility, is underexperienced, doesn't think she's qualified for the job. Let's go back on some of this, man, because sometimes you got to sing your praises when they try to play you. May not have the necessarily may not have the experience and intelligence, but boy, does she have the ambition. Boy, does she have the accomplishments that directly lead up to it. And again, I think that chip on her shoulder from being doubted, from being questioned so heavily, that'll serve her well. And I think she's going to do a wonderful job, a beautiful job. Can't wait to see what she does. Let's go over it, though, because she's, like I said, got quite the resume.
Writing in letters saying she was so exceptional even then. She continues to serve as a lieutenant colonel in the U.S. Army Reserve.
And she's not bad looking either. I mean, I ain't going to lie. Tulsi, get it.
And Tulsi also served 4 terms in the United States House of Representatives, where she was a member of the House Armed Services Committee. She is a former vice chair of the National Democratic Party. Can you believe that? And here she is. That's very. But she was never a Democrat. She was at heart. She was a Republican. I watched her, and was a 2020 Democrat candidate for president of the United States. It's not easy, right? It's not so easy. People think it's easy. It's not easy. Throughout her service, Tulsi has always distinguished herself as a leader of the highest caliber. She's earned the respect and admiration and love of Americans on both sides of the aisle as her profound commitment to the values that keep us free. And she really does have those values as much as anybody. In recent years, Tulsi left's attacks on free speech and the dangers of an unelected deep state. And I have to say, she was very, very strong for me when I was going through all of the fake news and all of the problems that we had with some very sick people. She was always out there. Before I really knew her as well, she was out there defending me. So I appreciated that, Tulsi. But the threat of a warmongering military-industrial complex and the weaponization of government and governmental people that go out and persecute. They like to persecute people that are innocent. Tulsi herself became a target of that weaponization when she was outrageously placed on a suspected terrorist watch list by the Biden regime. It's a very evil regime after criticizing their appalling abuses of power. And I'm confident that as director of the National Intelligence, Tulsi will work tirelessly to keep America safe. And she's been doing that her entire career. I think it's going to be a very natural day for you when you walk in. It's just have to keep the way you are. Just stay the way you are. She'll be clear-eyed and she'll be focused on the threat of radical Islamic terrorism and lots of other threats too, threats from within, and give no quarter to America's foreign enemies. At the same time, I'm entrusting Tulsi with the responsibility of overseeing urgently needed reforms to the U.S. intelligence community to protect the rights and the civil liberties of all Americans. She'll provide the American people with transparency, eliminate corrupt national security state. There's only one thing I can say, that there's nobody like her for this job. This was a very easy one for me. She was recommended by some of the top people in that world. It's a little world, it's a little smart world. It sometimes can be an evil world when the wrong people are there, but we have the right one. She's had so many great recommendations. I would say Pam was right up there with her, Pam Bondi. She had a lot of I didn't need, I know her a little bit better, and you're doing a fantastic job after about 3 or 4 days, right? You've had a lot of experience, but you've never seen anything like this, Pam, but you're going to do fantastic as the attorney
We
general.
got a Pam video to cover here in just a minute. She's apparently going to sue the AG of New York for holding up that sanctuary status. I mean, you love to see it. Not only is Trump facing this shit head on, doing all the things he campaigned on, being a man of his word. Bro, allegedly, I think there was a story shared by PBD that this man walks around with a notepad and depending on the request, depending on, I guess, when asked, if you come to Trump with a particular request, he'll write it down and post it to a vision board of some sort, and he makes sure he fulfills as much to every request as he can. That aside, we got Tulsi Gabbard, we got Pam Bondi taken up for Trump's initiative, going after the AG in New York for holding up that temporary status. Everybody a part of all his cabinet picks, everybody a part of the administration is standing on 10 and doing what they promised us.
General, fantastic. So thank you and congratulations. We did this with Pam a few days ago, and this is again my honor. So congratulations to Tulsi, and I think Pam is going to administer the oath. And when she does that, I'll sign your new certificate. Good. Thank you. Thank you very much, everybody.
Please place your left hand on the Constitution and raise your right hand and repeat after me. I do solemnly swear
I, Tulsi Gabbard, do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
and that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same,
and that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same.
that I take this obligation freely
I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of
evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully
that I will well and faithfully
discharge the duties of the office on which I am about to enter.
discharge the duties of the office on which I'm about to enter.
So help me God. Congratulations.
Hey, shout out. Well earned. Love to see it. Well earned.
The Oval Office.
Easy.
Now, let's put it in writing. Let's make it official.
Okay, not bad. Ready?
Hey. Proud moment.
Okay, I'm sure there are no questions.
Mr. President.
She's gonna have a very consequential, impactful job, man. Looking forward to see what she does in the future. And again, I think that the the tough questioning that she faced coming in, some of the detraction from opposing politicians that she faced coming in, I think that is going to serve her well. Put a chip on her shoulder, and she's going to be that more successful in her role as national intelligence. I think she's going to do very well.
You know what? I'd like to have some.
And guys, we got 600 of y'all in here, man. Like the video. We appreciate the support. Quick pause for the cause. Go ahead and let your voice be heard by way of super chat. It does drive the stream as well. 49 left until we open up that call-in line. Get some of the members, some of the supporters up here. Would love to talk to y'all about tonight's topics. Continue to support by way of super chat again. Thoughts, questions, comments, jokes, anything you guys want to get off your chest. Even disagreements can be shared. Go ahead and super chat in $1 or more. We'll give you a shout out. Let's keep it going.
Let Tulsi say a few words first, then we could answer a couple of questions. That's good.
Mr. President, first and foremost, I just want to say thank you from the bottom of my heart for the trust that you have placed in me to fulfill this critical position as Director of National Intelligence at any time, but specifically during this time. Unfortunately, the American people have very little trust in the intelligence community, largely because they've seen the weaponization and politicization of an entity security. So I look forward in this election to refocus our intelligence community by empowering the great patriots who have chosen to serve our country in this way and focus on ensuring the safety, security, and freedom of the American people. As you've said, Mr. President, this is what I've dedicated my life to, and it is truly humbling to be in this position, to serve in your administration, help to, and ultimately to keep the American people safe. Last thing I'll mention that in your National Prayer Breakfast speech, you made a statement.
It's almost disrespectful to say she's unqualified to serve in this position, to say she doesn't have the resume. I look at it like this. Say I've been a supervisor. I'm a career supervisor. I've served in a multitude of industries, and I've done it, again, for a career. Now I'm getting hired in a new industry when I haven't served in before, but I'm getting hired as a supervisor. The job duties are essentially the same. Yeah, it's a new industry. I got new shit to learn. Don't get me wrong. I'm somewhat green, but I have the experience that makes me qualified to do this job. Like, come on now, guys. The comparison is almost as simple as that. Oh, she's unqualified. She doesn't have the experience and intelligence. Like, bro, she's got a storied, accomplished resume. You got to look at it. You got to look at it. All her experience almost directly leads into this position. It's kind of like she climbed a ladder. Imagine this. It's kind of like she climbed the ladder into this position. Does that not happen? Do we not all do that in our jobs? Like, come on now.
Statement about your legacy of wanting to be remembered as a peacemaker. I know that I can speak for many of my fellow service members who are here today, veterans, Medal of Honor recipients, how deeply that resonates with us. For those who volunteer to put their lives on the line when duty calls, but to have a president and commander-in-chief who recognizes the cost of that sacrifice and ensuring that war is the last resort, not the first. So thank you for your leadership on behalf of my friends here and all who wear the uniform. We're grateful. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Very nice. Very nice.
Mr. President, you when and where do you plan on meeting with Glenn? And were there any-
All right, more questions here from reporters. Like the video, guys. We do appreciate the support. Let's keep it going.
No, we had a great call, and it lasted for a long time, over an hour this morning. I also had with President Zelensky a very good call after that. And I think we're on the way to getting peace. I think President Putin wants peace, and President Zelensky wants peace, and I want peace. I just want to see people stop getting killed. We're very far away from that particular war, but that's a vicious war. Probably 1.5 million soldiers killed.
And it's funny is not what I find most funny or notable about the Ukraine-Russia conflict is it's not being as highlighted as the Israel-Hamas conflict is. It's kind of funny how the Israel-Hamas conflict has stolen the spotlight, so to speak. And I mean, the bloodshed over there in Ukraine has been under-highlighted. It hasn't been talked about as much. It's not even really ringing in the media as much as it should be. And it is a very vicious war going on over there. I mean, 1 million plus lives lost, and that's just the approximation now. I mean, we'll never really have a true number, as you know, this is the case with warfare, but they're just right now putting the numbers at 1 million. And that's, I think, what is it, 600,000 on Ukraine side or 400,000 on Russia side. I might have got those mixed up, but 1 million combined lives lost, soldiers in that warfare. So very brutal, very deadly. I think there is a hint of truth when he says all sides want it to end. Obviously, we're still a ways from a ceasefire or negotiation, but I mean, it is one of those things. Trump even said it himself. Pete Hegseth has alluded to it. The negotiation, even once finalized, bro, some of this annexed land from Russia from Ukraine by Russia, some of the land that's been annexed, bro, they're gonna hold on to. It's just a fact of the matter. Most of it they're going to hold on to. Some less important regions they'll let go, they'll return, but a lot of the land that they fought over for the better part of the last 2 or 3 years, well, they're going to be holding on to. It's not even going to be on the table when it comes to the negotiation.
In a short period of time, I've never seen anything. I have pictures that are, you wouldn't believe it. You wouldn't believe what you have to look at. Young, beautiful sook with no, people didn't really know what President Putin's thoughts were, but I think I can say with great confidence he wants to see it ended also. That's good. And we're going to work toward getting it ended and as fast as possible. It's a horrible situation going over. It's flat land and the bullet goes off and the only thing it can hit is a body, a human body, a young human body.
Mm.
And they're losing just tremendous numbers of mostly soldiers. Just the cities and towns have been largely demolished. It's a shame what's happened to that country. It would have never happened if I were president. That I can tell you would have never happened. It's to look at that. And October 7th would have never happened either, by the way, Middle East. But we'll get it. I think we'll get it. We'll get something done. We're going to be meeting actually tomorrow. They're meeting in Munich, as you know, and we're going to have some other meetings. And I'll be dealing with President Putin largely on the phone, and we ultimately expect to meet. In fact, we expect that he'll come here and I'll go there. And we're going to meet also probably in Saudi Arabia. The first time we'll meet in Saudi Arabia, see if we can get something done. But we want to end that war. That war is a disaster. It hasn't been set, but not too distant future. We both understand, you know, we know the Crown Prince.
And shout out Hub at 12, $2. He said, after this, let's do a dive into doge.gov and see. Okay. I wouldn't mind that.
And I think it'd be a very good place to meet.
It sounds like that would just be a meeting between you and Putin and perhaps the Crown Prince, but not President Zelensky.
Probably we'll have a first meeting and then we'll see what we can do about the second meeting.
Commit to go to Ukraine?
What about Ukraine?
Did you commit to go to Ukraine?
No, I haven't. I haven't committed to go to Ukraine.
Nice.
I would think about going. Yeah, I'd think about it. No problem.
You say today, Mr. President, that if they receive your vision, what is your plan to end this war? Like today's Secretary.
Well, I'm not going to tell you my plan. I can just tell you we've made a lot of progress. This should have been done by Biden, not by me, because this has been going on for now a long time, years. And it should have been done by Biden. Just like the young gentleman that I brought home yesterday after 2 weeks. We worked on it for 2 weeks. He was a fine man, and he was in there for 3.5, almost 4 years, and they weren't able to do a thing, and I got him out. And as you know, I didn't pay $6 billion. I didn't pay anything. We did a trade. And we did a good job. We got him out in 2 weeks.
We talked on the phone. We coordinated, and we made it happen. I didn't have to pay anything. I didn't have to give back an arms dealer. Yeah, I didn't have to sacrifice an asset at this point. Or known terrorists, damn near. I got him back the good old fashioned way, through a mouthpiece, to working something out as men, as countrymen, as leaders of nations. I worked it out. Imagine that. We got a leader who isn't incompetent and knows how to do his job and knows how to do it well. Shit like that gets done.
Been out years ago. Really should have been out years ago.
NATO membership for Ukraine.
I don't think it's practical to have it personally. I know that a new Secretary of Defense, who's excellent, Pete, made a statement today saying that he thinks it's unlikely or impractical. I think probably that's true. I think long before President Putin, they said there's no way they'd allow that. Ukraine cannot go into NATO. And I'm okay with that. I just want the war, whether they are or they're not. But it certainly would seem to be that most people have said that is something that's not going to happen.
Are you freezing out President Zelensky of this process? Isn't there a danger of that?
No, I don't think so. As long as he's there, but at some point you're going to have elections too. You're going to have an election.
He says he wants security assurances, Mr. President. What does that look like?
In terms of what?
If the war were to end, he says he wants guarantees of security.
We'll see what that means. I think when the war ends, one thing he was very strong about, if it ends, he wants it to end And that's President Putin said that. He wants it to end. He doesn't want to act about the possibility. I mentioned it of a ceasefire so we can stop the killing. And I think sure.
Do you expect as an equal member of the
Ukraine?
Say it. What?
And I'm not really sure why the video skipped around there, but I'm assuming Trump said something along the lines of Putin wants the war to end, like end to end. Like, I don't want it to end through a ceasefire, a temporary agreement. I want it to be permanently solved for the most part, as much as we can. Right? I want this to be put to rest. We've already lost enough lives. We need an actionable plan. Right?
Member of this peace process.
It's an interesting question. I think they have to make peace. I said that was not a good war to go into, and I think they have to make peace. That's what I think.
Why did you decide to provide support to Ukraine?
Would you support Zelensky ceding territory or exchanging territory in any agreement to end the war?
Well, he's going to have to do what he has to do, but you know, his poll numbers aren't particularly great, to put it mildly. He's got a country where, you know, it's been savaged and attacked, and he's got an army that's been very, very brave, actually, despite the fact that, you know, we've given him, in my opinion, $350 billion. That's what the real number is. You don't hear that number. And Europe has given, in my opinion, $100 billion. And they've done it in the form of a loan. And I have a Secretary of Treasury right now who's actually quite brave. He's over in Ukraine on a train. And there's a lot of things happening around that train that aren't so good. And he's going there to get a document done where we're going to be assured that we're going to, in some form, get this money back.
Money just pouring out, and y'all want to talk about inflation. Y'all want to talk about the economy. We just been pouring, pissing away money to Ukraine and NATO. I mean, come on, guys. We make up to 16 to 20% of NATO's yearly budget, of NATO's yearly funding. And there's 32 allied NATO countries. What the hell are the rest of them doing? Like, we're the number one spender, the number one donor. That's why Trump in 2016 wanted to pull out of NATO. Like, it all kind of makes sense when you see how much money we give them and how little benefit we have from supporting them so heavily. Like, oh, they buy our weapons. Like, oh, okay. All right, military industrial complex. All right, they buy our weapons. And what? Aren't we perpetuating war by doing that? Isn't that big war? Aren't we keeping that going? Isn't that what the globalists want? What does that serve Americans? They buy our bombs. Like, okay.
Because we're putting up far more money than Europe, and Europe is in far more danger than we are. We have an ocean in between. Europe has nothing in between. You know, they have in between, they have Ukraine in between. So wait a minute. So as you know, Europe is putting up money and they're getting it in the form of a loan. And the United States under Biden didn't do loans. They just handed money every time somebody walked in from Ukraine. They just handed them money foolishly. This should have never happened. It should have never started. And once it did, other things should have happened. Other things should have taken place. So we're getting security on our money. We're going to have it secured by, they have rare earth, and they have oil and gas, and they have a lot of other things. And we're asking for security on our money. They've agreed to it. Ukraine has agreed to it.
You are not sending any more aid to Ukraine.
No, we are, but we want it secured, and the money is going to be secured.
At
At
this point,
Because if we didn't do that, then Putin would say,
so much of the money has been lost. So much of the money is unaccounted for, been misappropriated. Yeah, we need that money secured, insured. Like, what's going on? We damn near need a tracer on every bill. Like, we got to know where it's going, when it's coming back. We need all the details. There's been too much, again, errant spending. I mean, beyond the government agencies, bro, this even bled into some of our foreign policy. Like, we giving away money to Ukraine, and then when we ask them what they spend it on or to account for it, they over here telling us, we don't know. Certain percentage we can't account for. Like, huh? You said what now? Hold on now. You said what? This money came from the taxpayers, and you can't tell us what happened to it? Nah, but can we get some more, though?
one, we're the thing that's holding it back. And frankly, we'll go as long as we have to go, because we're not going to let the other happen. But President Putin wants to have peace now, and that's good. And he didn't want to have peace with Biden.
Was that conversation with Putin?
And you tell me why that is, okay?
Was that conversation with Putin to start these negotiations part of the deal to bring Fogel home?
No, but it was a nice thing that he allowed Mark Fogel to leave. In fact, Mark wasn't feeling well, but he was all of a sudden about 2 weeks ago, he started being treated very nicely. He said they took him out for haircuts. They took him out. They helped him out a little bit and made him feel better, made him look better. And they were nice to him. And he said, I saw something happening. And it coincided with when I came into office.
Yep.
So that was nice.
They knew that boy was coming home, so they cleaned him up before they put him on that first class flight. They said, yeah, it's probably best if we give you a haircut and a shower and a meal before we send you back to America. I mean, it's not going to look too good if we kept you over here for 3 years looking malnourished, caveman like, yeah. You're going to give you a nice little spit shine and send you back home. But it is kind of funny how that directly coincides with the time they started treating him nice with the time Trump got in office. Like, probably treating that man like shit before. When Biden was in office, they knew he wasn't coming to get him. He sat in the Russian prison for all of the Biden administration almost. He was arrested in August 21, I believe. Sat over there the whole time. We didn't even hear his story. We didn't even hear this man's story. Some of us might have, but this was a story that I hadn't heard of until Trump had gotten in office. I heard murmurs about it the previous week about him getting set free and sent back home. And then it actually happened the other day. But this is something that we didn't even know about when Biden was in office. Trump addresses it the first 2 weeks. Get this man home, back to his family.
And he's a fine person.
On.
He was so happy to be out. He was there for 3.5 years plus, and he shouldn't have been there at all. They should have had him out much faster than that. Wait, go ahead, please.
Sorry, sir, just to be clear, do you see any future in which Ukraine returns to its pre-2014 borders?
Well, I think Pete said today that I'm not making an opinion on it, but I've read a lot on it, and a lot of people think that that's unlikely. Some of it will come back. I think some of it will come back. Yeah, some of that land will come back. Who are you with? Yeah. You who? Okay.
I just wanted to ask you, the things that the Secretary of Defense was talking about, the 2014 has made.
I mean, Trump wasn't playing.
A danger of having Russia kind of win on.
He said, who the hell are you with? Before you even ask me this question, let me know where you're from. What platform are you representing? Don't ask me no bullshit, and don't ask me no woke shit.
Well, I think that.
Oh, what the hell? Did we just get cut off on that? Let me see if I can find that full interview for us, guys. I thought there was more to that. There should be. Well, let's get into this next segment here. Shout out Sky News. Shout out Rita Panahi. Let's do Lefties Losing It. This is always a good one, man. Let's start it off.
Now it's time for Lefties Losing It, and we can't go a week on this program without including the lunatic ravings of the ladies of The View. Today it's Anna Navarro's turn, and she was talking about the Super Bowl of all things. But as usual, she was obsessed with two things, Donald Trump and her race delusions. Take it away, Anna.
You know I don't do sports. You know I don't do football, so I wasn't watching the game. But listen, I think today Donald Trump is going to sign an executive order banning black people from halftime.
And what is she basing this delusional fantasy on? She thinks racists were upset by the halftime show when really it was just people with ears. Maybe an executive order to ban artists most of the audience has never heard of from halftime shows. That may be an idea. But let's get back to Anna Navarro's genius analysis.
We're talking about whether the NFL was capitulating to Trump by removing the term and racism from the end zone.
Yeah.
Boy, did they not capitulate to Trump. When I saw Samuel L. Jackson dressed as a black Uncle Sam introducing Kendrick Lamar, who then had like an entire formation of all black people,
My eyes just rolled back so hard to the back of my head because, oh boy, did they not capitulate to Trump. What do you mean? He was at the event. Of all the faces they showed on the big screen, he got the loudest ovation. They showed Taylor Swift and there was like a resounding amount of boos. Boo, boo, tomato, 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 right? They showed Trump there. They showed Trump and the announcers and the players were giving him love. He was getting dapped up by some of the players, some of the entertainers that were on the sidelines. The announcers gave him a special nod, told us that it was the first sitting president to ever do something like that. And when they showed him on the big screen, bro, the loudest ovation of the night. Bro, you would have thought there was a touchdown or some shit. Like, this is hilarious. Oh, they really gave Trump the finger on this one. Like, you sure? Really? You sure?
Making a U.S. flag.
Now, let's be honest. Kendrick Lamar's performance was pretty mid, as the kids say. Yep, it was pretty.
I mean, at this point, the Super Bowl was a good 72 hours ago. But let me know what y'all think about that Super Bowl halftime performance by Kendrick. Was it mid? Was it all right? Was it decent? I thought it was okay. I mean, I've never really been overly impressed by the halftime show. I mean, the commercials have always been like the selling point for me. In the actual game, I mean, call me crazy, but I like the actual game on Super Bowl Sunday. But the Kendrick halftime, it was all right. It was decent. It wasn't the worst one I've seen.
Mediocre, particularly when we are used to the cream of the crop performing at the Super Bowl halftime shows. But Kendrick Lamar actually didn't politicize the 14-minute performance other than to take aim at Drake. There were no anti-Trump, anti-MAGA, anti-America messages. Once Anna and the ladies of The View figure that out, they're going to be pretty miserable. But the NFL did try to politicize the event by running this ridiculous commercial where a young black woman beats a team of men. A team of brats.
The night after Trump signed the executive order about keeping women or men out of women's sports. So we reacted to this that very next night, and she out here juking dudes.
These are the simpletons who pretend to be pro-women, but they throw women under the bus by supporting men identifying as trans women, invading women's sport. And talking about pretending to be pro-women while simultaneously throwing women under the bus, here is a Nike, painfully woke Nike, running an ad suggesting the real threat to women's sport is sexism. Reminder, this is the same Nike that used Dylan Mulvaney as an ambassador. But please, tell me how much you support girls in women's sport.
You can't be emotional, so be emotional. You can't take credit. You can't speak up. You can't be so ambitious. You can't break records. You can't have any fun. You can't make demands. You can't keep score. You can't stand out. Whatever you do, you can't win.
Now, let's hear from this totally rational woman, probably a fan of The View, who blames President Donald Trump for her team losing yesterday.
The reason why we didn't win because Trump was at the goddamn game. God damn it! Trump should not have been at our game.
And we'll have.
No, I think I don't think she's necessarily serious. I think she's salty about KC getting their ass beat. And I mean, they did get dog walked. Let's be honest. It wasn't even much of a game. I mean, they kind of got on the scoreboard in the second half, but the game was pretty much over in the first half, how the Eagles did it. Anyways, I think she's salty about the loss. Trump being there just set her off.
Plenty more lefties losing it content with my next guest, Sky News contributor Kosha Gator. Kosha, we will get to that phone call between Donald Trump and Anthony Albanese shortly, but let's start with the USAID scandal. If you want to know why the left is so committed to this cause, it's not that they care about feeding the impoverished or giving medicines to the sick. Those programs will continue. It's because they found a way to use taxpayers' money to push their insane far-left agenda. Here is Trump advisor Stephen Miller explaining.
The USAID was a slush fund, first of all, for left-wing projects around the globe, like gender surgeries around the world, diversity, equity, and inclusion policies, crazy green.
Oh, when he says slush fund, he means money laundering. That's just a nice way of saying it. But yes, money laundering by way of USAID initiative.
New Deal, climate scams. It was funding an army of left-wing activists, these NGOs, non-governmental organizations. They get billions and billions of dollars, and they use that money to then infiltrate corporate America. Free Settle, for example, at taxpayer expense, millions of illegal aliens into this country. This mammoth left-wing power structure, plus left-wing media, wasn't organic. It wasn't created naturally. It was funded by taxpayer dollars. And that is why they are screaming and screeching so loud now, is because
now, mind you, USAID's initiative, what we send them to these countries for is essentially to put boots on the ground in regards to financial aid, economic, and development in the area, right? Underserved communities, and we send USAID over there to help out. So for them to be doing all this literally goes against their mission statement, what they were incepted to do. I mean, the concept of USAID isn't even aligned with this. So this is why it's so appalling, so alerting that they're doing this. And it begs the question, who else is operating who else, which other agency, which other agency that operates under our federal government has gone rogue, is chasing their own agendas versus what they were sent over there for, versus what we pay and fund them for. You can bet the house, you can bet your mortgage it ain't just USAID. This is probably something that's been standardized, something that's commonplace. And I can't wait till Elon points out, actually, you know what? We have this page pulled up right here by Hellbat. Let's go over some of the savings done here recently by Doge. Because honestly, love them or hate them, bro, you got to respect what they're doing. Let's go over a few of these, right? So this is the official Doge website. For those of y'all wondering where we at right now, the official Doge website, you know, all their findings, pretty much whatever they're doing can be traced back right here. So you don't got to wait for the media headlines. You could just come here to keep yourself updated. So I'm going to just read out the first few. We got this one. EPA also canceled 3 DEI contracts, saving American taxpayers $45 million. Like what? I mean, what can you say about, oh, that's not a lot. 45 M's is nothing. Like, okay. All right. Let's add this 45 mil with the other 100 mil that the USAID was wasting, and the other hundreds of millions I'm sure we'll find once we search through these agencies and see where they've been spending the money and see how they've been keeping the books. But let's see. EPA will not be renewing our membership with Politico and Politico, saving the American taxpayers $458,919 per year. Today's contract update: 58 cancellations with savings of south of $150 million in categories including media, DEI, and consulting. This includes $405,000 at DHS for resilience, energy, and sustainability management program support services, and $4 million at DOT for DEIA program and project. Let's see here. Project management support services. So let's go back here. This kind of gives you a look at the books, a look at the money, the totals, the reasons. Terminate for convenience. Shout out Elon, man. He's doing his job. Elon and big balls, man. All right, let's read one more off here. While looking into this, the team identified a $25,000 award entitled "Empowering LGBTQIA+ Refugees in Greece." Like what? Huh? Oh shit! And some of y'all might be like, "That's pennies," but bro, this is our money. This is our money. I really want to emphasize that. You should be mad. I don't care if it was 2,500. We didn't approve of this. We didn't know about this. Who okayed this? So he says, with the description to provide material, legal, and psychological support to LGBTQIA+ asylum seekers and refugees. Like what? What percentage of these refugees are even affiliated with LGBTQ? Like it has to be a very small percentage. Almost inconsequential. Like a percentage not even worth addressing for real. Let's read one more. This is amazing. Some of this stuff is small, some of it is larger amounts of money, but this you see a trend, you see a theme. Spending money on shit that we didn't approve of, spending money that doesn't align with American values. I would argue on the left and the right. People on the left are kind of like sick of this woke shit too. Like, and when they've seen some of this errant spending, they've been alarmed as well. Like, what? I didn't know they were sending money to all these woke causes, all these NGOs abroad. 50 million in reproductive health in Gaza? What? 75,000 DEI DEI concert in Serbia, or DEI musical, excuse me. Let's read a couple more. I've clawed back the full payment that FEMA deep state activists unilaterally gave to New York City migrant hotels. FEMA was funding the Roosevelt Hotel that serves as a Trinidad Agua base of operations and was used to house Laken Riley's killer. Whoa! This is the shit I was talking about. Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit! Did y'all just hear that? This is Secretary Kristi Noem. Let me read that again for those of y'all who are just now getting in here. We got over 300 of y'all in here. We do appreciate the support. Man, open your ears up for this one, because this was crazy. What? I've clawed back the full payment that FEMA deep state activists unilaterally gave to New York City migrant hotels. You remember earlier on stream when I said FEMA was helping out these migrants with certain funds? They were funding certain migrant programs. This is what I was talking about. This is why allegedly they didn't have the money to cover North Carolina in their time of need when they had that crisis going on, that natural disaster. Certain parts of North Carolina still have been unaddressed, still effed up, toe up. FEMA was funding the Roosevelt Hotel that serves as a Trinidad Agua base of operations and was used to house Laken Riley's killer. For those of y'all who are wondering what Trinidad Agua is, it's a cartel gang. Pretty much served as a safe house. A government federally funded safe house for a dangerous drug cartel gang right here in the heart of America. One of our biggest metropolises in the world, New York City. Mark my words, there will not be a single penny spent that goes against the interest and safety of the American people. And that's what it's all about. Shout out Hellbat, man, because that is crazy. For those of you wondering where I get this information from, this is the official Doge website, doge.gov. And man, you can keep up with the latest updates, the latest findings of Doge right here. You ain't got to wait for the news to cover it. You ain't got to wait for somebody else to put their spin on it. Everything that they're doing can be traced back right here to the official website. And I love the transparency. That's what it's all about. Let's get into the next video. What do we have? Oh, yes. We got Pam Bondi here. Apparently, she's suing the AG in New York. He's trying to uphold that sanctuary status. And she said, nah. You know what we doing. I told you what we doing. And if you try and stand in our way, guess what happens? Like the video if you haven't already, guys. Let's get right into this one, man. Let's get right into it. Yeah.
Good afternoon. I'm sorry we were a little bit late. I was in the West Wing swearing in Tulsi Gabbard, and so I just came straight back here. So thanks for being patient with us with the delay. We're here today because we have filed charges against the state of New York. We have filed charges against Kathy Hochul. We have filed charges against Letitia James and Mark Schroeder, who is with DMV. This is a new DOJ, and we are taking steps.
Oh, and quick shout out to Big Wave Dave. I missed it. $2. He said, Key, I hope they get rid of all the fat. Bro, that's what it looks like they're doing. Like, because I'm looking at some of these amounts. I'm like, okay, 25,000, that's not much. But, bro, we go around and we find 100 cases of this, of 25,000 being spent. We go around and we find 50 cases of $50 million being spent. It all adds up. It all adds up. And at the end of the day, it's coming from our checks. It's coming from our earnings. This is the shit we work for. And again, it doesn't align with our interest. There's Democrats who are even like, bro, what the hell? What are we funding this shit for? I don't even fully agree with this shit over here, but you telling me we pushing this woke ideology abroad and it's costing us? Like, nah. This is where the outrage comes from. Like, they done went too far. They done went too far with the wokeness. They done went too far with the wokeness when it cost us goddamn money. Like, I'm all for letting people be who they want to be. It's 2025. We live in the West. We live in a free world. Be who you want. Say what you want. It is what it is. But when it costs the rest of us, when the rest of us got to pay for this shit, oh no, that's when I put my foot down. And I'm glad we finally got some politicians in here who seem to be putting their foot down on it. Like, nah, that's not what America stands for. That doesn't align with our values. We finna exit right here. Shout out Doge, man. A lot of us didn't know this shit was going on. A lot of us did not know. Like, goddamn, he's exposing shit and saving us money at the same time. Like, gotta love it.
To protect Americans, American citizens, and
I'm no Elon fanboy. I'm not. The man's not perfect. Nobody is. He's not a hero. I'm not a Glazer. I mean, I'm pretty indifferent on the man. I mean, it is what it is, right? When he gets in there and does shit like this, I'm like, oh hell yeah, I'm clapping it up for the man. I'm clapping it up for the man. It's a net positive, an inherent good. Like it serves us all well.
angel moms, like the mom standing right behind me, who you're going to hear from in a moment. New York has chosen to prioritize illegal aliens over American citizens. It stops today. As you know, we sued Illinois, and New York didn't listen. So now you're next. Millions of illegal aliens with violent records have flooded into our communities, bringing violence and deadly drugs with them. With me today, I'm so proud to be joined by Tammy Nobles. Tammy is an angel mom. Her beautiful daughter, Kayla Hamilton, was murdered by an MS-13 member in 2022.
And I love that they highlight these stories, not because they're the most, positive stories to hear. Obviously not. Very disheartening, very sad tragedies. But you got people on the left who are telling us this isn't happening at the rate that it's happening. You got people on the left telling us this is a one-off occurrence. Oh, it was just Lake and Riley. Let's not publicize. Let's not popularize this shit like it's just happening everywhere. So I love that our government, our leaders continue to highlight the cases where it is happening. For those of y'all that want to ignore the case, for those of y'all that want to ignore stories like Lake and Riley, here's another one. Here's another one. Here's another one. Y'all still saving these people? Y'all still holding up for them? Y'all still want to stand in front of them and say that they deserve to be here? These are the people that we're trying to get up out of here. Nobody should be standing for these people to be here. They're hurting Americans.
Kayla had just turned
You gotta
20
go.
years old. Just turned 20 years old. And she was raped and murdered by someone who should not have been in our country. Yet he was released, flown to Maryland, where he committed this violent murder. I just want you to hear from Tammy. Tammy represents not only herself and her family, but all of the great angel moms around this country who have suffered because of what the Biden administration did, and it is over.
Thank you for having me here today and being able to share Kayla's story. Her murderer was able to come across the border knowing that he was flagged as an MS-13 gang member, and he had a criminal record in 2020 in El Salvador for illicit gang activity. He came over as an unoccupied alien child, saying that he was afraid of gang activity in his country. Health and Human Services called him a nice boy, and he showed age-appropriate behavior. That fell so wrong when he murdered my daughter. He ended up in Maryland, where he was able to rent a room in the same mobile home as her. We thought it was a legit company that were renting out these rooms, but it turned out that it was another illegal immigrant who owned these mobile homes. And he knew Walter from El Salvador. He knew him and allowed him to rent a room with my child. Kayla just turned 20 years old 3 days before she was murdered.
I mean,
Her murderer was only living there for 5 days before he viciously strangled her.
Bro, 5 days? Like, bro, he came over here on bullshit. This is somebody that should have never been let in the country. It's not like he wanted to come over here and do any good. This man came over here and did evil. You might as well say day one. Like, what the fuck?
You what?
And you had an administration that was letting guys like this in. Like, you can't make this shit up. You just can't. And they want to ignore it. They never want to address it. And again, I love that the current administration is highlighting these stories and standing next to these families like, no, we hear your cries. We know that the previous administration ignored it, allowed it to happen. Now we're going to stand by you. We're not going to let this shit continue to happen. We're going to put our foot down, draw a line in the sand. The buck stops here. We're sending these MFers back home, and ain't nobody coming over here underneath the same pretense. They don't give a damn. It's a national security threat. We cleaning it up.
Raped her and left her on the.
And it doesn't matter. I keep seeing people in the chat like, you guys act like this is happening everywhere. You guys act like there's a million of these cases. One is enough. It's all fun and games until it's your daughter. Yeah, hold on now. It's all fun and games until it's on your doorstep. Until it's your daughter, till it's your family member. Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit! Like what? I wish I was the family of Lincoln Riley. I wish I was the family of this young lady right here, bro. I'd be outraged. Some of y'all need smacked in the face. Some of y'all need this shit to happen to y'all so y'all understand how impactful this shit is. This shit got real life. This shit got real life impact. People are losing family members. Like, I don't care if it happened once. I don't care if it happened 5 times. I don't care how many times it happened. Once is enough.
Floor like trash and robbed her of $6. I have been sharing her story for over 2.5 years to bring change, because this should have not have ever happened to Kayla, and it shouldn't be happening to other.
And not all these cases are making mainstream media. Y'all think the ones that are making mainstream media are the only cases where this is happening? No, don't be so dense. Don't be so dense. I wish that was the case. We all got access to the internet. This is happening at an alarming rate across America in these sanctuary cities where these people are emboldened. You got AGs sticking up for these immigrants, for these migrants, saying that you can't come to my state and take these people out. Like, what the hell? They're doing shit like this. Like, they gots to go. They gots to go. Because you don't know what's happening doesn't mean it's happening. Completely disrespectful to the victims and the victim's family. Oh, man, it only happened once. It's just Lake and Riley. Man, get the hell out of here.
Accusations. Other families being hurt by the border. Homeland Security did not do their jobs. They did not check his background. You know, they did say that he was processed. So if they processed him, they knew that he was a gang member and still allowed him here. Health and Human Services did not verify the sponsor and allowed him to go with the sponsor that they don't even know if it was his cousin or his aunt. And he was able to leave the sponsor's house to go live wherever he wanted. And I am going to continue sharing Kayla's story to help save others and to bring awareness of what was happening under the Biden-Harris administration. And I'm so thankful for Pam having me here today. And I'm so thankful for the opportunities I got from Trump and any other platform, you know, people who allowed me to share her story, because this is going to end. No other parent should suffer by having their child murdered by somebody that shouldn't be here. And I'm gonna continue, you know, sharing it, and for Kayla, you know, and also for others. Thank you.
Can't imagine the feeling, the loss that this lady is going through, man. You know, condolences to her family, but bro, like, when I see some of y'all in the chat, like, downplaying how impactful this is, downplaying how many times, it doesn't matter. It does not matter. We've covered it enough to know it's happening. That's all that matters. Whether it was 1 time, 10 times, 100 times, it doesn't fucking matter. You should be alarmed that this is happening to American citizens, and that could be you, your family member, your daughter, your mother, your sister next. That's all you need to know. That's all you should care about. Oh, it's not happening at an alarming rate. It's factually. Come on now. Come on now. Come on now, bro. That's just a disingenuous argument. The fact of the matter is it's happening. We've covered it enough to know that. You might not personally care, but a lot of us are alarmed by it. Like, what? And this is happening because they were led over here? This is happening because there was negligent policy at the border? So you're telling me if we had a good leader, a good foreign chief, a good border czar, none of these people would have been let in? Not only should we be appalled that this happened to American citizens, we should be upset and pointing the finger at the Biden administration. We have even that much more of a reason to be upset with them. Like, fuck his legacy. Like, fuck, like anything. Like, bro, it's insane. It is insane.
And it's my understanding that he also admitted to other murders. Correct?
What?
Multiple murders.
He wrote a letter.
And was
This is what Trump said when he said some of these gang members, some of these terrorists, some of these bad apples come over here with multiple bodies. Multiple bodies. Bro, I wish I had that that meme, that bodies, like dead ass though. Like some of these people are coming over here and bro, they are ha ha ha. They got some records on them. They done did some shit in their home country. They coming over here and they ain't got good. They ain't trying to get a job and trying to assimilate to our culture. Nah. They trying to come over here to expand criminal enterprise. Oh, wait, y'all didn't know that? Y'all thought every immigrant here under the TPS program was just trying to come over here for a better chance in America? Yes, there is I would argue there is a good amount, a good percentage of migrants who are genuinely seeking refuge in America, trying to escape a dangerous situation in their home country. There are, I would argue, a sizable amount of migrants who have taken part in the TPS program that are here under that pretense. But for every good apple, I'd argue there's 5 to 10 bad ones who have came over here knowing it's so easy. They can just apply on the app, get over here and go to a sanctuary city where they could roam freely and do whatever. Yeah. You got to think how many bad apples are in here for every good apple. For every one good apple, there's 5 to 10 bad ones.
There's something in jail that he committed 4 murders and 2 rapes.
And that's who we were letting walk into our country. And that's why President Trump has directed this to stop. And if you don't comply with federal law, we will hold you accountable. We did it to Illinois, strike 1. Strike 2 is New York. And if you are a state not complying with federal law, you're next, get ready. And the great men and women of law enforcement are standing behind me today. We have FBI, DEA, ATF agents. They put their lives on the line every single day to protect us. And what New York has, they have green light laws, meaning they're giving a green light to any illegal alien in New York where law enforcement officers cannot check their identity if they pull them over. Law enforcement officers do not have access to their background. And if these great men and women pull over someone and don't have access to their background, they have no idea who they're dealing with. And it puts their lives on the line every single day. Violent criminals, gang members, drug traffickers, human smugglers will no longer terrorize the American people. And that is why we are here today. You will be held accountable if you do not follow federal law. It's over, it ends, and we're coming after you.
Pam Bondi, Trump, Tom Homan. I like how they're all on the same page. I like how they're all following the same goals here. It bodes well for the goal. It bodes well for the initiative. We're finna get these people up out of here. Don't worry. Don't fret. They've been here long enough. They've caused enough damage. We finna get them going. No question around it. I'm wondering the same thing. There is a lot of sympathizers. There is a lot of apologists here for the migrants, the dangerous, the violent ones. Like, bro, this is my stance. And before y'all say I'm glazing, it almost follows Trump's stance. Like, there's going to be something worked out for a specific class of migrants who have been over here. It's not. There's a gray area, right? There's dreamers. There's a certain classification of migrants that a deal is going to be worked out with. Not everybody's just going to be getting kicked out. People are talking about, oh, there's first generation people that are going to be getting kicked out. Like, no, relax, hold your horses. We're not inhumane. We have a heart. We have a moral compass here, especially Trump. And I mean, we should be thankful for that. He's already illicitly stated that there's going to be, again, a certain classification of migrants who are already here that we're going to work something out with. Dreamers, so on and so forth. But the illegal migrants, the violent migrants who are known to be here with criminal affiliation, bro, what is the defense? What is the defense? We should be clapping right now. We should be clapping, bro. Getting them off the street is saving a fellow community member, saving a fellow neighbor's life. Like, this could have been anybody. This could have been you. This could have been your daughter. This could have been your mother. Just because it wasn't doesn't mean we're safe. Just because it wasn't doesn't mean it couldn't have been you. Right? You could hate Trump. But when he's getting violent criminals off the street who shouldn't even be here, it's kind of one of them things you just got to sit back and watch and just be appreciative for.
Questions. We have time for a few questions. David Spot with Fox News.
Madam Attorney General, thank you and welcome to the Justice Department.
Thank you.
I have a quick on-topic and a quick off-topic
Sure.
question. On-topic, in your executive order or in your orders on the first day you were here, you talked about working with the Justice Department or these sanctuary cities, as you say, will be
Yes.
punished. Today you're putting people on notice. Right now, we're just lawsuits. Is this going to go further? What kind of punishment are we talking about? Is there any grounds to charge individuals, charge politicians? How far is this going to go?
Well, we're going to see what they do next, David. We have sued them all. We personally sued the governor, the attorney general, Letitia James, and Mark Schroeder with DMV because he has the green light laws. So what they have to do, they have to start complying with federal law. If they don't, we're going to appeal it and we will win. They have to comply with federal law. Did you have a second question?
I did have a second off-topic question in this regard.
And guys, quick pause for the cause. Let's get the likes up. We do appreciate the support. We got almost 400 of y'all in here. We do appreciate it. Go ahead and like the video, though. Double tap that screen for your boy, or you get the 3 buttons in the upper right-hand corner. And guys, let's get the super chats up as well. They do drive the stream forward. You can go ahead and let your voice be heard by way of super chat in the form of a thought, question, comment, a joke, even disagreement as well. Get it off your chest, guys. Go ahead and share. $1 or more will give you a shout out for supporting. Put your comment at the top of the screen, and we'll keep it going, man. Appreciate the support, guys.
Judiciary today, Elon Musk, who has
Appreciate
enormous
it,
influence in the Trump administration, posted on X, quote,
Yes, sir.
there needs to be an immediate wave of judicial impeachments, not just one. As the Attorney General of the United States, how do you respond to that? Shouldn't the process work out in the courts before we talk about judicial impeachments? I mean, these are just TROs now at this time. Shouldn't these just play out?
Yeah, I haven't seen Elon Musk tweet. He is a friend of mine. He is a great man. I think he's very frustrated with what's happening in our federal government. You know, at USAID alone, they're giving out billions of dollars that should not be distributed. We're going to back him up. You know, we work our whole lives in this country and we all pay taxes in this country. And for people to find out that $2 million is going to Guatemala for sex changes is outrageous. And we're going to back up Elon Musk every way we can. That includes lawsuits against these people who are doing that, and we will be successful.
Do you have concerns about judicial impeachments?
That's not going to happen now. We're going to look at everything. We're going to follow the law right now. We're going to follow the process. These are federal judges with lifetime appointments, but they will be struck down ultimately by the Supreme Court of the United States if the appellate courts don't follow the law as well.
We ain't gonna fall into that booby trap. That's what they wanted her to say. Like, hell yeah, we gonna remove them if they stand in our way. Like, we ain't gonna fall into that booby trap, that honey trap. We are not easily swayed or persuaded just like that. You can't pull the wool over my eyes and you can't manipulate me. I know what you want to hear on that side. We're gonna follow the judicial process, checks and balances as it's supposed to be done. If they stand in our way, so be it. We got our ways of making them comply legally, but nah, we ain't about to get into this game of we're gonna remove him, we're gonna demote him. Like, that's what y'all want to see, that's what y'all want to hear to fuel the narrative.
Nope.
Lawsuit.
Hi.
I also have an on-topic and an off-topic.
Sure.
First of all, can you just briefly walk us through what the legal claims are you're making in this lawsuit?
Yeah, absolutely. So
the green light laws are that this is what the green light law says. It's a green light to illegal immigration, which says they can comply. That law is unconstitutional. They can't do that. And what they've done is they have a tip-off provision that requires New York's DMV commissioner to promptly inform any illegal alien when a federal immigration agency has requested their information. So think about the men and women in law enforcement behind me. That's basically, that's not basic, it's tipping off an illegal alien, and it's unconstitutional. And that's why we filed this lawsuit. And that's why we charged Mark Schroeder too, because he runs DMV. Oh, I'm sorry, you had a second question.
Yeah, my off-topic question. I wanted to ask about Mayor Eric
Yes.
Adams' case. As of at least a few moments ago, SDNY still has not dropped that case. Have you or other DOJ leadership spoken to the acting U.S. attorney and SDNY since the memo was sent earlier this week? And what will you do if she refuses to drop the case?
I have not spoken to her. I know our acting DAG, Emil Bove, has spoken to her, and Chad Mizell may have spoken to her, but that case should be dropped. It was done at the directive of Emil, so that case should be dropped. I did not know that it had not been dropped yet, but I will certainly look into that.
Reagan, Daily Caller.
Hi, how are you?
Tom Homan suggested this week that someone from within the FBI may be leaking information about the ICE raids, and that such could be putting officers' lives at risk. Has the DOJ gotten any closer to determining if these leaks are coming from within the FBI? And what will the consequences be if they can identify the leakers from the FBI?
Excuse me. Well, first, I can't talk about anything that is ongoing, and that is ongoing. And it's really for the similar reasons what I said earlier. The great men and women in law enforcement standing behind me today, they must be protected. If any time anyone leaks or tips off anything regarding a pending investigation, that jeopardizes lives. You're telling a bad guy what's about to happen. It could jeopardize the lives of all the men and women in law enforcement. We will not stand for it. We will find you. We're going to investigate it, no matter what agency it came from. We don't know for certain. We have an open investigation, so I can't talk.
Yeah, and those leaks could be potentially dangerous or fatal. Like, you never know what might happen. Obviously, it compromises the integrity of the investigation. You allow a chance for the migrants or the suspects to get away. And you also put law enforcement in a dangerous situation. I mean, the element of surprise is definitely necessary in their line of work. You take that away, and it's kind of like, again, you just kind of present a dangerous situation for law enforcement.
About it in detail, but we will do everything in our power to hold you accountable, and it is a crime, and you will be prosecuted when we find you.
Okay, so for one more. Austin is next.
Hi, Madam
Hi,
Attorney General, thank you so much for your time. I was also interested in hearing specifically what the interactions have been like with Mayor Adams. And I know he has a little bit of a different tone than some of the other Democrats out of the Empire State. And then also Denver Mayor Mike Johnston, because before President Trump went back into office, he had issued some words about a potential standoff and then walked that back. So I was curious to see what things have been like out of New York City and Denver officials.
Yeah, well, we're hoping that in New York, Mayor Adams is going to cooperate with us with the sanctuary cities and the illegal aliens. And has the mayor in Colorado been cooperating? Do we know? I believe he might have now. Yeah, I believe Colorado is now cooperating. That's what we want. We don't want to sue you. We don't want to prosecute people. We want people to comply.
Man, a stern threat will change a motherfucker's mind. Like, a stern threat. Like, all right, let us in. We finna get the migrants. Like, nope, I'm gonna stand by these migrants. You're gonna have to go through me to get to them. I don't care if you lock me in jail. You ain't coming in my city and you ain't touching these people. Okay, we'll just prosecute you. Yeah, we'll just sue you. And yeah, you'll go to federal prison. Oh, okay. Well, actually, you know what? I see what you guys are doing. You know, I'm sorry for standing in your way. Bro, it's crazy how quick somebody's tune changes when you bring out a stern threat. You didn't want to have to go there. They forced your hand, but notice how they're starting to sing the right tune now that you did.
With the law, This is very simple. An MS-13 member murdered her daughter. That's happening throughout this country. We have one angel mom is too many. And we have angel moms throughout this country who should not be going through this. Comply with the law. This is the last thing we want to be doing. We want to be out there, all of us, fighting violent crime. Yet we're fighting illegal aliens, and that ends, and it's going to end today.
All right, that's all we have time for, guys. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you. Nah, facts. Shouldn't even be out here having to do all this. But this is what needs done. This is what needs done. But now let's get into the next video here. Let's actually start this Piers Morgan panel. This was a good conversation. They discussed all the topics that we've discussed from today. Had a good panel on here, good debate. Let's get right into it, guys. Like the video if you haven't already. Let's continue to push the stream forward. We do appreciate the support. Keep super chatting in. We're about 47 super chats away from opening up that call-in line. Would love to get some of y'all up here, discuss tonight's topics. On live for the supporters, man. It'd be a great time. Super chat in. Let's do 47 more super chats to open that call-in line. We do appreciate it. Let's keep it going.
Clay is simmering like a volcano, ready to erupt.
All these federal employees are sucking on the teat of the American taxpayer.
Fraud is a crime. And the idea that there is widespread crime among federal employees is something that is not supported by any evidence.
Doge came in and said, we're going to make people come back to work.
Doge said, don't come in. Rona, you're wrong.
Tulsi Gabbard has been confirmed as Director of National Intelligence.
Trump is willing to forgive and forget on a level we have never seen before. Tulsi and RFK Jr.
Let's see what happens with public health under RFK Jr. We might have to be returning back to the full body suit we were wearing during COVID.
How many COVID shots have you got?
I have no problem with vaccines, unlike RFK Jr.
Pierce, I can't be in the same studio with Roland until he gets his other 8 COVID shots. Too dangerous.
Your little cute little moment is cute, but it doesn't work.
The US is facing a full-blown constitutional crisis. At least that's how critics are framing battles between the Trump administration and the courts, as well as the sweeping influence of unelected advisor Elon Musk. President Trump has responded with a very public show of faith in his billionaire backer, inviting Musk, along with his son X, into the Oval Office to face media questions.
Well, first of all, you couldn't ask for a stronger mandate from the public. The people voted for major government reform, and that's what people are going to get. They're going to get what they voted for.
Well, Musk said his work on radical government cost cutting is fully transparent. And it's true that we know almost everything about it, right down to the online pen name of teenage State Department advisor Big Balls.
Big Balls, baby!
77 million people have elected a president who was explicitly clear about his plan to let Musk loose on the bloated federal budget. As Musk says, what gives the bureaucrats a bigger mandate than that?
If the bureaucracy is in charge, and then what meaning does democracy actually have? If the people cannot vote and have their will be decided by their elected representatives in the form of the president and the Senate and the House, then we don't live in a democracy. We live in a bureaucracy.
Well, President Trump's flood of executive orders has been met with a life raft of legal challenges. Judges have paused or blocked many of them, including the dismantling of USAID, the freeze on federal grants, the end of birthright citizenship, and the relocation of trans women to men's prisons. The president and those in his inner circle say judges are not running the country, and these checks and balances may be checked and balanced. That's at the heart of the crisis, or so we're told.
We are 3 weeks into the second Trump presidency, 3 weeks. And tonight, there are warnings that the U.S. is dangerously close to a constitutional crisis.
What's Elon Musk going to do with Social Security numbers or anything else?
Well, I think there are two issues at play. The constitutional crisis here is that Congress has been subverted.
That is a constitutional crisis. That is a crisis for our democracy. We've got our toes right on the edge of a constitutional crisis here.
What we are witnessing is a constitutional crisis.
To defy court orders brings about a constitutional crisis.
If this is a crisis, it's fair to say America.
I love how the media and these pundits try to merchandise these labels, these narratives. Like, oh, we're on the verge of It's just sad how they try and do it. It's just sad how they try and do it. At first, it starts with pundits, then the media regurgitates it, then it's pushed onto the people, and before you know it, this is what your coworker is bothering you with at lunch hour, telling you that Trump is over here challenging the Constitution. You're like, where did you get this? And then you go on CNN, and that's all they're talking about. And you just do one of these. You're just like, oh my God. This is why I was telling somebody earlier in the chat. They were like, "Oh, you're spewing, you're regurgitating right-wing talking points." I'm like, bro, I do not consume any legacy media, and I barely listen to any of these popular pundits. Like, I get my news, I do my my research, and I find my information independently for the most part.
Didn't know how to handle it. This was President Biden, who many people rudely accuse of putting his unelected wife in charge of the entire country.
Supreme Court blocked me from relieving student debt, but they didn't stop me. So far, I've relieved student debt for nearly 5 million Americans.
And this was AOC urging President Biden to defy what she called an illegitimate court.
I believe that the Biden administration should ignore this ruling. I think that the courts have the legitimacy and they rely on the legitimacy of their rulings and what they are currently doing.
It wasn't a constitutional crisis when they did what they did with Biden, when they pushed him out the way and had Kamala bypass the primaries just to insert her into his spot. Unprecedented. But it wasn't a constitutional crisis. It wasn't a threat to democracy. It wasn't a threat to the democratic process. But now that Trump is getting in here shaking things up, as he said he would, I mean, he's pretty much stuck to plan. He didn't divert. He didn't go off course. He hasn't done anything he said he wouldn't do. Maybe, if I'm being honest and transparent, maybe he surprises with the Hamas-Palestine news. But aside from that, he's been pretty on point with what he said, what he campaigned on. But now he's a threat to the Constitution. A constitutional crisis is what they formed it as, is what they worded it and framed it as. Like, bro. Once you see the process and are able to recognize it, it's a lot easier to decipher what these pundits and what these voices on the news are trying to do. Constitutional, bro, they try and merchandise this shit, repeat it, it gets regurgitated. And again, like I said, before you know it, your neighbor or your coworker is sitting there chewing your ear off over some bullshit they heard from one of these pundits.
Is engaged in an unprecedented and dramatic erosion of the legitimacy of the courts.
So it's the chilling first phase of fascism under Trump and a democratically mandated moral backbone for everybody else. The truth is that effective governing with a Democrat or Republican means navigating the constitutional obstacle course to do what you promised voters you would do. And the Constitution, now in its 237th year, will live to tell the tale. Joining me now, our former RNC chairwoman, Rana McDaniel, Outkick founder Clay Travis, the host of Roland Martin Unfiltered, Roland Martin, and joining us in a few minutes, the former federal prosecutor and author of The Pardon, The Politics of Presidential Mercy, Jeffrey Toobin. Well, welcome to all of you. Let me start with you, Roland Martin, because I've got to say, I watched the press conference from the Oval Office yesterday with Trump and Elon Musk and Musk Jr. And all right, it was very unconventional. We've never seen anything quite like it in the Oval Office. But I tried to put aside what I was thinking as a Brit watching from London to if I was an average Joe American, particularly if I'd voted for Trump and had heard him repeatedly say, the moment we win, I'm going to send in Elon Musk to get stuck into federal bloated overspend. And then you hear them basically outline what they've already discovered and what they're going to keep doing. I'd probably be cheering them on. Were you cheering them on?
Hell no. And also, a lot of those people who will be publicly cheering him on, also whining and crying on TikTok because farmers are saying, "Oh, we can't get our resources." But you also talked about what they outlined. Here's the problem: if you go to DOGE, go to their website, there's nothing on it. So this idea that
whoa, Roland Martin, we not finna just let you get away with that blatant lie. We just were actually on Doge.com. Shout out Hellbat, told us to check it out. And we kind of went over some of the spending, some of the errant spending that is being exposed by Doge in real time. They make their updates on that site. You don't got to wait for news media or a pundit like Roland Martin to cover it, add his bias and spin it. You can go right here, Doge.gov, and see what they're working on see what their uncoverings are in real time. So what the hell is he talking about? This is the type of shit that you'll just go off of face value or take off of face value and just believe and run with. Like, well, you can't even see what Doge is doing. They have nothing on their website. Like, who told you that? Did you check out the website? No, it's common knowledge. Like, it's common knowledge. Like, bro, we got the website right here. Like, no. It's hard to argue with people like that. It's hard to argue with people like that.
Told us what they found, but they presented no evidence of it. So that's just them. And remember, in the same news conference, even Elon said, yeah, he makes stuff up. He gets it wrong, or I don't bet 1,000. So can you fully trust somebody saying I'm transparent when they're actually not transparent?
Wait, he was fully transparent in the fact that he said, I don't bat 1,000. I do my best, but I'm never 100% accurately right. Not only is that transparent, that's pretty goddamn humble. Like, look, I know my goal, I know my initiative, but I ain't all the way perfect. I ain't all the way right. I might miss a couple things. And when he says that they do these uncoverings, but they provide no research, I mean, isn't this the same dose, the same initiative that y'all are giving a hard time? Y'all won't really let into some of the details on the books. Y'all are slowing down their process progress when it comes to looking at the books. So they're telling us this stuff. I mean, yes, as they find it, but it's not like they could just expose other documents and expose other books. I mean, they're having a hard time accessing said documents to my knowledge. So this is just like he's arguing in bad faith, really. He's saying shit that just it's a spacious argument. He's saying shit that isn't necessarily true. Like,
Clay Travis, your response.
I mean, I think America is incredibly fortunate to have the most brilliant capitalist mind, maybe in the history of the world, decide that he wants to try to apply his incredible genius to making American government more efficient. I mean, let's think about what Elon Musk has done. He sends spaceships to space more efficiently and more safely than NASA does, despite NASA having a 70-year some odd head start on him. He has redefined the way that vehicles move, replacing the combustion engine with electric vehicles. I think, has stood up for free speech on a level that has never occurred before. And even though it's not getting very much attention, he has massively increased the profitability of Twitter, now X, while firing many of the employees.
Where they do that?
This is exactly what I voted for. Look, the federal government is bloated. It is inefficient.
And how did they do that? Where do they do that? And how did they do that? You telling me they came in and I think the numbers are somewhere around 40% of the workforce he let go when he came into ownership of X. Let go of 40% of the workforce and they're operating more efficient than ever. One of the most top performing, top downloaded social media apps right now. Like, are you serious? Like, yo, where do they do that at? Not only that, but how did he do it? And oh, wait a second. The man has said himself that's the strategy he plans on using on the government. Cutting costs, cutting labor, and increasing efficiency. Like, bro. I mean, slow clap. Slow clap. A lot of us need to take notes. A lot of y'all are salty. A lot of y'all are mad. But a lot of us should be pulling out the notebook and taking notes. You're giving a master class. Cut labor, cut overhead, and increase the money? Like, bro, like, yo, I ain't gonna lie, as an entrepreneur, I'm impressed. It
is laced with fraud, and it's funded by our taxpayer dollars. If Elon Musk offered to come to my house, and my wife probably wouldn't like it because I think she spends a little bit more than me, but he wanted to go through all of our bills and point out all the money that we're wasting on a month-to-month basis, I wouldn't hate it. I'm not going to turn away from the most brilliant mind in maybe world history when you look at the companies that he's founded and the value that he's unlocked. I'm amazed that he has the time and that he has the willingness. And what is he trying to do, Piers? He's trying to balance the budget. Something that every family in America has to do, something that, ironically enough, every state has to do. And we're now $36 trillion in debt. We pay more in debt interest than we do for national defense, which is one of the signs of a society that is on decline, going all the way back to ancient Rome when you look at history and how money is spent. So we got to get our financial house in order, and anybody that can help, I'm in favor of. I thought it was very transparent. He answered every question. He said he's going to get some things wrong, and he's going to acknowledge when he gets things wrong. I actually think that's a strength. I get things wrong. You do. Everybody does in their daily life.
I mean, it's only human. Like, again, like, I kind of respect the transparency there and saying, like, look, I don't bat 1,000. Like, it was humble. As a leader, you like your leader to say that. Like, I mean, don't get me wrong. We all like a confident leader, but a part of confidence is being pragmatic. Like, look, sometimes we all drop the ball. It's only human. I know what I'm doing here, but shit, I'm only human. But understand my initiative is just, and I'm going to carry this shit out.
Acknowledge.
Beyond respectable. Admirable, really. I mean, shit. Richest man in the world, by the way. Richest man in the world sitting here and letting us know, like, shit, I make mistakes too. Like, bro. A lot of y'all need to shut the hell up. I honestly be weak at some of y'all criticism when it comes to Elon. Like, y'all know he knows what he's doing with money, right? Like, who are you to tell this man he's wrong about what he's doing with money?
When you screw
like, bro,
up isn't in some way a sign of weakness. I think it's a sign of strength. I thought everything was great about the Oval Office press availability yesterday evening.
Okay, before I go to Rana, Roland, you were putting all sorts of extraordinary faces there, but what specifically did you disagree with? Because again, listening to Clay's analysis of it, what is there to actually find issue with? Piers Morgan Uncensored is now.
No, I mean that is hilarious though. Like, come on. Like, sometimes we got to realize when we're out of our wheelhouse. Y'all don't hear me sitting up here talking about, well, Elon is doing this wrong, Elon is doing that wrong. Even somebody who has a deep understanding of economics, you just have to understand when there's a big dog talking, sometimes you got to pipe down. Like, who knows more about, bro? Y'all even seen Trump low-key give the stage in Florida Elon when he was talking about this shit. He didn't interject. He didn't say, hold on, let me get my 2 cents in. Elon's talking money, Elon's talking efficiency. I'm gonna let him have the floor.
I mean, bro made it what, $500 billion
of
being efficient. Of being efficient, remember that.
You gotta let that man cook. It's like, bro, like on some real shit.
Like, instead of criticizing, everybody should have been taking notes. I'm just so surprised. I know I was
crazy, bro. That's what I said. He was there teaching a master class, cut overhead, cut labor, and increase the money.
Man, sounds like managerial accounting class all over again.
Bro, like I said, as entrepreneurs, I'm damn near like, oh my God, where's my notepad?
Man.
Proudly independent. If you like the show, we ask only one thing: subscribe with an
bro. That was great. The first
one. Now on with the show.
No, it sounds great, but first of all, there are things that are factually important. He didn't found Tesla. He didn't found SpaceX. So Clay's wrong there. 2, when you talk about going through bloated government, if you're going to talk about a bloated bureaucracy, the department where we spend the most money, Pentagon. You've had previous reports that the Pentagon has upwards of 125 billion in waste. If you want to go after the place where there's the most waste, that's where you start. But they're not starting there. Also, you have to factor in contracts as well. How many Elon Musk companies were under investigation by federal agencies about practices such as SpaceX? Where are those investigations gone? So if you want to talk about transparency, shouldn't Elon?
I would say this. Obviously, he passed them because, well, he didn't get fined. Or trust me, y'all be posting all of his fines he got from, I don't know, overwork or maybe some violations from OSHA. Who knows? I'm pretty sure y'all have got to it by then. So whatever investigation was happening, obviously it was settled.
And his companies be held to the same standard as everyone else? It doesn't appear that's the case.
Okay, Rana, you've been listening to this. Look, those are the two positions. Where do you sit?
I agree with Clay. And I think the American people right now are waking up saying, I had no idea that USAID had 10,000 employees, that the Department of Education had 4,000, that EPA has 14,000. What are they doing? I don't think people are waking up.
Like, is the man perfect? No. Is the man without flaw? Hell no. But is his initiative just? Is it an inherent positive, a net positive?
Yeah.
Hell yeah. Hell, motherfucker, yeah.
I mean, bro, here's the thing, though. Liberals love to judge you outside of the main mission.
Bro.
Like, bro, look how they did Pete Hegseth. Man, literally had to remind him, like, y'all know I'm running for, like, the defense secretary, right? Not general. Not pastor, not priest, not deacon,
And
but
they bringing up this man's personal life.
Yeah, but defense secretary, right?
Over here trying to judge him with the moral compass. Like, what the hell are we talking about? Politics or my personal life?
Oh, man.
Up saying, oh, my world has changed now that 10,000 people aren't going to work at USAID. We have a bloated government. We have waste in our government. And it's finally time for people to look at these bureaucracies and audit them. And you know what? Every household in America, like Clay said, is doing the same thing. It is expensive right now. Eggs are expensive. The cost of gas is going up. Insurance is sky high. Every family is going in and saying, how do I change my budget? How do I afford what's going on? And why shouldn't our government be doing the exact same thing? And it's nice to see accountability and have somebody like Elon Musk from outside the government go in and find efficiencies that we need.
Okay, we've been joined by Jeffrey Toobin. Jeffrey, great to have you back on Uncensored. I just want to play you a clip. This is Robert Wright, the former Secretary of Labor under Bill Clinton. Actually, he wrote this. I'm sorry, I'm going to read this to you first. He said, I want to share with you some thoughts about the third hellish week of Trump 2. As of Friday, Trump has signed more than 50 executive orders covering every aspect of American life and much foreign policy. It's not just that this number of executive orders is unprecedented in modern American politics. Many are unlawful, unconstitutional, or both. In the age of monarchs, kings issued decrees. The czars of imperial Russia proclaimed ukases. The dictators of the 20th century made diktats. Trump issues executive orders. Just taking what he said there, Robert Wright, what is the legality, in simple terms, of all these executive orders? Are they, from what you're seeing, are any of them unlawful, unconstitutional, or both?
Well, there are, I believe, over 50 lawsuits challenging the various aspects of it. And just to talk about Elon Musk, I think it's great that Elon Musk wants to help make the government more efficient. But I think as he does it, he has to follow the law, and that's what the controversy is about. He's a very successful businessman, and it's great that he wants to help. But there are laws about who has access to people's personal data. And he doesn't get to violate it just because he's a successful businessman. The thing that I find most troubling about the executive orders is that we have a system in the United States where the Congress controls the power of the purse. The Congress decides how much money is spent and how it is spent, at least in which department. And whether the president is taking unilateral action.
And I'm going to stick to this argument, though. It's like, look, I get it. Yeah, I can make the argument. I mean, you're right. The Congress controls the purse, but why don't people in Congress know what's going on if they control it? Like, that's the problem. And then there was stuff that already came out exposing USAID for being able to send out payments without approval from anybody. So, yes, we understand that Congress is supposed to control this. I wish we could leave it up to Congress, but Congress has shown that, they don't even know what's going on them damn selves. And those who do know what's going on, I mean, they're talking about a constitutional crisis. I mean, the only constitutional crisis I see is, bro, this is the mandate of the people. This government is supposed to be for the people, by the people. This is what the people want, and y'all going against that? That sounds like a constitutional crisis, but all right then. But okay.
To overrule the Congress in contravention of what the Constitution says, I think is very troubling. And that's one of the issues that's before the courts. I also think, the effort to overturn birthright citizenship is contrary to the very words of the 14th Amendment. So, it is certainly an admirable goal to make the government more efficient. And the president was elected, and he certainly has an agenda that he wants to implement, but he has to do that within the law, and that's what's now before the courts.
J.D. Vance.
Jeffrey,
sorry, brother.
Did the Supreme Court rule on line item veto? Did they rule on that, Jeffrey? The president does not have an authority.
They rejected the line item veto. Yes, that was ruled unconstitutional. But that was a very specific case that may or may not apply to what Musk is doing.
Right.
And I think for all the talk of transparency, there have been very few details. There have been a lot of anecdotes, many of which have turned out to be false, like the 50, like the condoms in Gaza. It would be a lot better if there was specific examples of what waste that was found, much less fraud.
I mean, I thought, Jeffrey, watching yesterday, Elon did begin to rattle off a load of things, which certainly, if they were as he said them, and he made the point about the Gaza thing, he just got that wrong. He said, "I'm going to make mistakes." I thought that was refreshingly honest, actually, to hear anyone in the political sphere say that. But actually, he'd also, he made a series of specific things, which just on the face of it sounded to me, if I was an American listening to that, what a waste of money. So, I mean, it could be that all the things you've just said are correct, but it could also be that they challenge the challenges against this, that it turns out to be legal, and they are slashing a lot of overspend, couldn't it?
Well, maybe yes and maybe no, but rattling off facts at a news conference, and if you listen to President Trump at that news conference, he said, "Well, it's hundreds of millions of dollars. It's actually billions. It may be $1 trillion." I mean, when you're talking about those sorts of things, and you're talking about people's lives, I mean, it's very easy to trash USAID. You know what USAID does is it keeps people from starving. And they're, at the border between at the Thai border,
And shout out Cultural Leotard. Hey, what's up, sis? USA was started by JFK executive order, not Congress purse. Setting a budget is not the same as checking the P&L statement. I mean, that's what I'm saying. There's nothing it's not the same. It's kind of crazy. It was almost like the example I made on stream. It's like, yo, I can look at somebody's bank records and let's be real. As long as I'm not sending money and all that good stuff, we're good. If I get permission to look at their bank records, as long as I don't send money out, who are you to say that, oh, you're violating them? Oh, you're stealing from them. How am I stealing? How am I controlling their bank account? Like, can you think about it? Just because you're able to look at their transactions, they're going to say, oh, you're controlling their bank account. I'm like, how? Please tell me how me looking at something means I'm controlling it.
Maybe the richest country in the world should do its part to keep people from starving. And yes, they have a few thousand employees, and maybe that's a good thing. So Congress thought it was a good thing. That's why they created the USAID. So, I mean, I think
point, though?
If you're going to talk about, please.
We can still give aid without having USAID. You can still give aid. We are still going to give aid as a country. You don't need a giant bureaucracy. We did the Marshall Plan without a USAID. So to say that because of this department, now we can't give humanitarian aid is ridiculous. I mean, we don't need these bloated bureaucracies. And don't you think it's good, Jeffrey, to go in and say, let's make sure we are having efficiencies? Marco Rubio said it right. He said, we can't say that we can be apolitical in our giving. Why should we be giving to countries that don't agree with democracy, that don't love America? Do half of these countries even know that this aid is coming from America? I think these are fair questions to ask. And I think the American people deserve those answers.
Well, also, I would say, Jeffrey, I mean, it wasn't the example you gave. If you're helping starving people, fine. That's something that many people might think, fair enough. America, big, powerful country, of course it can. It's when you get into the weeds of some of these grants they were making, $7.9 million to teach Sri Lankan journalists how to avoid binary gendered language. I mean, if I was, again, American listening to that, I'd be going nuts, saying, what? I can't afford my eggs.
Yes,
I can't afford my eggs because we're sending millions of dollars to teach Sri Lankan journalists how to be woke.
Put a pin in that and see if that's really what the $7.9 million was. There have been so many distortions, not just the condoms in Gaza. That
Hold on now. You can't say there's been so many distortions when, all right, cool. Condoms in Gaza. Now, because the liberals were being literal, and we looked it up ourselves. We looked it up on U.S. spending. $45 million was sent to Gaza for reproduction and, reproduction care, right? So, it does not mean that, yes, we literally sent $50 million for condoms. No. But you're not going to sit here and act like, oh, well, just because because y'all weren't exactly right about the condoms, that means everything else we say is wrong. I'm like, oh, he's saying, oh, well, no, put a pin in that and let's look into it. You know what? I actually like that idea. No, I'm going to give him that one. I'm going to give y'all that one. Yeah, put a pin in it and let's look into it a little bit more. But don't go out here saying that, oh, well, just because the condom in Gaza was wrong, we should just say everything else is. I'm like, yeah, no. Nah, not at all. Not at all.
This is why it helps to actually.
Because here's the thing, it's so funny, and this is going to prove my point. We listed a whole lot more shit than just condoms in Gaza. Can you imagine that? We listed a whole lot more like expenses than condoms in Gaza. There was a whole lot more. Isn't it funny how the only thing that they try to prove wrong was the one that they could? I mean, think about it like this. They could have proved each and every one of those things wrong if they really wanted to, but they can't. So, I mean, out of all the claims about Iran and spreading atheism and all this other wild stuff and transgender ideology, I mean, can you prove that wrong as well? Just as quick as y'all proved the Gaza one. And why haven't y'all? I mean, why didn't y'all release it all in one go?
Actually write things down and distribute them so people can actually see whether what people are saying is true. It's good that Elon Musk had a press conference.
On the Doge website? You mean like on the Doge website?
There's nothing.
Blank.
Put it on the Doge website. Exactly. It's
Put
not
it on.
there.
Let us see it.
Okay, let me bring in Clay.
Here's the problem, Piers.
Hang on, Roland. Hang on. I'll bring you back in a sec. I see Clay beginning
No problem.
Clay is simmering like a volcano, ready to erupt. So erupt away, Clay.
Yeah. First of all, the Supreme Court's going to tell us what is legal and what is not eventually. Whatever 5 justices of the Supreme Court say, that is the boilerplate. Everything comes down to this. And what I would say is all of the people filing lawsuits should be careful. It wasn't very long ago that a lot of the so-called left-wing legal experts were saying, remember, hey, Colorado can take Donald Trump off the ballot because he has been involved in an insurrection they were trying to apply a Confederate era Civil War statute to the modern day. And the Supreme Court said 9-0, no, they can't. I'm old enough to remember, guys, when Donald Trump asserted executive privilege related to Jan 6th. Most of the so-called legal left-wing experts said this is a crazy idea. What do we get? A Supreme Court ruling that actually expands the bounds of the executive presidential powers. So a lot of these actions, to me, seem to be fairly grounded in presidential powers as they pertain to the executive branch and the authority vested therein. Now, Jeffrey pointed out, and I think it's going to be an interesting case when it eventually gets to the Supreme Court, how they analyze birthright citizenship. As a history nerd, I am utterly fascinated by the entire era surrounding that, because do you know why birthright citizenship, that is birthright citizenship by soil, not by blood, which is far more common worldwide, actually exists? Colonialism. Because when we were colonies and when much of Latin America were colonies, I haven't heard this talked about much, Piers, the reason why you got birthright citizenship on that soil was not to be a citizen of the United States. Remember, we weren't a country yet. We were all colonies all over North and South America. It was so your kids could go back to Portugal or go back to England or go back to France and still be considered citizens of those countries because they were far more powerful, and they didn't want their people being shipped over and basically having to be leaving behind their own citizenship. Now, as it pertains to money being spent, I think this is really significant. We can't be loaning money to other countries to try to make them better when we're doing so at 5 and 6% interest on a $36 trillion debt. What astounds me here is Elon Musk voted for Joe Biden in 2020. He voted against Trump in 2016. This is not some right-wing ideologue going through the federal government slashing like crazy. Whether it's men in women's sports, which thankfully has been struck down, or waste and fraud in government, which is what Doge is focused on, it seems to me that the Democrat Party, time after time, Piers, is narrowing their window of who would they actually represent. They're taking the side of the 20 or 25% of the American public and leaving Trump with full field to go after 75 or 80% of common sense Americans. This to me doesn't feel Democrat, Republican, or independent. It feels common sense. And by and large, it feels to me like the agenda of Trump 2.0 is actually just good old fashioned American common sense. And it's why he is setting all-time records so far in approval, because the majority, even the vast majority of the American public, agrees with most of what he's done so far.
Yeah, you make some really interesting points. I mean, Roland, you could laugh, but the Democrats seem to me.
No, I mean, he's not wrong though. It's like, yo, we are in agreement. Here's the thing: is like, all right, even the Democrats are agreeing that okay, yeah, this needs to be looked into, but we just don't like the way you're doing it. And I'm just like, well, then you'd have to ask them. I got to ask the Democrats. So how would you want it done? Because, like I said, the way y'all wanted it done was never initiated. It didn't look like it was going to get initiated anytime soon without Trump. But yeah,
but
I ain't gonna lie. Even y'all admit that we need the oversight. It does need to be looked into. There is most likely waste. I mean, y'all hinge on the Defense Department, which is damn. Y'all ain't gonna lie. Y'all ain't lying about that. But still, though.
Democrats seem to me to be completely at sea right now. They are rudderless at sea. They don't know where they want to go or how they want to get there or who's going to lead them. And by contrast, Trump seems much more confident in being president. He's got one of the smartest brains in America, whatever you think of him. Musk clearly is that, at his side. He's got an incredible mandate from the public. He had more people from almost every demographic group you could think of vote for him this time round than ever before. And like I say, the Democrats seem to have no real response to this other than to just say anti-Trump stuff. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, if I'm missing something, but that's my take on it.
Yeah, you're missing the incredible mandate, 1.6%. It's not a credible mandate.
They won the White House, the House of Representatives.
And guys, we are 46 super chats away from opening the calling line and running conspiracy hour, bro. We got a good one for y'all. If y'all's in the Discord, y'all know what I'm talking about. We really about to get into this USA debate now. But if not, double tap that screen and like the video. I appreciate the support. Hit those 3 dots up there in the corner.
No. Okay, but that's not incredible.
They won the Electoral College and won the popular vote.
Pierce.
I'm just saying. I mean, Roland, let's be clear. They won absolutely everything there is to win.
Pierce. I'm aware of that. Let's also be clear. Biden had a larger margin over Trump. Was it called incredible mandate? No. Here's the fact. It is a fact. Republicans control House, Senate, White House. That's a fact. Okay. When you talk about what is the impact on policies, to the point that Jeffrey was laying out, when you talk about spending those things that happen. Right now, you've got folks in these red states who are, oh my God, what's going on? Rural health centers. When you freeze the funds, what has happened with those federal health centers? When you start talking about farmers who are now, wait a minute, what's going on?
Fear mongering. One, Trump already came out and said that, yo, we didn't freeze any of those. It's like we let those go through. We're talking about like the spending, not the aid, bro. We're talking about the aid that we send outside, okay? And then we're talking about also the bureaucratic stuff. But we're starting with U.S. aid, and y'all making U.S. aid sound like, bro, we're over here stopping the benefits we give to ourselves. Trump already came out and said that's not happening. But once again, the Democrats are going to fearmonger on it.
Bruh. What about my soybeans? What about the money what about the $1 billion that USAID was actually buying products from American farmers? And so all these things are going to happen. But when we talk about what's also factual, again, I can't necessarily believe Elon Musk when he says things that are blatantly lies. He posts these things on Twitter as well. So this is very simple. If the things that they claim money is being spent on, this is very simple. Put it out there. I don't want to just hear you say it. I want to see the actual evidence. And here's the deal. We'll wait and see. But I also I cannot wait to see if he has the same interest in the massive spending waste that we see in the Pentagon, where the Pentagon budget.
That was, what's so ironic about that?
Bruh.
That's what he was doing too. I mean, like, bro, look, he's going in order of USAID, Department of Education, Pentagon. Yes. Everybody's getting an audit. Yes. Okay. There's not like Elon's cutting no breaks for nobody. Everybody understand that there's waste going on everywhere, especially the Pentagon. Bro, these people come up with billions of dollars missing. You don't think we're about ready to find out what they're really doing with it? And at that point, I'm a little scared because I'm thinking about, black budget stuff. I think if we honestly try to like investigate the Pentagon, that they might give us the most pushback. And I think that's when we're really going to sit there just like, oh, okay, I see how it is now.
budget is approaching $1 trillion. So please, by all means, identify it. But the other thing is, excuse me.
This is important. Roland's mentioned this twice.
Excuse me.
The Defense Department has asked for Elon Musk to come in, and Trump has said that they want to do it. So you mentioned this twice. They are going to look at the defense budget, which has failed to pass basic accounting for the entire Biden administration and the past 7 years.
And here's the deal. Clay, you can finish your point after I make my point. And what I'm saying is this here. When you look at spending, when you look at what Congress has approved, what I also want to know is, when will Republicans also take responsibility for that? When you talk about, you keep mentioning 36 trillion, how much of that 8 trillion was added by Trump the last time? So if you want to talk about the debt, you have to say who contributes to that based upon their actions. And that is absolutely bipartisan, Democrat and Republican.
Okay, I mean, look, Clay's made the point, and he's right, that they've all said, Elon, Trump, Pete Hegseth, that they're going to go into the Pentagon spending.
What the hell does Roland be talking about sometimes, bro? He be talking in circles, in freaking circles, bro. I'd be like, dog, what was you trying to get around to? Because it just sounded like a whole lot of fear mongering to me.
And they're going to go, and they're going to go through that, and I'm sure they will. They're going to go through every department, it seems to me. Rana, let me ask you this. I mean, I think that Roland made a good point there. It's one thing to say you're being really transparent, and that's certainly what Elon Musk kept saying yesterday. But if the Doge website doesn't have the specific information which shows that transparency, how does the American public see the transparency? I mean, how are they going to get this? Because I think that's an important part of this. I think if they see it in real time as it's unraveling, great. If they don't see it, why should they believe that it's all being transparent?
Well, part of that starts with a press conference that we had yesterday from the Oval Office with open questions and press being able to ask those questions, things we were not seeing under President Biden. President Biden wouldn't even have
but Elon Musk kept saying, I'm being completely transparent every step of the way. But as Roland pointed out, if you go to the Doge website, there's nothing there.
I agree with you, Pierce, and I agree with Roland. It's an amazing thing. I do think we have to lay out what the savings are and show what they're finding. I think that is important as they're finding fraud and waste and abuse. It's important that that's brought to the American public. I think that's going to happen. We are 3 weeks in. I know it feels like longer because President Trump's getting so much done, but I do think that's important as they go forward, that they TikTok. Here are the things that are happening. Here are the things that we found. We saw day one, Doge came in and said, we're going to make people come back to work. The waste of people just staying at home, the amount of the workforce that was not going to work 7 days a week. That's good for our country. We're going to see more and more of that as this goes forward.
Okay, Jeffrey, JD
I'm sorry, wait a minute. Doge told people don't come in. Doge said don't come in. Then they offered.
Doge said don't come in while we go ahead and conduct this audit. Because, bro, how does that not make sense to y'all? First off, yes, they told him, yo, all government employees who are at the house now got to come in. So, yes, that included the USA guys. Yes. And yes, they had to lock them out so they can conduct their investigation, because you never know. I mean, you never know. Somebody might go in there and try to, finagle something, try to mix some things up. So you got to lock them out and make sure we got that integrity. Like, so, yeah, I don't know how does that not make sense? And why are y'all like showing this video where they're trying to go in and like, we're locked out. I'm like, good. Once things are in order, you get let back in. Like, stop acting like freaking children.
These fake buyouts that Congress has not appropriated any money for. What are you talking about?
The government workers that are necessary, they are saying you're going to have to show up to work 7 days a week like everybody else in real America is doing. I mean, why do you have an entire federal workforce working remote? It's just not feasible.
Hold on. I understand that, but Doge said don't come to work. Doge said don't come to work. Then they offered buyouts that Congress has not authorized. You have there's nowhere. No. You didn't hear what I just said. That Congress has not authorized buyouts. How can Doge offer buyouts to federal workers that has not been appropriated by Congress? How?
Just like businesses do it. They go to their employees
No,
and they
you
say,
can't.
you know what,
No.
we're going to buy you out because we're going to have layoffs. And
No,
here's
Rona.
a buyout option.
No,
and they're
Rona, you're
giving them that
wrong.
option
No, Rona.
because they're trying to help those people have a severance
No,
of 8 months,
Rona.
which is very generous. And it's going to be seen in the courts. We're going to see this in the courts. It's
Rona,
gonna
you're
play out.
wrong. When there were buyouts under President Bill Clinton, Congress passed a law authorizing the $25,000 buyout. You cannot just make, I'm
Roland,
Elon
you
Musk, the
are
current
wrong.
president.
In the private
I'm gonna make it up.
sector, in the private sector,
This is
companies
not
go
the
to employees
private
all the
sector,
time and
Rona.
offer buyouts and then say, if you don't take this buyout, you have a potential of being laid off. That's how the
Okay.
private sector works.
Rona,
and people are
the
saying the
United
government
States
should
co-
work like the private sector.
Rona, the United States Constitution explicitly states that anything as relates to money starts in the House of Representatives. It does not state that the executive branch can actually spend money.
And that's not the argument. They're not spending money. They're looking at it. Like, y'all missing the argument. Like, bro, what is wrong with y'all trying to create dysfunction, acting like, bro, there's really a constitutional crisis. They're not spending the money. They're not doing anything but looking at it. You're pretty much telling them that they can't look at it. It's like, I understand he can't spend it. I get it. Executive power, you cannot spend the money. Understood. We got that. But you're telling me he can't look at it? Nah, I think you're wrong on that.
It's not the executive branch can't do
well,
that.
Especially since he's using 2 Treasury employees to do so.
Okay, that brings me.
We'll
Okay, hang on. Roland, hang on. That brings me exactly to the point I wanted to bring to Jeffrey, because JD Vance posted this: if a judge tried to tell a general how to conduct a military operation, that would be illegal. If a judge tried to command the attorney general in how to use her discretion as a prosecutor, that's also illegal. Judges aren't allowed to control the executive's legitimate power. Is he right about that?
Well, he is right, except everything turns on the use of the words legitimate, and it is the judges, it is our judicial system that decides what's legitimate, not the executive branch. So it is true that if a court was,
and this is where things get kind of scary, right? Things get scary because I'm like, yo, did we lose control of our Congress? Because okay. I get it. So what if we catch this? And what if everything Elon's saying is true, exit out the Gaza stuff, right? What if they're saying everything is true and they still vote to keep it? And they still vote for it. I disagree, you disagree. I'm pretty sure most liberals would disagree that spending money on that ridiculous crap is we shouldn't be doing that. Then what? Like, what if they just say, yeah, I know y'all caught us up, but we're Congress, we're just not going. That'd be pretty wild. Then what? Like, dang, is the people a slave to our Congress?
Was asked, can a general be told how to direct troops in a battle? Of course, the court would say no. That is not something discretion you can take away from the military. But that's not what's going on here. I mean, what's going on here is budget cutting and changes in government programs. And in our system, going back to 1803, in the case of Marbury versus Madison, it is the judiciary, not the executive branch and not Congress, that decides ultimately what the law is. So, I mean, what was troubling about that J.D. Vance argument was that it suggested, and he didn't say it quite outright, that the executive could tell the courts what was constitutional. In our system, ultimately, it's the courts that decide what's unconstitutional and what's constitutional. And I hope that this administration continues to honor that basic bedrock of our system.
Clay, you want to jump in?
And
I saw Clay, one of the jump in.
I mean, I think 2 points. Yeah, 2 points, big picture. One, what really is being discussed here is where are the lines when it comes to separation of powers?
Right.
And if you look at the Supreme Court's decision when it came to presidential powers, that came down, might I mention, only because of the Jack Smith charges. It actually emboldened the executive, that is the president, whether it's a Democrat or a Republican, to have more presidential authority than many so-called legal experts would have thought before that ruling. What I would say here is all of these cases that are being brought, to the extent that they ever reach the Supreme Court has been saying the authority of the president is expansive. And this is significant because it isn't just a Republican president. This would also apply for Democrat presidents. And I'll point out, Barack Obama was one of the most expansionist with his executive authority of any president out there. He pushed the bounds of presidential power. Every president has done that to some extent. Second part, and I think this is so important, look at what Democrats have been forced into here, Piers. They now are arguing basically the federal government and its 2 million employees need to be protected. They are essentially arguing there is not very much fraud. There is not very much waste. This is something, take it outside of the political chattering heads. What do you think the average guy in Mississippi thinks about this? The average gal in Pennsylvania, the average person in Idaho. Do you think they're sitting around saying, you know what I think of when I think of efficiency and competence?
And yeah, you know what's crazy? And this is where I ain't gonna lie. Y'all liberals be sounding like spoiled ass kids, because y'all be trying to say, oh, well, it's just a little bit of money. It's less than 0.001%. It's less than 1%. And I'm just like, you know, less than 1% of our, well, $6 trillion or so budget is millions upon millions of dollars that can change a lot of people's lives. That can help a lot of people out, but we're sending it outside the country. So when we talk about efficiency in our government, yeah, this is what we're talking about. So even if y'all want to make the argument that, oh, it's just 1%, I mean, that's a terrible argument. And you're kind of looking at millions of dollars, just like, I don't know, you're looking at $1 million like it's $50 in a way. It's like, oh, well, you know, it's small money because it's such a small percentage. I'm like, hold on. You know, this small percentage could change millions of lives.
And hard work. I think of the 2 million federal employees out there that my taxpayers are paying for. And let me point this out on Roland's suggestion. Again, the nuance here is important. What they offered was voluntary buyouts, meaning you work and get paid through September and you voluntarily leave. I don't know how many people out there are watching us right now for this clip, Piers, but let me just address all of them. How many of you right now, if your employer came to you and said, I'm going to pay you through the end of September, but you get to then get all that money and then you get to leave and go find a new job? Hardly anybody took that offer. Most people in America, I think, would take that offer if they have great ambition, if they have great skill, if they have a desire to go out and find something better. All these federal employees are sucking on the teat of the American taxpayer, and they think they got a good gig or they would have bailed on that offer. I happen to think, and I tweeted it early today, I wish Trump would just come out and fire half of all federal workers, take it to the court, see whether or not he could do it. I think the American public would see no decline.
He said, you know, bro, we should just F around and find out. Like, stop going off of what these people in Congress say and start going off what the people say. I mean, like I said, this government is supposed to be for the people, by the people. But it's crazy how our government is acting like it's for the bureaucrat, by the bureaucrat.
In the overall quality of our government. In fact, I think the half that stayed probably are doing the work of the other half. I think there's a lot of people not doing much at all, and that's why they want to keep these secure jobs that pay them really well. Private sector's not like this. Again, I think this is a 25% support issue.
All right, Jeffrey's head is about to explode, Jeffrey.
Well, I spent a significant chunk of my life as a federal employee. I was a federal prosecutor, and I worked with a lot of federal employees. And these are some of the finest, most upstanding, most hardworking people I have ever worked with in the public or private sector. And that goes through the federal government. whether it's people who are trying to protect the safety of toys or the safety of food and meat, whether people who are defending our country in the military. You know, it's very easy to, you know, recite the words fraud and, fraud and waste. And I'm especially, frankly, disturbed by the use of the word fraud. Waste, okay, you know, maybe they spend too much money on things, but fraud is a crime. And the idea that there is widespread crime among federal employees is something that is not
Jeffrey,
supported by any evidence that I've ever seen.
As you know.
Well, yeah, but fraud is still intentional
I'm not saying these people should be
wrongdoing,
prosecuted. I'm just saying fire half of them.
But can I just say one other thing
I
that's
you know,
very
you'd
important
miss
that
them.
President Trump said yesterday is that he would abide by the courts. He did say that. He said, I will abide by the courts.
He did
and I
say
will
that,
use
and
the
that
appeal
was
process. I think that's
Well,
really
let's play
important
that
to put
clip.
that
I was
forward.
about to play that
and
clip.
ask the Democrats.
Yeah, I want to
are
play
they
that
gonna
clip. I
abide by
think that's
the
a very
courts?
important point. Let's play that clip because he did say that. Let's take a look.
If a judge does block one of your policies, part of your agenda, will you abide by that ruling? Will you comply?
Well, I always abide by the courts, and then I'll have to appeal it. But then what he's done is he slowed down.
I'm a weak. He said, I'm going to abide by the course, but best believe I'm coming back fighting. It's like, all right, y'all told me no, but guess what? I'm going to get my yes.
The momentum. And it gives crooked people more time to cover up the books.
Yes, it does.
You know, if a person's crooked and they get caught, other people see that, and all of a sudden it becomes harder later on. So, yeah, the answer is I always abide by the courts, always abide by them, and will appeal.
No, see, that's significant. I think that Trump said that on the record.
I thought that was I thought that was really excellent what the president said.
Yeah, I think, and he should be.
And guys, we got 300 plus of y'all in here, man. Do me a favor and double tap the screen and like the video, or hit the 3 dots up there in the corner. And remember, you can always super chat in any question, comment, or joke. $2 and up. We'll go ahead and read it out loud and post it at the top of the chat. Appreciate the support, guys. Let's keep it going.
Roddy, before I get your reaction, I think by contrast, I want to replay the clip of Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez when she talked about a Texas court ruling over suspending an abortion drug. Let's take a listen.
I believe that the Biden administration should ignore this ruling. I think that the courts have the legitimacy and they rely on the legitimacy of their rulings. And what they are currently doing is engaged in an unprecedented and dramatic erosion of the legitimacy of the courts. It is the justices themselves, through the deeply partisan and unfounded nature of these rulings, that are undermining their own enforcement.
Now, it's funny, Roland, because it seems to me that there might be a constitutional crisis, as people like AOC have been telling us, but it might be because of people like her, because she's the one on the record saying that presidents should not listen to what judges tell them, whereas the current president of the United States is saying, I will absolutely abide by what the judges say. So maybe there is a crisis, but it's actually because of people like AOC.
Well, she's a member of Congress. She sounds just like Darrell Issa and Senator Tom Cotton, who said the exact same thing because they disagree. Also, Elon Musk called.
And shout out Steph. She says, Spoolie, don't be attacking the host. I saw that, sir. I know, right? I know, but you know. But Spoolie, bro, just go look in, bro. I'm giving you free reign, okay? Go in there, look up what Elon said that we're misspending on, and prove them wrong. I mean, look, bro, our officials failed to do so. The media failed to do so. So make it upon yourself. Take it upon yourself, my friend, to go out there and make that discovery while I do my show. But make sure before you go to like the video.
On the Rhode Island judge to be impeached because of what he did. Plus, he doxed the judge's daughter. So I guess these things apply differently when it comes to conservatives.
Well, hang on. Was AOC right to say what she said? Well, hang on, Roland, hang on. No, specifically. No,
Piers.
You will not.
Piers.
Roland, I'm asking you a question.
I am very consistent. I'm answering your question. I'm very consistent.
Was she right?
If a federal judge issues a ruling, then you are to abide by the ruling. Then if there's an injunction, if a higher court then sets that ruling aside, you abide by the law. What I'm saying is what we have right now, as we speak right now, we have multiple members of the Republican Party who are articulating that These judges should be impeached. They should not be followed. No one judge can't stop a president. Judges have rulings. And what I'm saying is you are to abide by the law. And what I'm saying is I'm laughing that the so-called party of law and order is just somehow forgetting the law part. The law is very
So
clear.
was AOC, was she right or wrong?
I'm not
Was
done.
AOC
I'm not
wrong?
done. When the law.
I mean, here's the thing, though. Can we wait till the law speaks?
Nope.
Like, dang, like the Democrats. Can we wait till the law speaks? Just like let the Supreme Court get to it. Let the judges decide on it because y'all going off the rails on this. I mean, y'all trying to prove so hard that it's a constitutional crisis when really it kind of sounds like y'all just protecting yourselves from it being exposed. Who knows? I'm not gonna make those assertions, but I just step aside. Look, if you ain't got nothing to hide, just step aside.
Law is clear. When it comes to a president firing inspectors general, you are to give Congress 30 days notice and a real explanation. Has he done that? No. He's fired 19 inspectors general. He has violated the law. You can't defend violating the law. Now, what has happened? They've had to now sue because he's now violating the law. And so this is very simple. Either you operate within the rule of law or you don't.
Okay.
But let's not sit here and play games.
All right, Roland,
and
I agree.
somehow,
Roland, I agree. But then just to be clear, AOC was wrong, right?
You cannot just ignore a judicial order.
Thank you.
You can't.
Okay, great. Straight answer. I
Period.
appreciate that. Look, as we're
So
talking,
please tell the Republican senators and congressmen
I will.
who are saying the exact same thing she
it
said
should
today.
apply to all of them. And to be fair to you, you've answered the question. We've just got some breaking news. I've got some breaking news for all of you. Look, I've got some breaking news for you. Look, Tulsi Gabbard has been confirmed as Director of National Intelligence. Clay, let me get your reaction to that.
Putin is happy.
And look, thank you, Coach. I'm thinking the same thing. It's like, damn. It's like, bro, are y'all acting like y'all already know what the judges are gonna say? Like, bro, like, are y'all the Supreme Court judges? Like, man, are y'all them in disguise or something? Please take off the mask and show me.
I think this is an example of Trump having put together the biggest tent when it comes to his cabinet, probably of the modern era, certainly of the 21st century. Just follow me along here. I mentioned earlier, you got Elon Musk as a special master deputy, whatever you want to call him, his official title is. He voted for Joe Biden in 2020. Tulsi Gabbard just got confirmed DNI director. She was actually running against Donald Trump in 2020 on the Democrat side of the equation. Remember, she memorably delivered a knockout punch, it felt like, to Kamala Harris's disaster of a 2020 presidential campaign. You're going to have in short order RFK Jr., who was one of the most famous Democrats in the country for about 73 and a half of his 74 years. Trump has as his vice president a guy who compared him to Hitler. Look, one of the things that I think Trump doesn't get enough credit for is, you guys all know this, politicians tend to have the longest memory when it comes to grudges on the planet. Trump is willing to forgive and forget on a level we have never seen before. Tulsi and RFK Jr. Are going to get confirmed almost entirely by Republican Senate votes. Yet it was only a decade ago that the Democrats were saying, hey, maybe Barack Obama should put RFK Jr. in his cabinet so that there's a little bit more star power there. I give credit to Trump. All of his nominees, with the exception of Gaetz, who never got to a confirmation hearing, are going to be confirmed, which is far better than the record for most presidents when it comes to their nominees. I think it speaks to the discipline inside of this White House and the broad tent of having people who voted against Trump that Trump has now brought into his cabinet and into his administration.
Yeah, I mean,
I think that speaks well for him representing a broad swath of Americans.
Yeah, I mean, Roland, it's hard to disagree. Most of these people were at one stage with you, and you drove them away, mainly, I think, because of the ludicrous woke stuff.
Actually, they weren't on stage with me. And what about ludicrous? You also have, let's be clear, nobody was saying, hey, President Obama, put RFK Jr. in your cabinet. Little Clay, seriously, wake up. Okay, so
now Smooly, I'm gonna have to go ahead and like chill out, my friend, because The USAID receives funding from the Department of State. You know that, right? Like, yes. The U.S. Agency for International Development receives funding from multiple sources, including the U.S. Department of State. So when you keep saying the Department of State, you're kind of just proving us right.
What Trump
can
does
grab
is
the clips of the discussion for the show, Piers. I've watched those.
Trump loves people. Trump loves people who also grovel and bend their knee to him, like the J.D. Vances in the world. Here's the reality here, and that is this here. When it comes to, especially RFK Jr., oh, by all means, I love somebody who sits there and lies before Congress like, no, I wasn't against vaccines. Dude, you were. And so, hey, you got a measles outbreak happening right now in a couple of parts of the country. And so, yeah, let's see what happens with public health under RFK Jr. We might have to be returning back to the full body suits we were wearing during COVID.
Roland, how many COVID shots have you gotten?
Oh, I've had 2.
Roland, you're a big guy of science. How many COVID shots have you gotten?
And guess what? I've had 2, had no problem. And RFK's children have had shots as well, vaccine shots as well.
Hold on.
But he's also against vaccines.
But Roland, the government has told you that you should have had 10.
To Africa,
why did you stop at 2?
And when I traveled to Africa,
I just want to know, Roland, the government has told you to get 10 COVID shots. Why did you stop at 2?
I've traveled to Africa twice in the last 5 years, and I've had numerous shots as well. So I have no problem with vaccines, unlike RFK Jr.
Okay, but I'm specifically asking, you're going after RFK Jr. for not following government advice. You have chosen not to follow government advice and get 10 COVID shots like your government has told you. Why are you not a science denier? Why are you not a shot denier?
First of all, because I'm not a science denier. I'm not a science denier. I'm not a shot denier. And I also
believe in denying science by only getting 2 COVID shots.
Science. Play, that's cute, but I'm not denying science.
I think you are. You've left 8 COVID shots. I'm surprised you're still alive, frankly. Well, why'd you not get the other 8 shots, the boosters?
I can show you the 15 shots that I got.
Why are you denying science,
Africa?
Why?
It's cute. It's cute, Clay.
This is I don't know if we can share the show now with you being such a science denier.
Clay, your little cute little moment is cute, but it doesn't work.
Where are the other
it kind of does work, actually. But let me go to Jeffrey.
It doesn't work.
Hang on. I think it kind of did work,
actually. I can't be in the same studio with Roland until he gets his other 8 COVID shots. Too dangerous.
Actually, with your body odor, I wouldn't want to be in the same studio. But go ahead, Tubi.
All right, let me move to Jeffrey on something else, which is the Gulf of America, as it's now called, that was the Gulf of Mexico. Google has changed the name on Google Maps and been criticized for bending the knee. AP, apparently, just before I came in, have been barred entry to the White House press room because they refused to call it the Gulf of America. And it just prompted a debate we had, actually, as a team here before we started tonight, which was, what's the legality of all this? I mean, if the President of the United States declares it's now the Gulf of America, does that make it the Gulf of America? Who decides? Who has the legal authority on naming that area of water?
You know, Piers, I'm going to use the 3 words you're never allowed to say in one of these programs, which is, I don't know. I mean, I just don't know who is in charge of naming oceans. But here's the thing I do know, that it was terrible to bar the AP reporter from the White House. Let journalists do their job. If he wants to call it the Gulf of America, if the president wants to call it the Gulf of America, that's certainly fine with me. But I don't think he should prevent journalists from doing their job if they don't want to follow his example.
Well, Google does work, Jeffrey.
Well, then go to fucking Mexico then. You want to call it the Gulf of Mexico, go to Mexico then. But right over here, you're going to call it the Gulf of America. All right, then? Okay.
The International Hydrographic Organization deals with uniformly with oceans. And
how unpatriotic is that, though, honestly?
The U.S. Board on Geographic Names. But guess what? You know what? I'm from Houston, and when that hurricane comes bearing down on,
I don't think he should prevent journalists from doing their job if they don't want to follow his example.
Well, Google does work, Jeffrey. The International Hydrographic Organization deals with uniformly with oceans and the U.S. Board on Geographic Names. But guess what? You know what? I'm from Houston, and when that hurricane comes bearing down on the Gulf of Mexico, We don't give a shit if you call it the Gulf of America, Gulf of Mexico. We trying to get the hell out of town so we don't get killed.
Well, on that we can
Yet
probably
again,
all agree on that.
I learned from my friend Roland Martin. I did not know about that group.
Yes,
You know
there's
what?
actually
I've
a group
learned-
that has uniformity. Yes.
I've learned a lot of stuff on this show today. Clay, your earlier
and you didn't learn from you didn't learn from Clay. Go ahead.
Well, Clay's lengthy monologue earlier about the colonies was fascinating, actually. And now we have this information from you, Ron. The breaking news about who gets to name.
This is why,
the
honestly,
goals.
the birthright citizenship to me is so fascinating.
Yeah.
On the history front,
I agree.
nobody's actually done the research.
I totally agree. Rana, everyone's talking about one thing after the Musk-Trump press conference, which is that I think it was Time magazine came out with a cover. I think it was Time magazine had a cover, which had basically Elon Musk running the country, Trump as his little sidekick. You've got it there, the picture of Trump at the Resolute desk in the Oval Office. And so
I ain't gonna lie, y'all Dems are petty for this. Like, bro, why do y'all keep framing this? It is like y'all are petty.
Musk. And then you had the reality yesterday of Trump sitting at the desk and Elon standing next to him very much as his sidekick. It's all good sport for the media, obviously, but is there a more serious point there? I mean, it is important, I would argue, that for Trump, he's got to maintain to the public that elected him that he is the guy in charge. And it's important equally for Elon Musk that he never tries to usurp in terms of the optics who's really the boss.
Yeah, I think the media is trying to bait Trump, right? And he's calm as a cucumber. I mean, he's super calm about it. He doesn't care. He's like, great. This guy spent $290 million helping me get elected. Now he's helping create efficiencies in our government. I love having him here, but he's going to work under my guardrails and he's going to listen to what I say because I'm the president. Trump's very clear about that. I think the media keeps trying to bait him. They want to poke him. They keep trying to make this point, and Trump's not taking the bait.
Yeah, I agree.
Here's we shouldn't race past what you brought up, Associated Press. It is shameful and despicable for the Trump White House to bar the Associated Press from covering an event there because they are abiding by their AP standards of calling Gulf of Mexico. I guess by that standard, they should have been barred because they actually said he lost the 2020 election. But this is a fundamental problem when you talk about, it's called the First Amendment for a reason. And so for him to say that you can't cover an event because of that, that to me is silly, it is childish, and it should be called out.
Yeah, I actually agree with you. They shouldn't have barred AP for that reason. But Clay, I think you're about to give us another history lesson, possibly.
Well, no, on the Trump, Elon, and the Time magazine front, I think this is super fascinating. We have a situation where two things are being argued simultaneously by Trump's critics. One, that Trump is an authoritarian dictator hell-bent on destroying democratic norms. That is one. Now, I would point out, Pierce, to my knowledge, here's my history lesson. I can't remember a dictator who shrunk the size of his government ever as a part of his fascist authoritarian rule. Maybe there's a historical example of that. I don't think that would add up. But this is the other part of the argument. They're simultaneously saying Trump is a fascist dictator, which I don't think his actions clearly would reflect. But two, that he's also the stooge of Elon Musk. So which one is it? Is Elon actually the Nazi hell-bent dictator that is taken over the country? Or is Trump? They can't even figure out who the big bad wolf in this equation is because they're simultaneously arguing two different things, which I think is symptomatic and emblematic, Pierce, of the failure in the first month and really since the election itself of the Democrat Party to find an argument against Trump or even find a figure who can make a strong argument against Trump. Pierce, it's embarrassing, honestly. They're relegated to Chuck Schumer holding up an avocado and a Corona beer trying to argue against Super Bowl parties.
Okay, Clay, I don't disagree.
I can't believe this is real.
But Clay, just on the specific point about AP, it's not right.
Man, you know, it's a lot of the talking points that the Democrats have, trust me, I can't believe it's real either. Like, trust me, when they were talking about trans sports and they're trying to tell, it's not a big deal. Who does it really affect? I'm like, hey, yo, y'all damn near disrespectful. I have daughters who play in sports and achieve things like, athletic wise. Like, well, Or, the crazy argument of, oh, it's just a small percentage of our funding or a small percentage of our like budget. I'm like, yeah, but small percentages is millions of dollars. It's just crazy like arguments that they have.
Is it that AP get banned because they won't call it Gulf of America? That shouldn't be happening in a country with the First Amendment.
My understanding is that this has been exaggerated, that they didn't let them cover the ceremony where the signing of the Gulf of America order was taking place because the AP wouldn't refer to it as the Gulf of America.
That's still an infringement.
I don't think they're.
But that is still a sense.
I think that's a little bit funnier and a little bit less significant than they're banning the AP. Remember,
they shouldn't be doing it, Clay. Come on, Clay. You got to agree. They shouldn't be doing it.
Chooses which media are allowed to be present. Personally, I think the significant factor here is in 1 month, Trump has answered more questions from media than Joe Biden did in 4 years.
That is true.
On any subject, which is the big picture here, as opposed to getting fired up about one particular signing ceremony.
And in the last 90 seconds, you can't answer one question from Piers. Dude, come on. It's just, they shouldn't have got barred.
Piers,
wait a minute.
I will answer any question. What do you want to know, Piers? Fire away.
Well, actually, what I want to do, hang on.
AOC question.
Hang on, I do actually want to run a mashup of whether Elon's the boss. Let's have a look at this.
The person who is helping him do that stood over Donald Trump in the White House today, thereby delivering a picture of presidential subservience, the likes of which we have never seen. The most powerless image of a president of the United States ever created by a camera. There it is. In that shot, Elon Musk is doing everything he possibly can to tell the world without saying a word that Donald Trump is not the boss of me.
Bro, what? All right, bro. This Wilt Chamberlain reach, bro, is the craziest reach I've ever seen in my life. Like, bro.
Hey, shut your bitch ass up, nigga. Nobody asked you how to bitch ass thing. You better shut the fuck up.
Like, nah, for real, because you sound retarded, bro. That man literally just sat there and just said, look at him. He looks defeated. Elon's showing him who the true power is. I'm like, bro, who's sitting in the presidential seat? Who's sitting at the desk? Oh, Trump? Yeah, I don't know where y'all getting that from. It's like, what, you want Trump to stand up too with him? Like, the man got no chair and he got his kid with him. Like, what were y'all expecting here? Like, what, was Trump supposed to be having Elon on a leash, talk about give me money or something? Like, what would have worked for y'all? Because at this point, if y'all like overly judging, overly reaching on this, then how is it supposed to look?
It's essential for America to remain solvent as a country.
We're going to interrupt this pablum to fact check it a little bit. One, irony died while he was talking. The only unelected party in any of this is Elon Musk.
Donald Trump will be the one in the Oval Office.
Hello, everyone.
But Elon Musk plans to be pulling the strings.
You know, Jeffrey, when I watch that, I just think we can't have 4 more years of this kind of thing where
this is so freaking childish, bro. It's like, what are y'all, bro? These are grown-ass people, by the way.
Liberal skewed mainstream media just lose their minds over stuff like this. Can we? I don't think we've got the strength.
Well, my concern is not who's making decisions and who's in charge, is whether the decisions are the right ones for the American people. You know, is it right to shut down USAID? Is it right for what's going on at the Treasury Department with access? Will there be an investigation of the Defense Department with similar scrutiny that the Department of Education is getting? I personally don't care about the personnel and the behind the scenes story. I care about like what it means for the American people and how it affects their lives. And that, I think, ultimately is going to be how Donald Trump is judged. And that's how it should be, not who's sitting where in the Oval Office.
Can we all agree? Can we all agree? Well, hang on, Ronan.
Yeah, please. Okay, thank you. This man been disagreeing with Donald Trump. Even he's saying, I'm like, bro, come on. Like, are we really talking about the positioning in the office decides who has power? Well, if we're going by logic, then doesn't the one sitting in the chair of the president is the one who holds the power, which he was doing? So what are y'all saying? Like, y'all too much, man.
Piers?
Can we all agree, just on a very silly, trivial level, that when Elon Musk changed his X handle to Hairy Balls, was it, or something, and Dana Bash actually read it out with a straight face? Can we all agree that was just bloody funny?
It was very funny.
Come on, Roland. Crack a smile, Roland.
Actually, it was childish. But I am laughing. I am laughing.
Come on,
at
Dana Bash say Hairy Balls live on CNN. Come on.
We gotta have a
Straight face is hell, though. Come on. That was freaking hilarious. I'm pretty sure almost everybody watching that like chuckled a little bit, like, bro, she not just say hairy balls, straight face, trying to make this sound so serious. This is how crazy y'all look, bro. Y'all trying to make trolling sound serious. She said that shit with a straight face. Okay, guys, that's all I gotta say.
sense of humor.
Oh no, I have a sense of humor, but not with that fool. But here's the whole deal. I am laughing at Republicans, though, have spent the last decade saying George Soros is the one who's pulling all the strings, but they're complaining about Elon.
All right,
so
fair
guess
point.
what?
I've got to leave it there. We've run out of time, guys. I'm really sorry. Thank you all.
Whoa. Most conservatives don't even know George Soros is controlling stuff. That's usually like a conspiracy theory line that we kind of just picked up on, through investigating George Soros's, I guess his charities, like open source, or the Open Foundation, right? No, that's what it's called, Open Foundation. Like, if you go into that, then yes, George Soros. I'm not going to say he's funding the Democrats because honestly, I don't know what side George Soros is on. Throughout history, this man plays both sides of a conflict. Throughout history, he funds both sides of a conflict. So I don't know what this man's allegiance is. This man is Jewish and he was selling out Jews. I don't know this man's allegiance.
I want to thank you all. It's been a brilliant panel debate. We've run out of time, but thank you all very much. I appreciate it.
So to say that he's just for the liberals and all that good stuff, I don't know if we can make that assertion. A man out here buying conservative radio stations is about a handful. So it's a bit hard to say that. You feel me? Yeah, I get it. All right, then. Well, let's go to a little bit of supposed to be comedic interlude. But we're going to go to the best moments of Patel and Tulsi Gabbard's hearing, because you want to know why? Shout out Tulsi Gabbard. She's in there, baby. Hey, make us proud, sis.
Well, early in this hearing, Senator Durbin asked you about the January 6th choir of inmates whose song you promoted, and here's what you said. I did not have anything to do with the recording. I did not have anything to do with the recording. Do you stand by that testimony, Mr. Patel?
Senator, what I said was I didn't do the recording.
You said you didn't have anything to do with the recording, which is interesting because here's what you told Steve Bannon on his podcast. So what we thought would be cool is if we captured that audio and then, of course, had the greatest president, President Donald J. Trump, recite the Pledge of Allegiance, then we went to a studio and recorded it, mastered it, digitized it, and put it out as a song now releasing exclusively on the War Room. We. If you had nothing to do with it, Mr. Patel, why did you tell Steve Bannon and all his listeners that you did?
That's why it says we, as you highlighted.
Yeah, and you're part of the we, right? When you say we, that includes you, doesn't it, Mr. Patel?
Not in every instance.
Well, that's new. So when you said we, you didn't really mean you. Is that your testimony?
Not unless you have a new definition for the word we.
Oh, okay. I always thought we included the person who pronounced the word, but maybe not. Well, you also said this, Mr. Patel. We were able to capture the recording thanks to their courageous singing, and we were able to take it to a studio. So let me ask you, Mr. Patel, after saying we took it to a studio, did you take it to a studio?
You know, so crazy. It's like when he kept trying to go on the point of we, I'm like, but what does it have to do with this man being FBI director? I'm so freaking confused. And then, bro, I mean, you could talk about we as in a group of people, and all right, let's say this. All right, me and the team, we like to go out there and sometimes drink sometimes, but we the team. But guess what? I didn't go. But they went out. So I could say, hey, we like to go out every Saturday and drink. Even though sometimes I may stay out, I will still say we and the guys. Shit, I might even say we're going out and not even go. So it is kind of funny how you're trying to say, well, just because you say we, that means you're directly associated. I mean, like, bro, even sports teams can say, we won, even though a dude sat on the bench the whole time.
Me personally, no.
After you said that we digitized and recorded it and all that, did you take it to a studio and digitize and record it?
Me personally, no.
Okay, so you are lying to Steve Bannon and his audience. Is that what you're saying?
No, I was using the proverbial we appropriately, as you've
The
identified.
royal we. Oh, I see. And
Yeah,
so,
yes, it's a broad spectrum we. Yes. Oh, yeah, the we's on a spectrum. You guys should know something about that.
you certainly promoted the hell out of it, though, didn't you?
I don't know what that means, but I promoted the heck out of raising money for families in need.
With promotions on social media and saying you were going to get this to #1 on the billboards, right, Mr. Patel?
I think it did.
Yes, it did. Yes, it did. Isn't that great? People who violently attack police have a #1 song thanks to you, Mr. Patel. That's something to
Wild assertion. That's wild assertion. Okay, hold on now. You're pretty much saying that you made a song for January 6ers and they never said that. It's crazy. And all it was this man Trump reciting the Pledge of Allegiance, and then they mixed and mastered it and gave it a beat. And y'all trying to say that was for January 6ers? I mean, that's a bit crazy. I mean, if anything, it was for the youth. If anything,
to be really proud of. Now you've claimed, Mr. Patel, you didn't know about any of these people in the choir. Is that right?
I did not know about the violent offenders, and I did not participate in any of the violence in and around January 6th.
Tell me, Mr. Patel, what due diligence did you do to find out who was in the choir before you promoted their beautiful music?
Choir.
These people who assaulted law enforcement. What due diligence did you do?
Senator, I didn't record it myself.
So you did no due diligence before you promoted this song by these violent felons. Is that?
Yes, him and his team, which he could say, yeah, we put together a video and they got it and we put it out. Now, did Kash Patel specifically do it? No, but somebody is part of his team, or when he says we, which as a group of people, part of his team, it put out that video. Made a choir. I mean, I don't know, January 6ers was in there. Huh. I mean, it's interesting. It's quite interesting because I'm really wondering. I'm like, what does this have to do with this man being an FBI director?
Is that what you're telling us?
Senator, I did not record that myself.
So you're being considered for director of the FBI. And here you did no diligence to find out whether people you were associating with now the President of the United States in song were convicted of attacking police officers.
It is funny how a senator, congressman and all that great stuff is like, isn't that so funny how they're talking about due diligence when y'all failed to do a due diligence on spending? Y'all failed to look over that spending, but you want to talk about his due diligence. Yeah, that's funny. That's real funny, guy.
Is that who we want running the FBI? I want you to turn around. There are Capitol Police officers behind you. They're guarding us. Take a look at them right now. Turn around.
I'm looking at you. You're talking to me.
No, look at them. I want you to look at them if you can, if you have the courage to look them in the eye, Mr. Patel, and tell them you're proud of what you did. Tell them you're proud that you raised money off of people that assaulted their colleagues, that pepper sprayed them, that beat them with poles. Tell them you're proud of what you did, Mr. Patel. They're right there. They're guarding you today. Tell them how proud you are.
That's an abject lie, and you know it. I've never, ever accepted violence against law enforcement. I've worked with these men and women, as you know.
You
my entire
glorified
life,
it in song,
and I did
Mr.
not
Patel.
make a single dime out of
In
it.
song. Well, let me.
How about you ask them if I have their backs, and let's see about that.
Let me ask you this, Mr. Patel. Let me ask you this.
He did look at them though. He looked at them. He said, "All right, cool. I'll look at them and I'll tell you." Like, yeah, I didn't know nothing about that, and I'm working with y'all right now. They got my back right now. So, shoot, you want to ask somebody about how they feel or how the officers feel? Act the officers behind you. I love this.
If an FBI director promoted a song of people who sprayed pepper spray in the face of an FBI agent, would you say they were fit to be director?
Mr. Schiff,
Yes or no? Would they be fit to be director?
I am fit to be the director of the FBI.
If you were the FBI director and you promoted a song with someone who beat an FBI agent with a pole, would you say you were fit to be FBI director?
Mr. Schiff, I am fit to be FBI director based on my 16
And
years
yet
of
you
government
did all
service.
these things, Mr. Patel. You can say, oh, I support law enforcement. I decry violence against law enforcement. You can say all that. It's what you did, Mr. Patel, that matters. It's what you did that matters. Well, let me.
What did he do though? This man just said, hey, yo, I wasn't there when they did this. I wasn't there when they were recruiting. I had no oversight on it. It was just a group that I'm working with. I'm pretty sure the man wasn't even in the head charge. He wasn't even the lead man. So for him to just go off on him just like, oh yeah, what is this? Oh, you. He's like, dog, I'm telling you right now, I had no oversight on that. And if I did it, it probably went the way he wanted it. But he ain't had no oversight. So if you're trying to judge his oversight skill on something that he's telling you he had no oversight on, is crazy. It's like, what are you trying to say? You're trying to tell him that he had oversight when he's telling you that he didn't.
Let me ask you.
Now, before I close, I want to warn the American people who are watching at home. You may hear lies and smears in this hearing that'll challenge my loyalty to and my love for our country.
Hey.
Those who oppose my nomination imply that I am loyal to something or someone other than God, my own conscience, and the Constitution of the United States, accusing me of being Trump's puppet, Putin's puppet, Assad's puppet, a guru's puppet, Modi's puppet, not
yeah, that is wild. I mean, like, bro, they put her on every leader that we just don't like. It's like, what? It's like, bro, and it's damn near disrespectful. It's this disrespectful. So I'm like, the lady done fought for our country. Yeah, trying to call her a traitor. I mean, but y'all believe some of these people ain't never stepped foot on a battlefield, who ain't never even served our country not one time. Like, man, that's crazy.
Recognize.
Actually, here's the worst part. Here's the worst part. You got people who accept your taxpayer dollars, who fight for your country, and then you got people who accept your tax dollars and just run off with it. And then, but y'all believe in what those guys say about the fighters, though. Okay.
The absurdity of simultaneously being the puppet of 5 different puppet masters. The same tactic was used against President Trump and failed. The American people elected President Trump with a decisive victory and mandate for change. The fact is, what truly unsettles my political opponents is I refuse to be their puppet.
Do you believe that background checks for firearm purchases are constitutional?
I don't know the in-depths of it, but I think that's what the Supreme Court has said, Senator.
So the word would be YES, yes. Can you say yes? Are background checks constitutional?
I can say whatever the Constitution and the Supreme Court ruled is the rule of the land.
And
yeah, I don't like how some of these guys be getting smart. Like, bro, what? He's like, can you say YES? Yeah, I'm like, hey, what? He gave you the right answer, though. You got your answer. Why you got to double down and say, well, no, I know you gave me the right answer, but I wanted a yes.
What is the rule, the law of the land at the moment?
I'm not an expert on state-by-state background checks.
You're going to be universal background checks. Well,
that's different.
I think actually your answer is pretty telling. Let me ask you another question. Do you believe that civilian ownership of machine guns are protected by the Second Amendment?
Yeah.
Universal background checks are different.
Why not? It should be. It's like, no, it's not, but it should be though. I mean, for real though. Hey, if the military has machine guns, if foreign invaders come through and they got machine guns, why shouldn't we? Actually, hold on. Actually, I think you can get a 50 cal. You know what? I'm pretty sure you can get a 50 cal in some states.
That's not.
I asked you a separate question. Do you believe civilian ownership of machine guns is protected by the Second Amendment?
Whatever the courts rule in regards to the Second Amendment is what is protected by the Second Amendment.
Yet another telling response, colleagues, on another important issue. We've all talked, both sides of the aisle, about our concern about gun violence in America. I raise these questions because of an association I can observe between Mr. Patel and gun owners of America, a group staunchly opposed to firearm regulation, a group that Mr. Patel addressed in August, and a group that in December issued a press release applauding his nomination to be FBI director. Gun Owners of America has taken extreme positions, including the position that all background checks are unconstitutional and that civilian ownership of machine guns is protected under the Second Amendment. Mr. Patel, let me remind you that as FBI director, you would oversee critical responsibilities related to firearm regulation, including administering the National Instant Criminal Background Check System. Yes, it's constitutional. It's in place for a reason. It would also regulate the distribution of machine guns to prevent them from falling into the wrong hands. Policies and programs in place for a reason. And given your hesitancy, given your answers, I'm concerned about your ability to do the job when it's not in alignment with groups like Gun Owners of America.
And like, wait, bro, like, well, okay, yeah, that man threw me off with that one. I'm like, all right, so you're grilling him on the FBI and how he can be FBI director, and you're talking to this man about gun laws that mainly involve civilians. Okay. I mean, okay, I get what he's coming for here, but I was a little confused. I'm like, hold on, bro, what does this have to do with this man running the FBI? Now, does the FBI have control over how our guns are used? I thought that was the ATP. I'm sorry, the ATF. The ATF. I thought that was the ATF that had that say. So, what is he getting at his neck for?
Ms. Gabbard, let me be clear, at least in my views. I
You know,
salute
for
your service
enforcing
to
gun
our
laws, for enforcing gun laws and all that.
country. But I have serious doubts about your judgment. And those are some of the areas that I want to pursue. First, until you are nominated by the president to be the DNI, you consistently praise the actions of Edward Snowden. Some who, I believe, jeopardized the security of our nation and then, in an effort to flaunt that, fled to Russia. You even called Edward Snowden, and I quote here, a brave whistleblower. Every member of this committee supports the rights of legal whistleblowers.
Then why are you complaining?
But Edward Snowden isn't a whistleblower. And in this case, I'm a lot closer to the chairman's words, where he said Snowden is, quote, an egotistical serial liar and traitor who, quote, deserves to rot in jail for the rest of his life. Gabbard, a simple yes or no question. Do you still think Edward Snowden is brave?
Now, Mr. Vice Chairman, Edward Snowden broke the law. I do not agree with or support with all of the information and intelligence that he released, nor the way in which he did it. There would have been opportunities for him to come to you on this committee or seek out the.
But hold on, man. So does the NSA not exist? It does. I mean, yeah, y'all came out with that. Let's be real. This man Snowden just came out, which I was trying to hide, and he kind of proved how, just like now, y'all don't like being transparent with us. And then here's the crazy thing is though, anybody who gets transparent with us, y'all attack. I mean, the only reason why he's not a whistleblower is because he didn't check in with y'all, and y'all didn't tell him what he couldn't say. Yes, some whistleblowers got to check into these government officials and be like, all right, well, what can I expose? What can I say? And that's a little questionable. I'm not gonna lie. Edward Snowden, he didn't do that. He just said, look, I'm gonna come out, I'm gonna talk. So that's why he's mad that, oh, he's not like most whistleblowers. I know, because he didn't have to check in with y'all to see what he can say.
The IG to release that information. The fact is, he also, even as he broke the law, released information that exposed egregious, illegal, and unconstitutional programs that are happening within our government that led to serious reforms that Congress undertook.
Chairman, we got 5 minutes. So I take your answer, and these are your quotes.
Oh, Lord.
Brave. Please join my bipartisan legislation calling for charges to be dropped against him. Do you disagree that legislation was not appropriate? Do you believe he is brave or not?
Yeah,
back those words.
Once again, Senator, Edward Snowden broke the law. He also released information
we agree that Edward Snowden
that
broke
exposed the United States government's illegal
your
programs.
legislation and your words are still your beliefs. Yes or no, please.
I'm making myself very clear. Edward Snowden broke the law. He released information about the United States government's illegal activities. If I may just finish my thoughts, Senator. In this role that I've been nominated for, confirmed as Director of National Intelligence, I will be responsible for protecting our nation's secrets. And I have 4 immediate steps that I would take to prevent another Snowden-like leak.
Ma'am,
Was President Donald Trump wrong to give blanket clemency to the January 6 defendants?
Thank you, Ranking Member. A couple of things on that. One, the power of the presidential pardon is just that, the president.
Alignment, I concede he has the authority. I'm asking, was he wrong to do it?
And as we discussed in our private meeting, Senator, I have always rejected any violence against law enforcement, and I have, including in that group, is specifically addressed any violence against law enforcement on January 6th. And I do not agree with the commutation of any sentence of any individual who committed violence against law enforcement.
So do you think that America is safer because these 1,600 people have been given an opportunity to come out of serving their sentences and live in our communities again?
Senator, I have not looked at all 1,600 individual cases. I have always advocated for imprisoning those that cause harm to our law enforcement and civilian communities. I also believe America is not safer because President Biden's commutation of a man who murdered 2 FBI agents, Agent Kohlers and Williams' family, deserve better than to have the man that point blank range fired a shotgun into their heads and murdered them released from prison. So it goes both ways.
There is
Damn. Hold on, bro. Hold on. Cook like that again. Hold on.
Cases. I have always advocated for imprisoning those that cause harm to our law enforcement and civilian communities. I also believe America is not safer because President Biden's commutation of a man who murdered 2 FBI agents, Agent Kohlers and Williams' family, deserve better than to have the man that point blank range fired a shotgun into their heads and murdered them released from prison. So it goes both ways.
There is not a great deal in the public record about what you and Syrian dictator Bashar al-Assad discussed for so long in January of 2017. And I think there's a great deal of interest from the American people about what was discussed in that meeting. So what did you talk about? And did you press Assad on things like his use of chemical weapons?
I'd really have to ask this, man. I'm like, well, hold on. I had a private conversation with somebody, and y'all want to know the details of it. And then let's be real. Who's to say I still remember the details of this conversation? Like, they could have been a friendly conversation of how you doing, how's it going?
Systematic torture and the killing of so many Syrians.
Yes, Senator. I upon returning from this trip, I met with people like then Leader Nancy Pelosi, and Steny Hoyer, talked to them and answered their questions about the trip. And quite frankly, I was surprised that there was no one from the intelligence community or the State Department who reached out or showed any interest whatsoever in my takeaways from that trip. I would have been very happy to have a conversation and give them a back brief.
That's crazy, because what she's pretty much saying is that, yeah, so when I did this, when y'all knew that it happened, y'all knew I had this conversation with the man, but y'all didn't pull me in then. But and here, this happened a while ago, apparently. This happened a minute ago. So it's kind of crazy how now that she's, now that we're at the hearing, now y'all guys want to bring it up as if it's a security issue. I mean, it was a security issue then. Why y'all hyping it up now?
I went with former Congressman Dennis Kucinich, who had been there many times before and who had met with Assad before.
Guys, make sure to double tap that screen and like the video. We appreciate the support here at S.E.T Media, or hit those 3 dots up there in the corner. And guys, we are 45 super chats away from starting Conspiracy Hour. So you can go ahead and send either $1 or $2 for any question, comments, jokes. We'll read it out loud, react to it, and post to the top of the screen. We appreciate the support, guys. Let's keep it going.
A number of topics were covered and discussed. And to directly answer your question, yes. I asked him tough questions about his own regime's actions, the use of chemical weapons and the brutal tactics that were being used against his own people.
Were you able to extract any concessions from President Assad?
No, and I didn't expect to, but I felt these issues were important to address.
According to your revised trip report,
what did you want him to do? You wanted her to shame that man in his face? I mean, a dictator that, could honestly yoke her up at any moment. I would hope that she would play nice in front of a dictator's face. Like, what do y'all expect? Was she supposed to spit in this man's direction? How you think that'll win?
Your third
questions. Okay.
I take it from what you have said to a couple of my colleagues that while we may disagree on the meaning of Rule 6E as to getting the transcript, you would not object to this committee seeking access to that transcript.
No.
And you're aware that Rule 6E permits you to talk about your own testimony. Will you testify to this committee, let's say in a classified setting, as to what you said to the grand jury?
Senator, I'm here to testify to this committee about everything I'm allowed to. And
You're allowed under Rule 6E to tell us what you said to the grand jury. This is kind of the first day that an assistant U.S. attorney goes to the first grand jury and is asked by a witness, can I talk about what I told you? And the answer is yes, you know.
Senator, I will consult with counsel and provide the appropriate answer.
Let me just say right to the point, Mr. Patel. What are you hiding? Why won't you tell us? You testified under a grant of immunity after taking the Fifth Amendment, as you're privileged to do. And the appearance here is that you have something to hide. I submit to my colleagues on the committee, we need to know what the grand jury testimony is. We need access to that second volume. And you have no objection to our seeking it, but you won't tell us, even in a classified confidential setting. I think that position is disqualifying.
That was days of testimony years ago. I don't have the ability to recollect.
Well, you can refresh your recollection with access
the
to
transcript.
Let me ask you.
City.
And I think there's.
Now he had a point. It was like, yeah, well, you can read the transcript over again and get back to us. I'm like, hey, yo, this man said, look, I want you to read back over what you said years and years ago, pages upon pages of what you said, and come back to me. Bro, like what?
You obviously have
homework right there.
Read a lot about it during the 24 plus years since that, and most Americans have. There's a general consensus that there was a massive intelligence failure. This caught us all by surprise, even though the World Trade Center had been attacked earlier. Do you think stovepiping was a problem in our intelligence failure?
There's no question about it, Senator.
Oh, okay. Well, based on your reading. Okay, could you elaborate just a
Yes,
little? Yeah.
absolutely, Senator. When we looked back at the post 9/11 reporting and the post assessments that were made, it was very clear that there was stovepiping of information and intelligence that occurred at many levels, at the highest, but also at the lowest levels, where information that was collected by the FBI, information that was collected by the CIA was not being shared. There was almost ships passing in the night, where if there was an integration of those intelligence elements and information being shared, it is highly likely that that horrific attack could have been prevented.
And that's
the witnesses can always reveal their grand jury testimony. Do you authorize us to get access to your testimony?
I authorize this committee to lawfully obtain any records that they are appropriately allowed to get.
And we are only, you're speaking in circles now, because we're only lawfully authorized to get that with your permission as the witness. Do you give us that permission?
Senator, I'm not an expert on this constitutional standard. And so I can't commit to something.
It's not
that
expert.
I don't
It's
know.
like super simple. Grand jury rule 6E doesn't apply to witnesses. This is not hard. You are a witness. That is a simple fact.
I'm just
you can
relying on my
authorize us
time
to see it.
as a prosecutor, where grand jury witnesses were not allowed to share what they were testifying to. And when I was commissioned
Grand
before
jury
the judge,
witnesses are allowed to speak about what they were told in the about what they said in the grand jury, unless they're under a specific court order. Are you under a specific court order not to reveal your testimony in the grand jury?
Senator, I can't go
Here
into
right now?
I can't go into court orders granted by the DC District Chief Judge.
If they apply to you, of course you can.
You want me to violate a court order?
You're saying that there's a secret court order in which you can't tell whether you're subject to a court order or not?
I'm telling you that if you find the applicable court order and it permits this request.
I don't need a court order if you give authorization.
I'm not the one that has the authority to do that.
Yes, you are, as a witness. You're just wrong on that.
Hey, Sean Hannity here.
Oh,
Hey, click
go
here
ahead.
to subscribe.
Hey, yeah. I'm done. My man was trying to tell him the law, and he was like, "Yeah, I'm not hearing you." He's like, "No, you can tell me." He's like, "Bro, I can't tell you. Like, you can tell me right now, right here." It's like, bro, I'm literally telling you, I can't tell you. Trying to tell me I can tell you. Oh yeah, I feel bad for cats. It really, bro. It's like one guy tried to tell him he's involved when he said he wasn't. But the other guy tried to pretty much tell him, "Oh, you can tell me this." He's telling you I can't, but he say, "No, yes, you can." It's like, bro, they're pretty much telling this man what he can and can't do. That is tough.
Will lead the delegation. I am hopeful that the results of that meeting will be positive. I just spoke to President Zelensky. His truth is as follows. I just spoke to President Zelensky of Ukraine. The conversation went very well. He, like President Putin, wants to make peace. We discussed a variety of topics having to do with the war, but mostly the meeting that is being set up on Friday in Munich, where Vice President J.D. Vance and Secretary of State Marco Rubio will lead the delegation. I am hopeful that the results of that meeting will be positive. It is time to stop this ridiculous war where there has been massive and totally unnecessary death and destruction. God bless the people of Russia and Ukraine. I myself just spoke to the president about these calls, and he told me to tell all of you they were very good calls. They were very positive, and the administration is wholeheartedly committed to a peace deal to end once and for all the Russia-Ukraine war. More on that later. I'm sure you'll have more questions to ask. This week, the president has continued to deliver on his promises to the American people. According to new polling that was released at the beginning of this week by CBS News, an overwhelming 70% of Americans said that President Trump is following through on what he pledged to do during his historic campaign. The poll also revealed that Americans see President Trump as a tough, energetic, focused, and effective leader fighting hard to improve their lives and our country. Amen. And yesterday, in particular, was a truly special day for the United States of America. Thanks to the great leadership of President Trump and the strong and tough leadership of President Trump, Mark Fogel, an American teacher detained by Russia, was returned to American soil and met with the president here at the White House last night. Special Envoy Steve Witkoff and the rest of President Trump's incredible national security team helped to negotiate the exchange that secured Mark Fogel's release. This event.
Shout out Mark Fogel, man. You know what? This may be a bit childish to say, but man, light went up for my man Fogel, bro. That man that man was facing 14 years in jail for a half an ounce. Bruh. 14 years. 14. And here's the thing, though, like while we were doing our thing with, I guess while Russia was kind of seeing these agitations that was happening with Ukraine, that's when they decided to get the teacher and get, the basketball player, the female basketball player. It's just funny because, the Biden administration cares more about, DEI, they care more about the minorities and all that good stuff. So, the Biden administration making a trade for a who was it? An arms dealer. Yeah, we traded an arms dealer for a lesbian basketball player. Yeah, that was Biden. That real smooth Biden. That was real smooth right there.
It shows a good faith effort from Russia, and it's a sign, as I just said, that we are moving in the right direction to end this brutal war. Malphine Fogel, Mark's 95-year-old mother, was understandably very worried that she would never see her son again after his arrest in 2021. Mrs. Fogel was actually slated to join President Trump on stage at the July 13th Butler, Pennsylvania rally to speak out for Mark. And then the infamous assassination attempt against President Trump took place. But that day, before the rally, President Trump promised Mark's mother that when he returned to the White House, he would bring her son home. God saved President Trump's life on that day in Butler, Pennsylvania, and now Mark Fogel is back home safely with his family as a result. God is good. The president also continues to bring back common sense to our government. This week, he signed an EO to end the procurement and forced use of paper straws. Taxpayer dollars were wasted on these non-functional and massively unpopular products for no other reason than it made radical activists feel good about themselves. And on trade, President Trump continues to take bold action to protect America's critical steel and aluminum industries, much like he did in his first term. And the president signed proclamations to close existing loopholes and exemptions to restore a true 25% tariff on steel and elevate the tariff on aluminum to 25% as well. This administration believes these tariffs will protect our national security and put American workers first. And in the Oval Office yesterday with Elon Musk, President Trump took further action to make our federal government more efficient and effective. He signed an EO implementing the DOGE Workforce Optimization Initiative. Now agency heads will coordinate and consult with DOGE to significantly shrink the size of the federal workforce and limit hiring to essential positions only. The unaccountable bureaucracy will finally be reined in. On another important matter this morning, Senate Republicans continued to confirm President Trump's.
And speaking of this, it's so crazy though. Ever since this whole DEI thing has been, put to the front line and it's starting to get exposed, bro, I've been seeing a lot of and this is gonna sound effed up because I really do pray for these young ladies. That I've seen a lot of women lose their jobs. I'm talking about losing high-earning six-figure positions. Ever since this whole, oh yeah, you don't gotta hire people based off DEI no more. Ever since that came out and the whole trans thing, I've been seeing a lot of girls lose their six-figure jobs. It just makes me think damn, sis, did they hire you because you had the skills or because you was cute? Damn, sis, damn.
Exceptionally qualified nominees, most recently Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard, who will be joining us later at the White House for her swearing-in ceremony. It's imperative that the remainder of the president's cabinet nominees are confirmed as quickly as possible. On another important matter this week, illegal alien criminals continue to be arrested and sent home as part of the ongoing mass deportation effort of the Trump administration.
And guys, remember, this show is viewer supported, so we appreciate the support. So double tap that screen and hit the 3 dots up there. And also send in a super chat. Any question, comment, or joke. It's a way to keep the show going and get interactive. Let's go, guys. Appreciate the support.
Just this week, 2 planes with 190 Venezuelan illegal aliens arrived in the Venezuelan capital from Fort Bliss, Texas. Here are some of the criminal illegal aliens who were arrested in the country this past week. ICE Atlanta arrested a citizen of Nigeria who had been convicted of money laundering. ICE San Antonio arrested a citizen of Mexico who had been convicted of assault. ICE Denver arrested a citizen of Mexico who had been convicted of aggravated assault.
Bro.
And ICE Houston arrested a citizen of Mexico who had been convicted of aggravated assault. Now, before I take questions, I would like to address an extremely dishonest narrative that we've seen emerging over the past few days. Many outlets in this room have been fear-mongering the American people into believing there is a constitutional crisis taking place here at the White House. I've been hearing those words a lot.
Hey, shout out to, bro, liberals and their buzzwords. I mean, bro, it's almost masterful what y'all guys do at a certain point. Like, the buzzwords, constitutional crisis. I ain't gonna, it just flows off the tongue, does it not? Like, constitutional crisis.
Lately. But in fact, the real constitutional crisis is taking place within our judicial branch, where district court judges in liberal districts across the country are abusing their power to unilaterally block President Trump's basic executive authority. We believe these judges are acting as judicial activists rather than honest arbiters of the law. And they have issued at least 12 injunctions against this administration in the past 14 days, often without citing any evidence or grounds for their lawsuits. This is part of a larger concerted effort by Democrat activists and nothing more than the continuation of the weaponization of justice against President Trump. Quick news flash to these liberal judges who are supporting their obstructionist efforts. 77 million Americans voted to elect this president. And each injunction is an abuse of the rule of law and an attempt to thwart the will of the people. As the
Yeah, basically you're saying that, bro. 78 million Americans are saying, nope, you can't look at the books. And we're over here like what you mean? Like, bro, this is our taxpayer money. We're all paying into this, and you're telling us we can't review it? Okay, yep, y'all hiding something.
president clearly stated in the Oval Office yesterday, we will comply with the law in the courts, but we will also continue to seek every legal remedy to ultimately overturn these radical injunctions and ensure President Trump's policies can be enacted. So here in our new media seat today, we have Chris Pavlovsky, an entrepreneur who has a strong passion for protecting freedom of speech. Chris started the video sharing platform Rumble in 2013 with a mission of protecting a free and open internet from censorship by big tech and governments around the globe. The platform has always been a place for independent creators to share their authentic opinions, and they have always included President Trump, in contrast to the way he was censored by other platforms in years past. Since its founding, Rumble has grown exponentially. Recently marked.
Now, Rumble's been getting done dirty. Rumble's gotten done dirty so many times. Like, bro, there's ad agencies. Ad agencies are pretty much telling them, yeah, if you work with Rumble, we're cutting. Like, bro, ad agencies are literally telling businesses, like, yeah, well, most of the time, they're not running your ads on Rumble. YouTube, Instagram, I mean, we got y'all all day. But Rumble, yeah, no. And we're talking about a platform that sees like, I guess, 140 million users monthly. Now, it ain't shit compared to YouTube. I mean, come on, we're talking about 2.6 billion users monthly. But 140 million, and y'all, and you're saying that y'all don't want that business? You don't want those eyes? It's kind of the reason why Rumble is kind of like, it doesn't do it. Hey, man, I'll tell you like this. It don't pay as well as YouTube, and I think even Rumble knows that.
Marking 67 million.
It don't even look good as YouTube. It don't even look as good as YouTube, and Rumble knows that. So if Rumble actually want to be a competitor out here in the streaming world, fix y'all goddamn interface, okay? That shit is trash. Trash.
Payments to Medicare.
But shout out Rumble, though. Like, no, for real. Because I love the free speech. I love the fact that I can not get hit with a copyright for playing music on Rumble. I like the fact that I can curse and all that and not get hit with no monetization strike or, I don't know, ad limited. I like the fact that Rumble allows me to say whatever. It's great. It just, man, look, it just don't pay as much as YouTube.
Medicaid overseas,
or have as much eyes on
it. Gotten it. Some of this room might have missed that press conference. Can you elaborate on what the president is thinking at this point?
Well, again, that's another example. There's a very long list of the fraud, waste, and abuse that Doge is identifying on a daily basis. Elon Musk also talked about yesterday about Social Security payments that are going out the door for people who are no longer with us. Unfortunately, I would say that is certainly fraud. There's also a lot of contracts they've identified that, just as a hypothetical example, are $1 million, but only 500,000 went out the door. So where's the rest of that cash? And so that's the thing. Those are the things that Doge is working on every single day. And I would just remind everybody in this room, this is what President Trump campaigned on doing. He's delivering on a.
I mean, you can say the same thing with the money we gave to Zelensky. And that was through a bill. Like, look, we gave this man over $100 billion. This man talking about, I only seen 77. Like, yeah, that's a problem. Even she's saying, like, look, I can kind of see why, well, not she's saying this, but I'm saying this. I can kind of see why these guys are acting crazy, because if we look deep enough into it, we'll find out that, okay, we say we're going to send a couple mil here, but really we send them 500,000, like 500,000, and we sent you like 1.5. That's the real story. And we're going to find that out. And hopefully y'all stay right there so we can expose y'all.
Promise that 77 million people.
Well, actually, I ain't gonna lie. Hopefully the courts allow us to expose y'all.
People elected him to do. James.
Thank you very much, Caroline. 2 foreign policy questions, if I may.
Sure.
First, the statement that was released after this morning's phone calls identified Mr. Witkoff as the special envoy who will be part of the delegation that undertakes to resolve the Russia-Ukraine war. I had thought that that individual was General Kellogg, and so can you clear that up?
Sure, I'd be happy to. As you mentioned, the president, in his truth, following the phone call with Vladimir Putin, said that he has asked Secretary of State Rubio, the director of the CIA, John Ratcliffe, our national security advisor here at the White House, Michael Watts, and Steve Witkoff to lead the negotiations. As for General Keith Kellogg, he remains a critical part of this team in this effort. He's played a tremendous role in getting the negotiations to this point, and he's very much still part of the Trump administration.
The other subject is Iran. I took note of President Trump's comments in his.
And guys, we are 45 super chats away from opening up the call-in line and running Conspiracy Hour, man. We got a great video lined up for Conspiracy Hour. If not, hey man, I'll just take it to the Discord for the members. If not,
Super Bowl interview with our colleague Brett Baer to the effect that he wants to do a deal with Iran. However, that interview appeared after the supreme leader of Iran, the Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, had already ruled out any additional negotiations with the United States. So kind of a two-part question. A, what gives the president any confidence that Iran will come to the table? And B, more fundamentally, why is the president interested in doing a deal with Iran instead of doing everything he can, perhaps short of U.S. military intervention, to try and hasten the end of what many of his own supporters regard as an evil regime?
Well, the president has made it very clear that he will never allow Iran to have nuclear capabilities. That is a red line that he has drawn, and he will not allow that to happen. But you asked why President Trump wants to make a deal. I would remind you, he's the master of the art of the deal. He is America's deal maker in chief. He leads from a position of securing peace through strength. And I think time and time again already, in just 4 weeks, we have seen the president being able to negotiate successful deals with our partners, our adversaries all around this world. The release of Mark Fogel just last night is something that I think speaks to the president's deal-making ability. This is something that the Biden administration allegedly tried to do for 3.5 years. I think you all should go back and ask some of those Biden administration officials what they even tried to do and why weren't they successful? Because for 3.5 years, Mark Fogel sat in a Russian prison, and it took President Trump 3 weeks to get him back on American soil. There's nobody better at making deals than Donald Trump. Phil Wegman.
That boy, bro, it makes it sound like that boy Putin didn't. I'm sorry. It makes it sound like that boy Biden didn't even try. Like, boy, did you even try to get this man back? Oh, my bad. It was just another white American. So it doesn't matter. He don't matter. But you know who does matter? A lesbian. Some lesbian black lady that won't even kneel for the goddamn. No, never mind. But yeah, y'all know where I'm going with this. She won't even kneel for the Pledge of Allegiance. She won't even kneel for the national anthem. I'm sorry, the national anthem. She won't even kneel for that. But we'll trade. But we're gonna trade. We're gonna trade for her. An arms dealer. An arms dealer we made a goddamn movie about. Boy was so cold with it. And we're gonna trade her for that guy. I mean, bro, if you do not think that we added to Russia's arsenal, if you do not think that we added to their like trade of guns in some type of way with that trade, if you do not think that we've committed more evil than you know with that trade, oh man, bro, I'm gonna be real with you, man. You stupid. Because an arms dealer for a basketball player, wild. I mean, Biden should have just told that man, like, look. I get it. We want her back, but we're not doing that.
Thank you. 2 foreign policy questions. Ukrainian President Zelensky has said after the war that he wants NATO membership or nuclear weapons. We heard Defense Secretary Hegseth say that NATO membership was unrealistic. What's the president's view on the other option, on a nuclear Ukraine?
I have not talked to President Trump about Ukraine's NATO membership or their nuclear capabilities. I would leave it to him to discuss. But I will tell you again that Secretary Rubio and also the Vice President, J.D. Vance, will be meeting directly with President Zelensky in Munich on Friday. And I'm sure they will provide a readout of that conversation and that discussion.
And then the second question, given that this administration has called on Europe to take more responsibility for their own defense, I'm wondering, will the EU or any other European nation other than Ukraine be involved in these peace talks?
I don't have any European nations who are involved currently to read out for you. Certainly, the president has deployed a very strong team to continue these negotiations. And the fact that he was on the phone with both President Putin and President Zelensky today shows that he's very much involved in this effort as well.
And then just a follow-up, I guess.
Sure.
Should we expect the president to negotiate in person with Zelensky and Putin?
I don't have anything to read out on that for you
Does it
today.
matter?
Maggie, good to see you.
I mean, does it matter? Does it matter? Actually, hold on. Why would we tell you when the president is going somewhere alone? Why would we let y'all know that? Actually, why we let the press know anything since the ICE raids have been exposed? Like, yeah, they exposed the ICE raid memo. Yeah, I know they got a memo when they gonna kick in your door. I mean, it's actually kind of funny when you think about it. So, all right, guys, so let's go ahead and get out there. Yeah, I want it done by like 6:30. So by 6:30, I need Enrico and Julio and Jose and them. Yeah, we need to hit them with the FBI. Open up. Yep. And then after that, we gotta go across town and get the rest of them with the FBI. Open up. And we gotta be on schedule, guys. Okay, we can't be lazy with this. And somebody exposes their memo. I mean, like, come on now.
You.
Thanks for taking the question.
I wouldn't tell the press nothing after that. After that, I'm be like, I'm sorry, we can't tell y'all nothing afterward. Y'all exposed the ice raids. And I'm not saying that the press did it, but somebody did it and we don't know where. So I'll be just hush hush from now on about anything going on with Trump's plans.
You talked about the
And how they'll be
transparency
carried out.
with Doge and
I mean, be transparent about the plans, but how to be carried out, yeah, I should probably have a little bit of like, secrecy with that, seeing that people are willing to expose it and try to find a way to stop it.
Elon Musk's press availability yesterday. There is a conflict of interest law in place that says that people who have personal interests can't interact with government entities that could touch on those. Has President Trump signed a waiver for Elon Musk? Does such a thing exist? If it does, will you guys release it in the interest of transparency that he's committed to?
I have not seen the law that you are referring to. What I can tell you is that Elon Musk, as I've confirmed before, is a special government employee. He is filing the proper financial disclosure, and he is complying with all applicable federal laws. As you also heard, Elon address this directly yesterday in the alleged conflict of interest, and he said everything he's doing is very public, and if you all perceive a conflict of interest, you're welcome to bring that up. And as the president said, if he feels like Elon is engaging in something that's a conflict of interest, he will tell Elon not to do that. And Elon also said yesterday that before he moves forward with anything, he consults with the president of the United States. So we're very confident with the ethics and the guardrails that have been put in place here. Caitlin.
Thanks, Caroline. I have a few things for you, but on the commitment by President Trump, he said that he and President Putin agreed to visit each other's respective nations. Are there any preconditions that President Trump has that President Putin must do before he goes and meets with him, withdrawing some forces, withdrawing all forces, anything like that?
Not that I'm aware of. That doesn't mean they don't exist. But I was just talking with the president in our national security team. I wasn't made aware of any conditions, but if they exist, I'm happy to provide those.
And on the president himself, he styles himself as this master negotiator. He is now deploying these negotiations, saying that they start immediately. We did hear from the Defense Secretary, Pete Hegseth, though, today saying that NATO membership is not realistic for Ukraine and neither is returning to pre-2014 borders. Aren't they giving away bargaining chips before these negotiations have even started?
Again, I haven't talked to the president about Ukraine's NATO membership, and he appointed several individuals to negotiate on his behalf. He's directly involved in these negotiations as well. And I'm sure if you ask him that question in the near future, when you're able to, he'll give you an answer. I just don't want to get ahead of him on it.
And final thing for you, which White House official made the decision to bar the AP reporter from the Oval Office and the diplomatic reception room last night?
Well, first of all, let me just set the record straight.
Okay.
It is a privilege to cover this White House. It's a privilege to be the White House press secretary.
Ooh.
And nobody has the right to go into the Oval Office and ask the president of the United States questions. That's an invitation that is given. And there are hundreds of outlets on this campus. Many of you in this room who don't have the privilege of being part of that pool every single day and getting to ask the president questions. We reserve the right to decide who gets to go into the Oval Office, and you all have credentials to be here, including the Associated Press, who is in this briefing room today.
But is it retaliatory in nature is the argument, because there's a reason that the AP was barred, which they said was because they're not using the phrase Gulf of America, they're using Gulf of Mexico in line with their standards. And so the question here is this setting a precedent that this White House will retaliate against reporters who don't use the language that you guys believe reporters should use? And how does that align with the
We'll go back on that real quick. But
commitment by President Trump? He said that he and President Putin agreed to visit each other's respective nations. Are there any preconditions that President Trump has that President Putin must do before he goes and meets with him, withdrawing some forces, withdrawing all forces, anything like that?
Not that I'm aware of. That doesn't mean they don't exist. But I was just talking with the president in our national security team. I wasn't made aware of any conditions, but if they exist, I'm happy to provide those.
And on the president himself, he styles himself as this master negotiator. He is now deploying these negotiations, saying that they start immediately. We did hear from the Defense Secretary, Pete Hegseth, though, today saying that NATO membership is not realistic for Ukraine and neither is returning to pre-2014 borders. Aren't they giving away bargaining chips before these negotiations have even started?
Again, I haven't talked to the president about Ukraine's NATO membership, and he appointed several individuals to negotiate on his behalf. He's directly involved in these negotiations as well. And I'm sure if you ask him that question in the near future, when you're able to, he'll give you an answer. I just don't want to get ahead of him on it.
And final thing for you, which White House official made the decision to bar the AP reporter from the Oval Office and the diplomatic reception room last night?
Well, first of all, let me just set the record straight. It is a privilege to cover this White House. It's a privilege to be the White House press secretary. And nobody has the right to go into the Oval Office and ask the President of the United States questions. That's an invitation that is given. And there are hundreds of outlets on this campus, many of you in this room who don't have the privilege of being part of that pool every single day and getting to ask the President questions. We reserve the right to decide who gets to go into the Oval Office. And you all have credentials to be here, including the Associated Press, who is in this briefing room today.
But isn't it retaliatory in nature is the argument, because the reason that the AP was barred, which they said was because they're not using the phrase Gulf of America, they're using Gulf of Mexico in line with their standards. And so the question here is this setting a precedent that this White House will retaliate against reporters who don't use the language that you guys believe reporters should use? And how does that align with the First Amendment commitment that you were just talking about?
I was very upfront in my briefing on day one that if we feel that there are lies being pushed by outlets in this room, we are going to hold those lies accountable. And it is a fact that the body of water off the coast of Louisiana is called the Gulf of America. And I'm not sure why news outlets don't want to call it that, but that is what it is. The Secretary of Interior has made that the official designation in the geographical identification name server. And Apple has recognized that. Google has recognized that. Pretty much every other outlet in this room has recognized that body of water as the Gulf of America. And it's very important to this administration that we get that right, not just for people here at home, but also for the rest of the world. Sure.
Thank you, Caroline. The prisoner exchange with Russia coming at the same time as the president is now announcing negotiations to end the war in Ukraine. The timing of that is hard to ignore. Was Ukraine discussed as part of this prisoner swap?
I was not involved in those discussions, so I can't comment on whether that came up or not. What I can say is that this was a very good deal for the United States of America and for the rest of the world. As you know, we have confirmed that the Russian who will be returning home very soon, Alexander Vinnik, was a non-violent crypto criminal. And as part of this exchange, he has forfeited more than $100 million that he obtained in that illegal crime. And in exchange, of course, we got Mark Fogel, who is a middle school teacher who kissed the American soil, but kissed the ground last night when he returned to the United States of America. It was a great deal and a great day for our country. And I think everybody, regardless of political affiliation, agrees with that.
And was Russia made aware ahead of time of the parameters that the administration and Secretary Hegseth was going to be announcing today?
The NATO parameters? Yes. I'm not sure. You'd have to ask Secretary Hegseth in the Defense Department on that, since he announced them. Jackie.
Thank you, Caroline. Just to be clear, so when we're listening for a shift in position on U.S. policy, should we only listen to the president and maybe not the Secretary of Defense? Because what he outlined today would represent a shift in U.S. policy.
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying I speak for the President of the United States behind this podium, and I will let him discuss that.
Can you tell us any more about the next hostage releases? I understand that Americans coming out today.
Sure. I'm glad you asked. It speaks to President Trump's deal-making ability, and we can confirm the safe.
All right, guys. And like I said, if you want to keep the show going, man, we just need to go ahead and get us to 50 super chats. You can either send in $1 or any question, comments, jokes. Send it in, bring us close to the goal. We'll go ahead and open up that call-in and run Conspiracy Hour.
Release of one American and two individuals from Belarus, one of whom worked for Radio Liberty. Out of respect for the privacy of these individuals, their request, we have no further details to announce on their identities, but we can confirm that one American was released today, and it's a remarkable victory on the heels of Mark Fogel returning to America last night.
Anything on who the U.S. might be releasing in exchange?
I don't have details on that at this moment.
Anyone in exchange?
I don't have details on that at this moment. I do know that these three individuals have been released and are on their way home to their respective countries.
Caroline, thank you so much. Can you explain how President Trump envisions the war in Russia and Ukraine coming to an end? Does he expect Ukraine to hand over all the territory in question?
Again, these negotiations are ongoing. I will allow the president to divulge any red lines that he may set. But I think as deals in the past have come to fruition, the president has proven one of the things that makes him a very effective negotiator is not revealing what he's anticipating from both sides. But he is at the forefront of these negotiations, in addition to the very qualified individuals who he's tasked with speaking to both President Putin and President Zelensky.
And speaking of deals, a meeting with the President of the United States offers any foreign leader credibility. Was it part of the prisoner swap
And shout out my man Zoloff, man, making it 44. He comes in with conspiracy. Oh yes, man. I got a good one for you.
with Fogel that President Trump agreed to meet with Putin?
Again, I was already asked this question. I said I was not made aware of that, but we can certainly get you an answer on that. I'll check in with the NSC. Sure, Monica.
Thanks, Caroline. It's clear that this administration is dedicated to both truth and transparency. We know that with DOJ, but we also know that because this administration recently announced it's going to declassify the assassinations of Martin Luther King Jr., JFK, and RFK. I'm wondering, is it likely that we're going to see more information regarding the assassination attempts on the president's life while he was on the campaign trail?
In regards to the assassination of the individuals you mentioned, President Trump signed that executive order directing the respective agencies to do it. I know that that process continues and is ongoing. He's committed to transparency and the declassification of these very important files that I think many Americans are not only interested in learning about, but also have the right to know about. As for the two heinous assassination attempts on the president's life.
And shout out Frankie D. He says, he said Key just wanted to stop by and say hi, keep up the awesome work. I have to be up early, so have a great night, y'all. Hey, man, shout out to my man, Frankie D. Appreciate the support, brother. Appreciate the support. No, you could be a woman as well. I'm not sure. But hey, man, I'm just going off the name.
Life. He's spoken to this publicly. I've spoken to him about it privately.
Have a great night.
And, as he said publicly to all of you, he feels he has a right to know about further information about the individuals who tried to kill him, tried to take his life. And so if and when we get that information, I'll leave it up to the president to decide whether or not he would like to reveal it. But I believe in the effort of transparency that we've seen consistently from this president, he certainly will. Daniel.
Thanks, Caroline. I wanted to ask you about the $59 million that FEMA sent to New York City migrant hotels. Secretary Kristi Noem just put out a statement saying that she clawed back the full payment that FEMA activists unilaterally gave to NYC migrant hotels. She wrote, "Mark my words."
Yo. So FEMA getting exposed today on this. So FEMA, they were the one who sent out $59 million to migrant hotels. So yes, hotels that was housing migrants was being paid for by taxpayer dollars through FEMA, through a disaster relief fund that's supposed to be meant for American citizens, but is being used to house, non-American citizens. Like, goddamn, like, ain't that something? It's downright disrespectful, but hey, it is what it is, right?
There will not be a single penny spent that goes against the interest and safety of the American people.
Hey, if you ask a liberal this question, what are you going to tell you? Well, that's like less than 1% of the budget for FEMA. That's less than 1% of their budget, so it shouldn't matter. $59 million should not matter. I mean, if it was in your bank account, would it matter then?
What does the response of the Trump administration send to any federal bureaucrats that are thinking about obstructing the president's agenda?
They will be held accountable. The president is signing executive orders daily, and he expects all officials across the administration, regardless if they are a political appointee or if they are a career bureaucrat, to adhere to the will of the American people and the 77 million Americans who reelected President Trump. He is here for a reason, and he is focused every day on implementing his administration's goals and sending $59 million to a migrant hotel to house illegal immigrants when there are still people in North Carolina and California who have not received FEMA funding is not something that this administration is going to tolerate. Tiana.
Thank you so much, Caroline. One on New York and one on Russia, please. On New York City Comptroller Brad Lander is accusing DOJ of clawing back $80 million that was intended for New York City FEMA funding. Wondering if you've heard about that figure, if that figure is accurate, and why that money was taken back.
I have not heard about that figure. DOJ is moving very quickly, but I can get the receipts and gladly send them to you. I know that story is likely of great interest to the New York Post.
John. Russia, please. Sure. Is President Trump waiting for a kind of signal or an action from Putin to go to Russia? And would he be willing to go to Ukraine in the future?
I don't have any decisions to make on the president's potential visit to Russia or any in-person meeting at this time. John.
Caroline, two questions, one on foreign policy, one on domestic policy. Following up on the president's call that he had with President Putin, does the president view Russia, does he view President Putin as an ally, as a partner, as a competitor, or as an adversary?
I believe this nation views Putin and Russia as a great competitor in the region, at times an adversary. But as the president has said as well, he enjoys having good diplomatic relationships with leaders around the world, finding that common ground, also calling them out when they are wrong, and leading from a position of peace through strength. That's the president's greatest strength, and we've seen that again, time and time again.
And then, as you pointed out in your statement regarding the confirmation of Tulsi Gabbard, there was one Republican who voted against the nomination of Tulsi Gabbard.
Doesn't
It
matter.
was Senator Mitch McConnell. Similarly, how
He don't matter.
does the administration view Senator McConnell? Can he be a partner in the president's legislative agenda? Are you disappointed that he voted against not only Tulsi Gabbard, but also Pete Hegseth to be the defense secretary?
I think we're greatly disappointed in any Republican who chooses willfully to vote against the president's exceptionally qualified cabinet nominees and picks to lead his America First administration. Not a single Democrat swayed from voting against President Biden's nominees, and we know how many of them turned out. They turned out to be atrocious at their jobs, leaving America much worse than they were when they took the oath of office. And so I've said it repeatedly from this podium. I addressed it at the beginning of my remarks. We expect all Republicans to vote, to stay tough and strong, vote for President Trump's nominees so we can get to work and continue to work very hard to implement this president's agenda. Sure.
Thank you. Thank you, Caroline. On South Korea is currently in a chaotic situation. How does the President Trump react to the current chaotic situation in South Korea? Secondly, if South Korea needs help from United States, what role do you think the U.S. will play?
Sure. I haven't spoken to the president about the ongoing situation in South Korea. I would defer you to his previous statements. And I can also see if I can get you something new from the National Security Council, who I'm very confident the officials that are focused on South Korea are on this. I just haven't spoken to them about it, but I'm happy to provide that for you. Yes.
Thank you, Caroline. Does Elon Musk have power of the presidency?
Absolutely not.
Right.
Bro, come on now.
I asked that question because, the Democrats have been hurling insults at Elon Musk, hurling attacks, calling him President Musk. Most recently.
Like, come on now. If you truly believe that President Musk is running the United States, man, I ain't even gonna lie, bro. You stupid. Man, it's like, bro, don't let the Democrats make y'all look stupid, okay? Again. Like, how much time you gonna let these people make y'all look stupid? Like, Again! Like, over and over?
Jamie Raskin, the congressman, took it a step further, calling for Musk's impeachment, saying that he somehow usurped the power of the presidency. What's your response?
It's utterly ridiculous. Elon Musk addressed this in the Oval Office yesterday. The president addressed it as well. Elon Musk is serving at the pleasure of the president, just like everybody else on this team. He takes directives directly from the president of the United States. And I think some of the comments that you referred to are nothing more than a failed attempt from the media and from Democrats to try to sow division in this White House. We saw them do it in the first term. We're not going to let them do it in the second term. This is a unified team who is working at the pleasure of the president to do what's right for the American people. I have one more quick housekeeping note before I leave you all today. The president wanted me to share with all of you that he had a wonderful meeting with King Abdullah of Jordan yesterday. They discussed many things, including the Gaza Strip and its future at great length. The king would much prefer that the Palestinians stay in place, with the additional land to be used for new development, which would greatly create jobs at levels never seen before. But the president feels it would be much better and more majestic if these Palestinians could be moved to safer areas. I would just add to that the president remains wholeheartedly.
Yeah, the Jordan the King, like, yeah. I mean, I'm glad the ceasefire stop, but yeah, don't bring him over here. It's like, so y'all don't want him. I mean, you know what? Shoot, give them to Lebanon. They was fighting on behalf of them, was they not? Throw some of them to Syria. I don't know. Throw some of them to the people that was willing to die beside them. You know, why not? Why not? Shoot, fair is fair, right?
Committed to seeing peace in the Middle East. And our Arab partners in the region have been tasked with coming up with a peace plan to present to the president. That is ongoing. King Abdullah mentioned that yesterday. He also committed to accepting 2,000 sick children from the Gaza Strip, which the president called a beautiful gesture. So the administration continues to work with our Arab partners in the region. We stand closely with our ally Israel. And the president has presented this big, new, bold idea to secure peace in the Middle East. And he is not going to waver from that. And we look forward to seeing that goal of this administration achieved as well. Thank you very much, everybody. And we'll see you very soon. Have a great day.
Thank you.
And all right, man, let's take a little comedic interlude.
Losing it. Welcome back. Now it's time for Lefties Losing It. It's time to check in with our friends at the Lunatic Asylum, identifying as the MSNBC newsroom. And I regret to inform you that Joy Reid is preoccupied with balls.
Take a deep breath for just a moment and ponder big balls.
Okay.
Oh, man, take a deep breath and ponder big balls. Okay.
Pondering Joy. Joy Reid is preoccupied with balls.
Take a deep breath for just a moment and ponder big balls.
Okay, I'm pondering Joy. What happens next? Donald Trump walks through the door?
Have you all essentially made it clear to Mike Johnson that until they allow you all to subpoena big balls?
I really think we need to move on from this.
You want to subpoena big balls? What big balls do to you, bro? But look, man, we need big balls. We need him out here to look over this stuff. Actually, we need big balls. We need big balls to lead families, big balls to lead relationships, big balls to lead the damn country. Big balls is needed across the spectrum.
Dangerous obsession, but apparently the leftist media is talking about nothing else.
Thanks for joining us. We begin tonight with Musk.
Shout out Big Balls, reminding us how important balls is in America.
And Big Balls.
Big Balls.
Big Balls. Big Balls, who work for Elon Musk's so-called Department of Government Efficiency, Doge.
In the one case of the Big Balls kid, a literal teenager.
Big Balls online, Big Balls here that Katie's talking about. A 19-year-old that goes by the username Big Balls. So that would be one way that we could refer to him.
Young computer whizzes, the aforementioned Big Balls.
Because who among us doesn't feel better about Big Balls? Big Balls.
We just saw Joy Reid's co-anchor at MSNBC, Rachel.
I mean, shoot, man. I mean, I'm cool. Shoot, what about y'all? Everybody feeling cool with Big Balls looking over these things, man? Shout out my man Big Balls. Like, what does this guy look like?
Oh, Maddow. I wonder what else she's pondering other than big balls.
All Republicans in the Senate voted tonight to advance the nomination of Tulsi Gabbard to be Director of National Intelligence. It's like saying that I could be a defensive lineman on the Philadelphia Eagles.
Shout out Tulsi Gabbard. And Rachel Maddow. I'm sorry, you just can't stack up, baby. You just can't stack up. You ain't built like Tulsi. Like, come on, bro. She was a governor. Where were you besides a pundit for all these years? Like, you get paid great money, but let's be real, though. Let's be real. Governor, veteran, person who just talks shit on TV. I mean, come on now, man. Let's be fair. And I like me, you got some things in relation here, but come on. I'm not kind of compare myself to Pete Hegseth and call him a bum or something.
Sure. No, it's like saying you, Rachel Maddow, can be a hack anchor at a far-left activist news network with a teeny tiny audience of miserable Marxists. Now let's go to this beautiful moment on CNN, a spectacular self-own from Ashley Allison, a former Obama staffer.
I do not have the same opportunity as you. I know I don't. And you know and I know West Coast. And you know that. Let me just tell you about me. I got a law degree, a master's, and 2 bachelors. Probably more education than all y'all added up together at this table, right?
Overly educated, but ain't saying too much, though. I mean, like, look, this is what I like to say by the annoyingly educated. It's like you're so educated, but you don't really talk. You're so educated, but you don't really know nothing. You what? You're annoyingly educated. Like,
And I have always been the least paid person on payroll at every institution I have worked in.
Bitch, lie again. I'm sorry. Excuse my language. But hey, man, that girl lying. Ain't no way. The least paid person. Quit lying, bro. All right, sis.
And it's not
Even
because
in the White House?
even in the White House.
Well, whose fault is that? I don't think he worked for George W. or Trump.
Well, guess what happened when I was there? DEI.
Bruh.
We're all
Own
clapping.
yourself.
Do you think she's figured it out yet? Outing her boss, Obama, as racist and sexist for underpaying her, supposedly, because of her color and gender.
Yes, because you was just there to be a blackface, sweetheart. I'm sorry. I mean, yes, that's exactly what you did. I mean, hey, look, y'all say we tap dance for the white man. That's exactly what old girl just did. Tap dance for the white man, but I mean, well, shit, let's be real. You tap dancing for the government to be in Obama's camp, and the crazy thing is that he's underpaying you.
Bruh.
He that's how you know you DEI. It's like, look, you're just here just to fill a quota. So therefore, we're gonna pay you the lowest we possibly can while also keeping your dumb ass happy. It's like,
oh dear, the time has come to look at the antics of awfuls. That's AWFL, awfuls. It stands for affluent white female liberals or lefties. They like to think they are the saviors of us coloured folk, and some of them have started singing about it.
Trust black women, they lead the way. Trust black women, they lead the way.
now black women, now look, man. You know I love y'all. Yeah. Y'all know I love y'all, right? I gotta say this. I mean, look, black women lead the way. I mean, do you not see the single mother households in the black community? I mean, those are black women led. How are those going? Oh shit. But shout out to the black single mothers that do it correctly.
White women, stop abandoning your sisters.
Trust
black women, they lead the way.
Okay.
No, bro. I mean, okay, I do believe that all women of all races should have a sisterhood to them. I'm all for that kumbaya, but for them to sing it like that is almost hilarious. I gotta go back. I'm sorry. I gotta go back.
Coloured folk, and some of them have started singing about it.
Trust black women, they lead the way. Trust black women, they lead the way. White women, stop abandoning your sisters. Trust black women, they lead the way.
Okay,
right.
That's enough. Please make it stop.
We're mad as hell. Oh, can't you tell? Oh, we're mad as hell. Can't you tell?
Brother, what's that? What's that, brother?
And shout out to my man Castro, man. Appreciate the support. He said, "Hey, Seth, can you show the clip I posted about the women protesting and singing low-key fire?" Yeah, I got you, big dog, of course.
We just stand you.
Send it again, though, just in case it's buried in the chat somewhere, though.
Fascists, oh, we're mad as hell. Can't you tell?
Now to a dude who is deeply perturbed by his correct gender being listed on his passport. The teeny tiny M is making this lefty lose it.
My passport guy, and they gave me an M gender marker. This is the country we live in. Now let me just clarify.
Yeah, no, it sounds like a country of common sense. I'm glad.
I had
I'm
an
happy for you, man.
passport before and requested.
I am happy for you, bro. I'm happy for you, my guy. All right, brother. Okay, I'm done.
It be changed to an F at the beginning of January. You can see it was issued February 4th, 2025. They gave me an M.
To 45 and 47, the commander-in-chief, who has always been masterful in dealing with lefty activist journalists. And this next dude from the Huffington Post got the Trump treatment.
Vice President suggested that if the Supreme Court rules in a way that she don't like, they can just enforce it by themselves.
I don't know even what you're talking about. Neither do you. Who are you with? Who? Oh, no wonder. I thought they died. Are they still around? I haven't read them in years. I thought they died. All right, go ahead. Who else?
To be honest with you, I thought the Huffington Post had died as well.
Yeah,
Now to Democrat Congresswoman Maxine Dexter, who wants to have relations with the president.
Here we go.
Good luck, lady.
I've been told I have 30 seconds. So I am going to tell you that we do have to, I don't swear in public very well, but we have to Trump. Please.
I mean, yeah, how well? I mean, did she just say we got to? No, I'll just say it. Did she just say we got to fuck Trump? Or like what? Like, well, why they bleep it? What else could she have said? Like, Jesus.
Don't tell my children that I just did that.
Ooh, and don't tell your husband either.
Now, plenty more lefties losing it with my next guest. Joining me now is journalist Batia Ungasargon. Batia, let's start with an extraordinary press conference earlier today featuring the leader of the free world and the world's richest man, who also happens to be leading the Department of Government Efficiency. Here is Elon Musk with President Donald Trump.
The people voted for major government reform. There should be no doubt about that. That was on the campaign. The president spoke about that at every rally. The people voted for major government reform, and that's what people are going to get. They're going to get what they voted for. And a lot of times, people that don't get what they voted for, but in this presidency, they are going to get what they voted for. And that's what democracy is all about.
He's right. This is what people voted for. The president has a clear...
I mean, damn, that's actually a sound point. He's like, yo, hold on. Majority of the people voted for this. And if we're following democracy, as you guys so-called like to, hinge on, we're in democracy. We're in a democracy. Constitutional republic, by the way. But y'all have to say, we're in a democracy. Then by democracy rules, yeah, y'all should be okay with this. Oh, now remember, democracy only matter when you guys are in power. When it's your agenda that you want being pushed. I get it now. I get it. It's conditional to democracy. That's what it is.
A mandate to impose these policies. And frankly, Batia, I've got to ask, why would any American be against cutting government waste and also tackling the enormous fraud that's in the bureaucracy?
Rita, you do such a great job of pointing out the lefties losing it. I gotta say, though, I was losing it seeing these Democrats out there screaming and shrieking and wailing and weeping on behalf of the recipients of USAID, all of these foreigners who will no longer be able.
And shout out to my man Castro, member and mod, man. We're going to go ahead and play that video for you, bro. Don't worry, I got you. All right, let's get it going.
Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Tell me, which side are you on? Which side are you on? We'll fight against George. We'll fight Elon Musk. No Elon scab within our walls. We'll fight from dawn to dusk. Oh, which side are you on?
Maybe y'all should have had somebody, no offense, maybe y'all should have had somebody black write this for y'all.
Which side are you on?
This is missing all types of rhythm. Actually, no, I know white people were rhythm. This is damn near disgraceful.
Which side are you on? Which side are you on? Trump's coming for our unions. He wants us all to fail. He wants us to bow to him, but we want him in jail. Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Tell me, which side are you on?
Oh.
Which side are you on? They say in the capital city there are no neutrals found. You're either with the union or a scabby Musk bloodhound. Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Tell me, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Don't take that government buyout. Don't listen to Trump's lies.
I mean, no. They might want to take that buyout. You don't want to walk out there broke. Like, bro, yeah, man, y'all talking about starving children, man. What? I pretty much telling them to deny livelihood. But okay. Hopefully y'all giving them money.
Us workers haven't got a chance.
Actually, you know what I've noticed about Democrats is like it's like they forgot the saying of like what the road to hell was paved with good intentions. It's like it's kind of crazy. That defines y'all mission almost every time. It's like y'all have the best intentions, but it's going straight to hell.
Unless we organize. No, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Tell me. Which side are you on? Which side are you on?
Yeah. Well, I mean, that was funny. I ain't gonna lie. That was freaking hilarious.
Able to make their
Shout out
ridiculous DEI operas with the taxpayers of hardworking Americans. I cannot remember the last time I saw Democrats this angry about something. Certainly, they have never been this outraged at the waste of American taxpayers like they are at the fact that all of these foreign countries will no longer be able to waste that hard-earned money. And I got to tell you, Rita, it is so telling to see who the Democrats' heart beats for. It beats for the other and never for their own. And I think this is such an important moment. And I thank you for calling it out.
And I think part of the reason is that they've hoodwinked everybody into thinking that this enormous leftist, so-called progressive movement we've seen in the Western world is all organic, grassroots. It's not. It's been funded by taxpayers, unwitting taxpayers who don't support these causes, these leftist activists, groups, NGOs. And now that...
Bro, like, for real, though, I mean, like, come on now. I'm not a heartless guy. If y'all telling me that our stuff is going to some stuff that I can support, that I can give my tax money to and be like, you know, this is helping feeding children and saving them from starvation in my own country first. We better be doing that in my own damn country first. That better be going towards kids in my own damn country first. And once we solve that, then I'll be like, all right, we can worry about other kids now.
We're actually finding out where that money's going and what sort of programs it's backing. Obviously, there's been a backlash from the public, and I'm really quite surprised the Democrats are so silly to double down, because this is not a popular position to be holding. Now, Elon today also talked about some of the insane rules around the bureaucracy, some of the rules that really stop them implementing the plans, and also the obvious fraud.
You know, there's crazy things like just cursory examination of Social Security, and we've got people in there that are 150 years old. Now, do you know anyone who's 150? I don't. Okay. They should be on the Guinness Book of World Records. They're missing out. So, you know, that's a case where, like, I think they're probably dead. It's my guess.
150 or 50.
I ain't gonna lie to America. We kind of act like an ain't shit baby dad, if you really think about it. It's like, so we don't take care of our own kids, but we're out here trying to support other people's kids. It's like, yo, what the fuck? What type of ain't shitness is this? Like, this is, I ain't gonna lie, that's fuckery right there.
Year-olds collecting welfare. And what about all those folks with fixed government incomes, fixed government salaries, who somehow accrue incredible wealth?
Could you mention some of the things that your team has found, some of the crazy numbers, including the woman that walked away with about 30 million,
right,
et cetera?
Well, we do find it sort of rather odd that, you know, there are quite a few people in the bureaucracy who have ostensibly a salary of a few $100,000, but somehow manage to accrue tens of millions of dollars in net worth while they are in that position, which is, you know, what happened to USAID.
Talk about greedy is like, yo, he said a few hundreds of thousands. That person already making like $200,000-300K a year already on taxpayer dollar on us, right? $300K a year on us is crazy, but they're also out there somehow, some way, who knows, getting millions and millions of dollars somehow, some way. Like, it's just, it is what it is. Huh. Hopefully hopefully us exposing all this spending is going into kickbacks. Hopefully this helps out. Because I wouldn't be surprised we start, digging through LLCs and all that good stuff. Wouldn't be surprised.
Just curious as to where it came from.
I'd also like to see some politicians investigated with the same rationale. But politicians who've been in the job sometimes for decades on a fixed government salary, and yet their wealth is enormous, and you wonder where that's come from. But Tia, how long can Americans expect to see Elon Musk fill this position? He's a busy man. He's worth hundreds of billions. He's got so many groundbreaking ventures underway. How long can taxpayers expect to get his services for free?
I think the thing that's going to end this romance between him and Donald Trump is not necessarily him wanting to get back to his businesses, but the fact that in some ways his interests are not actually perfectly aligned with those of the MAGA movement. And
Yep.
while what I really appreciate what he's doing here,
Especially his opinion on H-1B visas.
and finding this government waste and saying the taxpayers of the hardworking American belong to Americans, I think that's all great. But even better is the fact that DOGE now has a congressional oversight committee helmed by Marjorie Taylor Greene, who is perhaps the most America first, most important congresswoman in America today. And I'm really looking forward to them taking over this venture in a way that is very organized from within Congress, of course, whose job it is to control the purse and American taxpayers.
Now, to the border crisis, perhaps is no longer a crisis. It seemed within 2 weeks, Trump had reinstated order on that border, and he's pushing ahead with his administration's mass deportation plans. But Borders.art, Tom Homan, has accused the FBI, people within the FBI, of leaking critical details about planned immigration raids, which are not only frustrating plans to deport illegals, but also putting officers' lives at risk.
We think it's coming from inside. And we know the first leak of Aurora is under current investigation. We think we identified that person under investigation right now. The California leak, Secretary Noem, she's correct. Some of the information we're receiving tends to lead toward the FBI.
But if that is the case, the consequences.
And guys, make sure to subscribe to the channel, man. We do this every single night. So you can be here every single night, get that notification and pull up, man. We appreciate the support. Hit the icon of S.E.T Key Media, and you can go ahead and subscribe to the channel and go ahead and double tap that screen while you're at it. Like the video.
Have to be swift and severe. If it's established that people within the FBI are guilty of these leaks, they need to be behind bars. It's not just enough to sack them, but they have to be behind bars.
I mean,
yes, definitely should be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law, anybody who broke the law. But again, you see here, Rita, what
I mean, there's nothing wrong with just saying lock their ass up. I mean, there really is nothing wrong with saying that. And the fact they're trying to make it a constitutional crisis, it's crazy. I mean, like I said, this is democracy, right? We voted for this. We did. I mean, bro, he was talking about DOGE as one of his campaigns. Well, I mean, honestly, one of his policies. Yes, he was gonna go ahead and enact DOGE. We all knew this. Now when it's popping off, y'all acting surprised as if nobody voted for this. Yes, we all voted for this. Every one of us who voted for Trump, yeah, this is what we went for. All the states that went red, yep. I mean, hey, maybe not all of them agreed, but guess what? They all in on it too now.
You pointed out from the beginning, which is this is the constituency of the Democrats, right? It is career bureaucrats. It is the beneficiaries of government waste. It is the FBI actively undermining the executive branch and Tom Homan, who is unbelievably efficient. And all he wants to do is carry out the mandate given to him by Donald Trump, who got that mandate from the American people. Americans support.
And guys, we are 41 super chats away from conspiracy hour. We appreciate the support, but you can go ahead and send in $1 to go ahead and bring us closer to the goal, or you can send in $2 and up and get any question, comment, joke read out loud, and we'll go ahead and post it onto the top of the screen and also react to it, if it's engaging. Appreciate the support, guys. Let's keep it going.
mass deportations, especially of criminals. This has like 85% support among the American people. And again, you see career bureaucrats, Democrats, FBI agents opposing Donald Trump. But that is opposition to the will of the American people. Donald Trump always said, they don't hate me, they hate you. I'm just standing in the way. And again, we see this borne out. And immigration is simply topic number one when it comes to this. You can see it so clearly. The elites absolutely loathe the average American who wants nothing but a better future for their child.
Now, what's your response to the media, the celebrity activist class, all those who've got a voice, and they say these deportations are inhumane, they're cruel, they're unnecessary? What's your response to that?
What's inhumane is importing millions and millions of people to undercut the labor and the wages of your neighbor who's much poorer than you. It is so disgusting to sit there and to judge people who have so much less than you and smear them as racist for the crime of wanting a labor market that favors the labor of a native-born American. It is supposed to mean—
Nah, for real though. That's 100. Nah, because we have too much labor market that support immigrants. Like, there's a problem in where I'm from, Columbus, Ohio, by the way. Shout out OHIO, and, go Bucks. But there's a huge problem here in my city, and it's these temp agencies. These temp agencies will look over American citizens and go with immigrants. You feel me? I mean, bro, you'll go into a temp agency that's linked up to one of these factories or whatever, and if you don't speak Spanish, they're not giving you the job, and they're not allowed to do that, but they secretly do it. They get it off somehow, some way. I mean, like, how can you prove that they did it because you're not Mexican, you don't speak Spanish? How can you prove that they didn't get you in there because you're not, African or Haitian? I mean, how can you prove this stuff? But here's how you prove it. Why are these temp services run by it? Why are these temp services why do all the immigrants automatically know that, hey, yeah, if you want to get in on a job quick without papers for real, temp service? It's like, a bit strange. It's a bit strange how they do us, but it is what it is. And I will say this, though. Most of the immigrants who come in are legal, though. They are legal through either the TPS or something else, or they've just been here a while. So by that standard, it is fair. It is legal, but it's unfair to the American people because there's a lot of young men in my city who turn to the streets because they ain't got nowhere to work. And it's kind of crazy because it's like, oh, but the immigrant kids got somewhere to work. And it's not like my youngins don't want to work. Is that y'all give it to these guys first?
Mean something to be an American, and to the elites in this country, the opposite is the case. Everybody else gets preference. Everybody else gets our taxpayer dollars. Everybody else gets access to our labor market. Everybody else's products get shipped in here for cheap, undercutting the labor of the American worker. That is inhumane. It is inhumane to say your neighbor, because they don't have a fancy college degree, should never get to own a home, that they should never get to retire in dignity. And that's what it means when you have an open border. You are effectively saying we're going to have a limitless supply of low-skilled, low-wage laborers to undercut jobs that used to secure hardworking Americans the American dream. And that's to say nothing of the cruelty to the migrants themselves who get raped on the way over here, who get killed on the way over here, who are extorted, who become slaves to the cartels that bring him here. It is cruelty from beginning to end to everybody involved, except the elites who get rich off of these slaves and their labor.
Now, Batia, today, Jordan's King Abdullah II was at the White House. President Trump reiterated his plans to rebuild Gaza, to take over Gaza. He wants Jordan and other countries in the region to do more, including taking in people from Gaza. King Abdullah may not like that plan too much, but he said this. He said, in Trump, he finally sees a leader who can bring lasting stability and peace to the region.
Mr. President, I truly believe that with all the challenges that we have in the Middle East, that I finally see somebody that can take us across the finish line to bring stability, peace, and prosperity to all of us in the region. And it is, I think, our collective responsibility in the Middle East to continue to work with you, to support you, to achieve those lofty goals.
What do you think Donald Trump's real plan is here? I don't think he wants to really rebuild Gaza, but how does he engineer an inter-Arab agreement that sees countries like Jordan, Saudi Arabia, Egypt take on greater responsibility?
You know what Trump is like? He is like a person who shows up and finds a family. And in this family, you have a bunch of very wealthy older siblings. And then you've got one youngest sibling who's totally broke and living in the streets, and the older siblings don't care at all. And Donald Trump is like an outsider who shows up and says, what the heck is going on here? Do you feel no shame that you have a sibling who's out there, who's starving, who's living in the streets, who has nothing, no hope, and no future? That's what he's doing. He is shaming these shameful Arab countries who have allowed the situation of the Palestinians to get worse and worse and worse and done absolutely nothing, while using this as an issue in their domestic politics to get more and more.
And guys, do you have any question, comments, disagreements? Go ahead, send in $2 and up. I'll go ahead and read it out loud, and I'll go ahead and interact with you. We can have that talk. But hey, man, some of y'all wild.
More popular. It is absolutely disgusting. When Trump says that none of the Palestinians are going to want to come back, they're going to want to leave, they're going to want to go here, they're going to go there, he's not imagining forced expulsion. It is very clear that what Trump is pointing out is the fact that not a single Palestinian was allowed to flee a war zone because Egypt closed that border. Every war has refugees except this one because they were locked in by Egypt, which did not allow a single Palestinian, not a single.
And that is a fair point. You know what? I always do say when they talk about this conflict, when they make the point, why don't Egypt and the rest of their Muslim brothers take them in? I'm just like, damn, that's a good point. That's a good point. Doesn't mean that, Israel taking them out like this is like justified, but it is a good point on why these people are not being accepted by their so-called Muslim brethren. Like,
grandmother or infant to escape to freedom. I don't think Trump is planning to force anyone to leave. In his mind, there are many, many Gazans who would voluntarily leave and live somewhere where they could have a better future. Now, whether he's right or wrong about that, we just don't know. Probably many young people would take that option, and many older people would feel, no, I want to stay in my homeland, even if it has been devastated. But the fact that not one of these Arab moderate countries has stepped up to the plate to help these people is disgusting. And Trump is calling them out on it the way that he does so eloquently.
Now, before you go, Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth has reversed the Biden administration decision to rename Fort Bragg. Bragg is back. And it comes as Hegseth revealed data showing the enormous boost in recruitment numbers since Donald Trump won the election back in November. In December, the US Army had its best recruiting numbers in 12 years. And in January of this...
that's what I like to hear. Patriotism being restored. I already know a couple, it's kind of crazy. I actually do know some people who actually recently went to the Army. Hey, people are feeling the American spirit again. I love it. I mean, hey, look, you got a president who ain't going to try to force you into a war for resources. So, hey, God bless. God bless.
Yeah, the Army hit its best recruiting numbers in 15 years, according to Pete Hegseth's data there. And I think that's been verified. It's hard not to see that as a massive positive.
Oh, yeah, definitely during his confirmation hearings. I was looking at that guy and thinking, everyone wants to be on that guy's team. He's good looking, he's manly, he's macho, he's smart, he's, stands up for what he believes in.
And he got hoes. That boy Hegseth good with the women. I tell you that, boy. That's one thing him and Trump got in common, that baby mama. Like, woo.
seems, like all of the things that you want a warrior to be. This is Pete Hegseth, successful and articulate. That was why he was elected. I mean, he was chosen by Donald Trump. I think he was chosen for this specific purpose. He makes people want to be warriors. And
like, bro got American socks on, bro. This man whole thing is being American. He has American drip on. You know what? I got some American drip coming soon.
This is Pete Hegseth, successful and articulate. That was why.
Bro, look at her. She's even drooling over the man. This man got Riz. Oh, come on, bro. I ain't gonna lie, he's literally a Chad. He's what you would call a Chad, pretty much. Even when he was telling his story, he's like, yeah, it happened. Some dude's wife came up, we hooked up, and then she went back and told her husband. And I'm like, whoa. Well,
My man.
He was elected. I mean, he was chosen by Donald Trump. I think he was chosen for this specific purpose. He makes people want to be warriors. And as you pointed out, Rita, he's doing a great job.
He's doing a great job, and they would be absolutely thrilled to see those boost in recruitment numbers. But here, Unga Sargon, it is always a pleasure. Thanks for your time tonight.
Thank you so much. Such a pleasure to be with you.
All righty. Now let's go to this meeting that they were talking about in the video where he met with King of Jordan.
Gentleman, a great leader, and does a fantastic job in his country.
Guys, let's get us to that 50 super chats, and we'll go ahead and open up that call-in line. Like I said, hey, you can use the cheat code. I'm sending $1 in, or you can send $2 and up. We'll go ahead and read out any question, comment, joke. I would say information that you might want to share. Hey, we'll read it out loud and post it to the top of the chat. We appreciate the support, guys. Let's keep it going.
His son, we're lucky enough to have his handsome son with us today, so it's good to see you again. We've had some quick discussions just now, and we're going to have some longer discussions after this. And the relationship with Jordan has been very strong, has been with me, and really has been with the country. But I think I've been closer than other presidents to Jordan and what Jordan represents. And it's an honor to have you and your son with us today. And if you'd like to say a few words, then thank you very much.
Mr. President, thank you very much for having us, and so short after your inauguration, I think just as a testament to what you said.
And shout out my man Castro for sending in that $1. Like I said, go ahead and send in $1 and get us to that 50, because right now we just need 40 more super chats. We'll go ahead and run Conspiracy Hour. I got 2 lined up for y'all. We're going to get into the conspiracy of USA because they go even deeper. Shout out to my man Mike Benz. And we're also going to get into Tucker Carlson's interview with this one guy who's pretty much exposing what Ukraine is really doing with our weapons.
There's a special relationship between our two countries, and the personal relationship, friendship, and trust between the two of us. Mr. President, I truly believe that with all the challenges that we have in the Middle East, that I finally see somebody that can take us across the finish line to bring stability, peace, and prosperity to all of us in the region. And it is, I think, our collective responsibility in the Middle East to...
AKA, yeah, we're finally got a president and not playing around with our ass. So let me walk over here and make sure I'm on your good side. Hey, shout out Trump. Shout out Trump.
Continue to work with you, to support you, to achieve those lofty goals. So I'm very delighted to be here. And as you said, sir, we've got some very interesting discussions ahead.
Very good. Very good. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, many people in the region, especially Jordan, are worried about the annexation of the West Bank. Will you give His Majesty the King guarantee that you won't allow Israel to annex the West Bank? And how are you going to...
I think that's going to work out very well. That's not really what we're talking about today. I think that's something that's going to work out automatically, and it's in good shape. And we discussed it. Other people have discussed it with us and with me. That's going to work out. West Bank is going to work out very well.
Mr. President, why should the king take in the Palestinian people? He's made clear he doesn't want to.
Well, I don't know, but he may have just something to say, because we discussed just briefly. I think maybe you want to say it now, or...
Well, Mr. President, I think...
Please explain why you do not want to take in your Islamic brethren. I would love to hear that. Like, let's hear it, my friend, because that's going to be a tough one to sell me.
We have to keep in mind that there is a plan from Egypt and the Arab countries. We're being invited by
And shout out my man Hellbat, because now we're at 39 super chats until we open up conspiracy hour. Appreciate the support, guys. He says 3 + 3 = snowman, 4 + 4 = tree, 5 + 5 = tractor, 6 + 6 = slide, and 7 + 8 = a triangle. A triangle, he says. Oh, Hellbat. Oh, Hellbat. But hey, though, I appreciate you, my friend. I appreciate you. And shout out my man Daniel Castro following that up. So now we're at 38.
Hamid bin Salman to discussions in Riyadh. I think the point is how do we make this work in a way that is.
And shout out Hellbat and Castro.
Good for everybody. Right. Obviously, we have to look at the best interests of the United States, of the people in the region, especially to my people of Jordan. And we're going to have some interesting discussions today. I think one of the things that we can do right away is take 2,000 children that are either cancer children or in very ill state to Jordan as quickly as possible, and then wait for, I think, the Egyptians to present their plan on.
Why weren't you doing that on day one then? Like, I hear you. It sounds great now, but why wasn't you doing that on day one? Why aren't you taking in children on day one, my friend? Why are you waiting till now to do something about it? This sounds very weird. I ain't gonna lie to you. I don't buy it. I just don't buy it. Yeah, that's literally what's happening in my head right now. It's like, huh? Well, where was this kindness on day one?
On how we can work with the president to work on Gaza challenges.
So you're
I want to tell you, excuse me, wait, just please. I didn't know that what you just said, 2,000 children with cancer or other problems. And that's really a beautiful gesture. That's really good. And we appreciate it. And we'll be working on the rest with Egypt. I think you're going to see some great progress. I think with Jordan, you're going to see some great progress. 3 of us, and we'll have some others helping, and we're going to have some others at a very high level helping, and the whole thing will come. It's not a complex thing to do. And with the United States being in control of that piece of land, a fairly large piece of land, you're going to have stability in the Middle East for the first time. And the Palestinians, or the people that live now in Gaza, will be living beautifully in another location. They're going to be living safely. They're not going to be killed, murdered, and having to leave every 10 years, because I've been watching this for so many years. It's nothing but trouble. Everyone's being killed. They're being robbed. It's like living in hell. And they're going to end up having a great home, great families that don't have to get mugged and killed and beaten up and harassed by Hamas and everybody else. And I know we'll be able to work something. And what you just said about the 2,000 is fantastic. It's so beautiful. It's music to my ears. But we're going to be able to work something, and I know we'll be able to work something also with I believe, not 100%, but 99%. We're going to work out something with Egypt.
But Mr. President, during your election campaign, Mr. President, how is the U.S. going to own Gaza? Your White House has been clear.
And that's the thing, though. Like, it's truly about the kids. Like, trust me, when this whole thing popped off, my heart ached for the whole situation when I'm hearing that, kids are dying under rubble and all that good stuff. Now, if they were just, kids and women, I ain't gonna lie. When the kids and women start dying, that's when I'm just like, all right, bro, we're doing too much here. Now, that being said, I ain't gonna lie, though. If they'd have got the women and kids out, I'd have been okay. I ain't even gonna lie. I'd be like, well, look, I may not agree with the pro-Israel stance on this, but hey, they're grown men facing the actions of their decisions. I can only sit there and watch. We can only sit there and watch. But when the women and children gotta pay, it's like, oh man, I don't know. I just can't do it.
Taxpayer dollars won't be used for this. So
No,
what are you going to use to buy
we're not going to buy anything. We're going to have it, and we're going to keep it, and we're going to make sure that there's going to be peace, and there's not going to be any problem, and nobody's going to question it. And we're going to run it very properly, and eventually we'll have economic development at a very large scale, maybe the largest scale on that site. And we'll have lots of good things built there, including hotels and office buildings and housing and other things. And we'll make that site into what it should be. And the people from Gaza who wouldn't be able to be there for years, because you're talking about just to get it and prepare it and to take care of all of the problems that currently it has, as you know, tunnels, and people are in those tunnels. And you have some good people and some bad people, and you may have hostages right now. You have the hostages possibly there. They don't know where they are. And, I have a Saturday deadline, and I don't think they're going to make the deadline personally. I think they want to play tough guy, but we'll see how tough they are. But it's going to be a wonderful thing. It's going to be wonderful for the Middle East. I think it'll turn the Middle East. I think you're going to have peace in the Middle East. You're going to eventually have peace in the Middle East.
Couldn't this deadline risk undermining the talks that you're having with the king today, and risk the kind of wider peace that you're trying to?
Because we're not talking about a big situation. We're talking about something that can go very quickly. We're talking about it's going to go quickly. It's not going to take a long time. Okay. That's not going to take a long time. You know bullies, you know the bullies.
And shout out, he said, looked at some articles. I read that Pete Hegseth. Yeah, he's actually been confirmed. He's all good to go. And RFK Jr. are good. Who knows? I don't know about RFK yet. I think they're still voting on that one. But I know Tulsi and Pete Hegseth, that they've been confirmed. I think we're still waiting on Tulsi and not Tulsi, but RFK Jr. and Kash Patel.
Bully is right. You know, the bully, I've always, and I found it throughout my life, a bully is the weakest person. And they're bullies. Hamas is bullies. The weakest people are bullies. You know that, right? All right, go ahead.
Mr. President, you were saying that Palestinians will live somewhere else safe. Where exactly do you want them to live?
Well, it's not where I want them to live. It's going to be where we ultimately choose as a group. And I believe we'll have a parcel of land in Jordan.
Damn. Now, am I getting this right? Or they're about to give the Palestinians the Israeli treatment? Like, man. I mean, is that sounding? Huh. They say, yeah, we're going to give them a parcel of land. We're going to let them just prosper there. We're just going to take them out of that part of the land. It's like, it's over. Y'all can't coexist with them. I think everybody in the region understands that. Yeah, y'all been going at it for a while now, like 70 years plus now. So to think that y'all going to keep just going at it like this and we're just all going to sit by and all, no. So yeah, I do hear the idea, and it's a pretty good idea, to be honest. I may not like the results of how things are ending for the Palestinians, but this is probably the best thing for them. It's like, yeah, let's just. I'm wondering what countries are honestly going to decide where these guys are going and who's going to give up the land to give the Palestinians their own. I just wonder how that's going to work. But hey, if they can get that going, then I'm all for it. I
believe we'll have a parcel of land in Egypt.
Because these two people can no longer coexist with each other. Palestinians and the Jews can no longer coexist.
We may have someplace else, but I think when we finish our talks, we'll have a place where they're going to live very happily and very safely. And, don't forget, they only want to be on the Gaza Strip because they don't know anything else. They've never had an alternative. And they don't want to be on the Gaza Strip, but they have no choice. They have to be. And they're being killed there at levels that nobody's ever seen. No place in the world is as dangerous as the Gaza Strip. They don't want to be there. They have no alternative. When they have an alternative, not one person will want to stay where they are. Nobody wants to stay there. They're living in hell. It's a death trap.
Mr. President, how do you know that the Palestinians don't want to leave their land? Some people say this is ethnic cleansing. You won't be able to force them to leave their land.
We're moving them to a beautiful location where they have new homes, where they can live safely, where they'll have doctors and medical and all of those things. And I think it's going to be great. Yeah, any questions?
King Abdullah, what do you think about the U.S. taking over the Gaza Strip? Do you want to see the U.S. own the Gaza Strip?
Well, I think, as I said earlier, the president is looking at Egypt coming to present their plan. As I said, we will be in Saudi Arabia to discuss how we can work with the president and with the United States. So I think let's wait until the Egyptians can come and present to the president and not get ahead of ourselves.
And is there a parcel of land in Jordan that you're willing to have Palestinians?
Well, I think what we said, I have to look at the best interests of my country. I think the president is very happy that we do this thing with 2,000 children as quickly as possible. And again, I believe that the president is looking forward to getting a group of us Arabs here to discuss the overall plan.
And last question, the 2,000 children, are those from the Gaza Strip?
Absolutely, from the Gaza Strip.
Are you willing to change your mind, Mr.
That's
President?
from the Gaza Strip, the 2,000.
Are you willing to change your mind if you hear the Egyptian and the Arab plan end of the month? If they present you something different, are you open to
I
other
think
plans?
we sort of have gone down the line. We know pretty much what is going to be presented. And I think it's going to be something that's going to be magnificent for the Palestinians. They're going to be in love with it. I did very well with real estate. I can tell you about real estate. They're going to be in love with it.
But Mr. President, doesn't concern you that moving 2 million people from there?
It's a very small number of people relative to other things that have taken place over the decades and centuries. It's a very small number of people, and they're living a terrible life. Look at the way they're living now. Nobody's living like that in the entire world.
And here's the thing, though, Trump. Why are they living like that? Because of Israel. So yeah. I don't know. It's kind of crazy how he's offended by how they're living, but he's not also going to call out Israel and be like, yeah, we got it. And Israel did very bad by, doing these guys like that. They did control all their utilities. So it is wild that Trump is saying this, but I'm also realizing that it's because of Israel. And shout out my man Hellback coming in again, bringing us ever so closer to the conspiracy hour. Now we're at 36 super chats. He says NY Post and CBS says the vote was 14-13 RFK. Hey, shout out RFK's in there. Let's go there. Make America healthy again, baby.
They're living under buildings that are mostly fallen down and will continue to fall down. And they're living under. People are being killed every day. The conditions are horrible. There are no conditions anywhere in the world that are worse than the Gaza Strip right now.
But don't you have concern that you can destabilize Jordan and
you said all
Egypt?
hell will break out if all the hostages are not released on Saturday. What did you mean by that? And are you encouraging Netanyahu to walk away from this deal? Have you talked about this with him?
So I've looked at at the condition of people coming out of the hostage situation, and it's horrible. I looked at the before and after yesterday. 3 young men. One is dead now, as you know, the older gentleman who died, which everybody said he was alive and well. He's dead. But the 3 young men, and I looked at them from a short while ago, and I looked at them now. They are emaciated. They look like Holocaust survivors. They looked, they'll get better, but they're in rough shape. They were treated really badly, and we've heard things from them since. And I think the reason that Hamas is playing so cute is because they saw the reaction to these 3 people that came out, and the other was, look, the one young lady had her hand blown off practically, and they were not in great shape either. But she's missing her fingers and a big part of her hand. You know what she did? She was stopping a bullet that was aimed at her. She went like that, and it blew off her hand. I think they want time, because I think the people that they have living are in such bad shape, because they're sending the most healthy people out because they don't want to send the least healthy people out. And there was an uproar when they saw the people from yesterday. So these people so I don't want to do 2 and then we do another 2 in another week and then we do 4 in 3 weeks. No. They either have them out by Saturday at 12 o'clock or all bets are off.
Mr. President, would you still consider withholding aid to those countries if they don't accept your plans to accept?
Well, I don't want to say that, because we've had such a good relationship and we're doing so well just in the short time that we've been talking. I mean, the king just made a statement. I didn't ask him to do that, about literally saving 2,000 young children from the Gaza Strip. We didn't know about that. You didn't know about that. Nobody did, except for the king and his son. I assume you told your son, right? And I just thought it was great. No, I think we'll do something. I don't have to threaten with money. We contribute a lot of money to Jordan and to Egypt, by the way, a lot, to both. But I don't have to threaten that. I think we're above that. I do believe we're above that. So.
Would you consider other countries, not Jordan and Egypt? There was talks about Indonesia, Albania, other places.
Yeah, sure, we would. And we have other countries that want to get involved. We have a lot of people that want to get involved. There's a great sense of wanting to help the Palestinians. There's a lot of good countries out there, people that rule those countries with big hearts. And this gentleman is at the top of the list.
And if they don't want to leave, how you?
He's at the top of the list, and why did he want to take him in? That's the real question there.
going to force him, Mr. President?
Oh, they're going to be great. They're going to be very happy.
Can
Your
give us
Majesty, should we
May I-
expect that the Jordanian response would be part of a coordinated Arab response?
The response will be from a multitude of countries, Arab, international. I know the Europeans want to step in. And again, we'll probably have to look to the help of the United States to make sure that COGAT, which is the clearing agency on the Israeli side, makes this as efficient as possible. Because 2,000 kids, the best way to get to them is by helicopters and get them straight to our institutions. I also believe that quite a few countries would also probably like to take some of those kids and have
That's
them
right.
treated in their hospitals. So
Yeah,
we
this
also
should have
launched
been
this
done.
ASAP.
Yes, and that's right. This should have been done by the Biden administration, but they didn't do anything. They didn't know what the hell they were doing. So this should have been done by the Biden administration. This should have never happened because October 7th would have never happened if I were president. Zero chance of happening. You wouldn't have had that whole mess where the Middle East got blown up, and you wouldn't have had Ukraine and Russia fighting. That would have never happened. And by the way, we're making good progress there, I think. I really think we're making some very good progress.
Mr. President, you said
Are you
before that
bringing
the
charges
U.S.
of it?
would buy Gaza, and today you just said we're not going to buy Gaza.
We're not going to have to buy. We're going to have Gaza. We don't have to buy. There's nothing to buy. We will have Gaza. What is that? No reason to buy. There is nothing to buy. It's Gaza. It's a war-torn area. We're going to take it. We're going to hold it. We're going to cherish it. We're going to get it going eventually where a lot of jobs are going to be created for the people in the Middle East. It's going to be for the people in the Middle East, but I think it can be a diamond. It can be an absolute.
This man Trump literally just said we're about the big dog Gaza. That man literally just said, "What you mean? I'm not buying. I'm taking it." Yeah, like whoa. I think everybody sat back when in there was like, "Huh?" He's like, "Yeah, I'm not buying it. I'm just gonna snatch that mug. It's us. It's all us. Like, who gonna stop us?" Like, oh, okay, yeah, shout out. I love it. Let's go, America. I love the attitude. He's like, who gonna stop us? And no, for real, who gonna stop us?
A tremendous asset for the Middle East. And you're going to have peace. It's going to bring peace in the Middle East. Gaza, the way it is right now, every 10 years, you're going to have the same thing happening. I've watched it so long, all the death and destruction of Gaza. The civilization's been wiped out in Gaza. No, it's going to be a tremendous thing. It's fronting on the sea. It's going to be a great economic development job. It's going to put people to work, a lot of people to work. And those people are all going to be from the Middle East.
And just to follow up with one on that for King Abdullah, can you clarify again, sir, how do you feel about the U.S. taking Gaza, as the president said?
Well, again, this is something that we as Arabs will be coming to the United States with something that we're going to talk about later to discuss all these options.
And Mr. President, take it under what authority? It is sovereign territory.
Under the U.S. authority.
And Mr. President, would you seek to personally develop property in Gaza after this happens?
No, I've had a great career in real estate.
Mr. President, your team.
You know, when you've done what I've done in the last number of years, including the 4 years that we should have been doing something else, frankly, because people see that now for sure. But when you've done what I've done, you can just do more good for people when you're president. When you're president, we can do things. This is all things that should have been done, but actually things that shouldn't have had to be done. Gaza, absolutely, it would have been so great if the Biden administration would have started this. But actually, in all fairness to them, it was. They should have never let it happen. It did happen, and because of the fact that they let this happen, this catastrophe of October 7th. Something like this becomes practical and very real, meaning the development and all of the things that I've talked about with respect to the Gaza Strip. If you didn't have the October 7th catastrophe, and it was a horrible catastrophe, then probably you wouldn't be talking about that. But the only thing I can say is this is going to bring stability and peace to the Middle East. And ultimately, when it's developed, which will be in quite a while from now, because we want to let things calm down. But when it's developed, it's going to bring tremendous numbers of jobs to the Middle East, including the people of your country.
So
Mr. President, what if it does not bring peace to the Middle East? There are many Palestinians, even though you say that everything is going to be beautiful, everything is going to be lovely, they're not going to want to go back. There are going to be people who want to go back and feel like that it is their right to do that. You haven't said, will there be any type of repercussions or anything that happens?
We don't think that's going to happen. We think people are going to be very happy, thrilled. A lot of those people.
I mean, I think so too. We get the Palestinians somewhere nicer to live. I think they'll be just fine, to be quite honest with you. Now, we'll have a couple radicals who may try to do that, but I mean, it would be pretty stupid to try to encroach on something that America called, like, hey, it's ours now. If you encroach on what's ours, then hey, it's not going to be too good for you. And then, I mean, come on, how are you going to encroach on, well, I'm going to be real with you, it's going to sound effed up, but the land that we kind of big dog away from y'all can't approach on that. And then y'all can't approach on it on the fact that, well, we gave y'all something else, something that wasn't blown up. So there you go.
That you're talking about are going to end up maybe living there and maybe working there, but it'll be in a different form. We have had tremendous support for this project, and we think the biggest asset of the project is going to bring peace ultimately to the Middle East. All right.
Mr. President, one last question.
Go ahead behind you, and you've asked enough.
Mr. President, one of your promises on the campaign trail is to bring peace to the Middle East. It was a promise to your Arab voters here. The Arab voters in the United States oppose this. What do you say to them?
Well, if you look at Michigan, where we have a large Arab population, as you know, I was just telling the king that we won. As you know, I won the Arab population. Now, when I started off, I wasn't leading, and when I finished, a few months later, we started campaigning in Michigan. And when I finished, we won it by a tremendous amount. And
here's the thing, though. See, some of y'all are saying, oh, you're pretty much saying that I can just take your stuff and it's okay. No, what I'm saying is that if I come in your house and I'm bigger and stronger than you and I take your house and there is no law around for you to call to get your house back, then it's my house now. That is what I'm saying. Now, trust me, I would never do that. But this is what America's doing. And this is like what we call it. I ain't gonna lie. This is what we call just the wild or getting savage, because this is what it is. He's like, all right, well, cut all the bullshit. I'm bigger, I'm stronger than you, and there's no law around to protect you, and you can't fight me back. So if I kick you out your house, what you gonna do about it? Oh, yeah, thought so. Okay.
30 points.
That is the situation the Palestinians are in. Now you can relate to them a little bit.
So my relationship with the Arab population has been fantastic. And my relationship with the Middle East is very good with all the countries, just about all the countries. Let's see, I would say all the countries. And they all want to do something, and they want to see peace in the Middle East. All the stories you hear about the Middle East not really wanting peace, that they want war, they want this, they want to go a certain place. Let me tell you, the stories are false. They want to have peace. I know them all very well. They want to have peace. They want to have a good life like other people. And this will be a big factor in bringing peace to the Middle East. Thank you very much, everybody.
All right, guys. And all right, now let's go back to a little throwback. Yeah, I know we're going back to throwback Trump. The reason why I say throwback Trump, because, well, what was this? Donald Trump on Letterman, 1986. So yeah, we're going to go back in time for a little bit, guys. While I get some stuff set up. Tape a piece $1 for every person in the audience, though. I ain't gonna lie. That's a flex. That's somebody really like is about wealth. It's like, you're not gonna get my real money, my real number out of me. Oh, it did say, I think my dad always told me, like, yo, it's disrespectful to ask a man how much money he makes a year. Like, you don't have so much money. Dang, okay, shit. My man was making that much money back then. To the point where nobody even knew how much this man made. Like, bro, are you a billionaire? We know you're a multi-millionaire. We know you got over $1 million, but what? We hear Trump's New York, accent a little bit now. Crazy. And shout out Seth, man, bringing us closer to the conspiracy hour. We got 35. She says, play song, please. Would have knew. Man, I'm pretty sure everybody, I think when Letterman made that joke, he was literally joking. He didn't think like, man, it's like you're running for something. Like, hey. 40, 50 years later, boy, man, dropping his hat for president. Hey, shout out, though. Shout out. All right.
Yeah. When people say so. What's the deal with you and Ed Koch? Is this magazine? I don't know what I'm beating around the. Yeah. So would you?
Hey, yo, this is him at 41. bro. Okay, shout out. I mean, shit. Yeah, bro. Did anybody guess this man was 41 years old at this age right here? Like, huh? I don't even see no gray hair. Hey, shout out. All right, though, but let's get it right back into the political talk now. Boom.
All right, breaking news on the war in Ukraine. President Trump speaking with Russian President Vladimir Putin after the release of American schoolteacher Mark Fogel yesterday. Trump says the two agreed to start negotiating an immediate end to the war. Then shortly after, he spoke with Ukrainian President Zelensky, where he was told they're ready for peace. Now, let me catch you up on how we got here. What is the history of this war? A short cliff notes. Back in 2021, Ukraine said Russia had amassed 100,000 troops along its border. That had then President Biden saying this.
I think what you're going to see is that Russia will be held accountable if it invades. And it depends on what it does. It's one thing if it's a minor incursion and then we end up having to fight about what to do and not do.
Minor incursion seeming to get the green light. Now fast forward.
Hold on, guys. Now, before we get out of hand with this, you do know that song requests are 5 and up for the members. So can y'all guys please, help me out with that one? Appreciate y'all. Like, we can't have y'all just lowering the price.
February of 2022. Russian troops invaded its neighboring country, starting what is now a 3-year war. It's been a deadly war. 80,000 Ukrainian troops have been killed, and more than 1 million Russian troops are estimated to have lost their lives. So joining me now is former CIA station chief in Moscow and Fox News contributor Dan Hoffman and the former USS Cole Commander Kirk Leopold here with us. Dan, today the Secretary.
Appreciate you, my man Zoloff. I got you.
Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth. The part that I left out of that brief history is from Russia's
even got to send in that dollar, brother. I got you.
Perspective, there was some fear that Ukraine might join NATO, putting NATO on the Russian doorstep. Today, the Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth said that is not in the future for Ukraine. Your thoughts?
Russia's concern about NATO, that's a Kremlin propaganda ploy. Vladimir Putin launched that war to topple the government in Ukraine because what scares him the most is democracy, freedom, liberty.
I mean, come on now. Who are we to judge Vladimir Putin for, toppling the government in Ukraine when we did it first? We did it first with Obama. Who the hell are we to judge this man? If anything, this man taking a script out of our playbook. He's taking a play out of our playbook. We can't be mad at that.
What's enshrined in our Constitution and Bill of Rights. And what he couldn't have is a neighbor like Ukraine with a sizable Russian-speaking population with close ties to Europe, militarily, commercially, and economically. There's no question that Ukraine is not in a position to join NATO. I think Secretary Hegseth was stating a fact there, and also that Ukraine can't go back to those 2014 borders. I think that's the starting point for negotiations. And I think that on the Russian side, they probably had some back channel discussion with the Trump administration. I wouldn't be surprised if that happened, where they discussed these precursors to start negotiations in earnest. We've got a channel now established by this exchange where the Trump administration brilliantly secured the release of Mark Fogel.
And all right, guys, we're going to get into a quick musical interlude, man. Shout out my man Zoloff. And then up next, I got you, Seth. I got you. But next time, make sure to send the 5, sis. All right, let's get right back to it.
And so it's onward now to negotiations which need to ensure that Ukraine can remain an independent and sovereign country. The last thing we want is for Russia to cast their shadow over Europe, with which we enjoy a $1 trillion trade.
Well, Dan, you and I have had a lot of conversations, and I respect your opinion. I think by suggesting that Russia was concerned about NATO potentially sitting at its doorstep through Ukraine is not me at all accepting or repeating a Russian talking point, a Kremlin talking point. It really doesn't matter if we call it NATO, if we call it, Western economic or military ties. What Russia didn't want was exactly what you just described. It's not something as benign as democracy, but something that represented the West, its influence on their border. That's not a justification. That's attempting to understand what Russia might have been concerned about here at the advent of this war. It doesn't make them right or wrong. It's just attempting to understand their motivation. I agree with you. It's a start of realism to say, okay, what Hegseth said, that's not on the table. I think it's also realism for Hegseth to say the following, which he did, which is there will be no American troops in Ukraine. Let's watch this.
Let's go.
Returning to Ukraine's pre-2014 borders is an unrealistic objective. The United States...
It's like, bro, for us to do that, we literally would have to go in there and fight them ourselves, and we're not doing that. Like, no, we're not doing that. We're not going to go fight to expand Ukraine's border or get land back for Ukraine.
Nope.
No, not at all. So, yeah, there's no way where this is happening. And here's the thing. We sent in all the money we could, and they still lost. So, y'all got to get over that. Like, nobody's helped. Nobody wanted Putin to win, but we all knew Putin was going to win.
Does not believe that NATO membership for Ukraine is a realistic outcome of a negotiated settlement.
So, Kirk, realism, right? The NATO point, realism. The American troops point, realism. There's not a possibility to return to pre-2014 borders. What do you make of that realism?
Well, I think, Will, the thing you have to worry about is that already the United States has created two negotiating points in favor of Russia. They will not be able to join NATO, and they will not go to the pre-2014 borders, because let's not forget, the war didn't start in 2021. The war started in 2014 with the seizure of the Crimea illegally by Russia back then. What has happened since then is they have continued this war with a massive amount of loss and destruction of property, killing of civilians, including women and children throughout Ukraine. And at the end of the day, Dan's absolutely right. Russia initiated this conflict in violation of international law, and there is no justification. The fact that freedom was knocking on Russia's doorstep right there is not grounds for Putin to launch an attack. NATO is not a threat to them. Freedom is. And that's part of Putin's problem, is he's going to have to come to grips with that. But the 2 points that both Secretary Hegseth and perhaps the president gave up is we're already starting negotiations giving Russia terms favorable to them without any discussion of where we're going to go with Ukraine.
I think the problem I'm having with our conversation, and look, a healthy debate is a good thing, is
I mean, what's the point of discussing things with the loser? It's like they have no leverage in the conversation. If anything, we have to talk to Russia because we're not willing to fight for Ukraine's right to have a stance in this. So, yeah, we got to sit there and talk to Russia and be like, all right, man, how y'all want to do this without overly screwing them over? Because, well, let's be real, it's Biden's fault. I mean, like, bro, the fact that we funded this war for it to turn out this bad when Putin, all this man said is, hey, yo, just stop NATO, pump NATO's brakes, and we wouldn't be here. That's all we had to do. That's all Biden had to do was call NATO and be like, hey, yeah, no, y'all not doing that. Y'all not doing that. Y'all not going to risk Ukraine just because y'all want to go ahead and disobey Russia. Y'all want to show disobedience to Russia. I don't know what y'all beef with them is, but you go fight them and leave everybody else out of it. That's what President Biden should have said to NATO. Instead of being like, you know what, I'm going to go ahead and join you in the efforts. Let's send billions to them on a losing war. And then anybody who judges it, we're going to call them a Russia propaganda.
Explanation and understanding are not the same thing as justification. And trying to understand your enemy's motivation is not giving a green light to your enemy for whatever action they take. So if Russia is worried about Western incursion under whatever guise on its doorstep, we might have to understand that to arrive at some potential peace. I hear from both of you. Well, I didn't hear this from you, Dan, so I'll put that back to you. Do you agree with Kirk? Oh my gosh, we've started off here by giving Russia two of its big points here. Are you concerned then with what you just heard from Hegseth?
Nah, they lost.
I actually think.
I'm sorry if you don't see. I'm sorry, but if you don't see this as a loss for the Ukrainians, like
You stupid.
Like, bro, they lost land. They lost land, lost hella people, and like, come on, bro. What else is signs of a losing war? But like, you lost land, you lost people. And now you're not even in the talks when it comes to negotiations of settling the war. You're not even in the conversation. That's how y'all know y'all lost.
I think that was probably the requirement to get the negotiations started. And look, Will, I spent my whole career at CIA trying to see the world through the twisted eyes of our adversaries, starting with the KGB operative in the Kremlin. That's why I learned Russian and served many years there. And you're right, seeing the world through his eyes is important. But look, NATO's a defensive alliance. It's on Russia's doorstep already with the Baltic states, and now Finland. It's Russia that's the aggressor, and we need to deter Russia. That's, I think, got to be the goal of whatever settlement is reached in Ukraine, to ensure that maybe there are going to be boots on the ground, European boots on the ground in Ukraine, and a vibrant post-conflict reconstruction plan to ensure that Ukraine is no longer vulnerable to Russian threats. Because as long as Putin is in the Kremlin.
All right, cool, bro. Look, if y'all Europeans want to fight and y'all want to send your armies there, fantastic. Just leave us out of it. Like, that's all we ask. Like, that's really all we ask. Y'all want to go over there and fight on this? Y'all feel so strongly about it? Great. Go over there and fight them, you damn.
They have to be concerned about that.
We have to deter Russia. It seems, though, I'll give final word to you here, Kirk. The goal right now is to start with peace, is to end this war and see how we can then maintain the peace.
Oh, well, I would absolutely agree that you have to get to peace. The issue is going to be, what do we give up to get there? Because part of what you're also doing is, this is not just Russia, Ukraine, and Europe and the United States. Don't think for 1 minute that Iran, who is in pursuit of nuclear weapons, isn't watching what happened to.
Bro, what does Iran have to do with this? You know what? I'm gonna let him finish, bro. Because what does Iran have to honestly do with this? Now, because here's the thing: when everybody mention Iran, it kills me, because it's like, what is this scare tactic we're trying to do for Iran now? Because look, as soon as Israel wanted us to go to war with Iran, as soon as Israel said, "Oh, Iran," and then we start parroting it too, I'm just like, yeah, give me a break. Yeah, I don't think they're doing as much as y'all say they're doing, but okay. I don't know for sure, but I'm gonna have to do deeper research into Iran and what's going on with them, because I mean, I'm not saying that they don't got no influence. Of course not. But the fact that everybody trying to point the finger to them every time something goes crazy, like, bro, when y'all started pointing the fingers at Iran over the droids, over the drones, I was like, okay, y'all doing too much. Y'all doing too much. Now it's hard to believe y'all anytime y'all talk about these people, or, well, the country.
Don't think for 1 minute that Iran, who is in pursuit of nuclear weapons, isn't watching what happened to a country that gave them up when Ukraine gave those weapons up in 1994. So there are
droning in the scenery. How you been?
Ripple effects from how this entire conflict is brought to the peace table, what negotiations produce, and what is compromised and given away at the end of the day. Because Dan's absolutely right. Russia's going to have to be deterred in the end.
Okay, I appreciate this conversation, even if we have a little bit of different approach to how that conversation unfolds. As Dan knows, I appreciate the debate, and it's always welcome here on the Will Cain Show. Dan, Kirk, thank you so much.
I don't know, man. Him over there saying, "Oh, Iran's looking at this as an example of how we're gonna move with people." I'm like, no. I'm pretty sure if Iran knows better, they know not to make an example out of this. Because Lord knows we're ready to make an example out of Iran. So I would always say, like, I don't even want to do it. I don't even want this to happen to Iran. But Iran needs to chill the fuck out. Like, whatever they think y'all doing, bro, y'all just need to be good little Muslims until shit blows over. Because everybody want to come. They want us to come at y'all. They want it. Actually, we're looking for a reason to come for y'all, admittedly. Like, I could tell through the way our government and our media is acting right now. We're looking for a fight with y'all for some strange reason. It may not be Trump, but I'm thinking it is the deep state working to once again be in perpetual war. All right, let's go.
Joining me now, Vivek Ramaswamy, former presidential candidate, founding member of Doge. Vivek, great to see you. So President Trump hasn't even been in basically a month or so yet. The Democrats are making it seem like there should be monumental change on the economy right away, immediately. So when can we start seeing relief, Vivek?
I mean, the right answer, Laura, first of all, these claims from Democrats are asinine. President Trump took office on January 20th, and they're complaining about January numbers as though President Trump is responsible for that. Here's a basic lesson on inflation. Democrats would do well to remember. There's two drivers of inflation. Number one is government overspending, and then the government having to print money and inflate away the value of the dollar in the process. And number two is supply constraints on energy.
And that's what we were pretty much doing with our foreign aid. But all right, though, let's get right into this musical interlude. Hey, shout out. It's actually a good song. Shout out, Steph. Let's go. And like I said, we'll be right back. Right back with the political talk. Just enjoy the song, man. Vivek, as he tears into the Libs talking points. And I ain't seen this man in a minute since he got grilled on HB1 visas and he stepped down from Doge. And, you know, hopefully, hey, man, if you're running for governor, Vivek, hey, you got my vote. You got my vote, boy.
Joining me now, Vivek Ramaswamy, former presidential candidate, founding member of Doge. Vivek, great to see you. So President Trump hasn't even been in basically a month or so yet. The Democrats are making it seem like there should be monumental change on the economy right away, immediately. So when can we start seeing relief, Vivek?
I mean, the right answer, Laura, first of all, these claims from Democrats are asinine. President Trump took office on January 20th, and they're complaining about January numbers as though President Trump is responsible for that. Here's a basic lesson on inflation. Democrats would do well to remember. There's two drivers of inflation. Number one is government overspending, and then the government having to print money and inflate away the value of the dollar in the process. And number two is supply constraints on energy and housing and other goods in our economy. Two things have happened in the last several weeks. Number one is we're relieving those supply constraints. President Trump is rolling back those regulatory constraints on energy production and really production of everything in the United States. And when it comes to government spending, we are seeing the cuts that he's focused on making. So it makes absolutely no sense to blame President Trump for the 2 to 3 weeks that he's been in office for inflation numbers that went up while Biden was actually in office, driving the very causes of that inflation. Of course, they know that, at least the smart ones do, but they're trying to trick the public. The public won't be fooled so easily this time, is my bet.
Now, your involvement with Doge is well documented, but are you surprised that the Democrats' response, we're doing a whole Feverino, this show, on the lame resistance to this, but are you surprised they're trotting out the same old tired lines of, Musk's a, autocrat, or Trump's a this, or someone's a Nazi, or they're taking food from babies and cancer cures from medical patients. Is that?
All right, guys, hold up real quick. I'll be right back. But in the meantime,
agrees with Trump that Department of Education should be abolished.
Enjoy the video.
Not like kids are getting any smarter. Rob, is this the one that he talks about, Rahm Emanuel?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead and play this clip. Go for it.
The public is aware of the mismanagement, the improper payments.
What about the Department of Education? Now, I don't know that much about it, but I've never read good things. Rahm Emanuel, who I agree with on almost everything, here was a quote. He said, 1/3 of 8th graders can't read, and now he wants to close the department. And I thought, that's probably why they can't read. Or at least partly. I mean, it keeps, the numbers keep getting worse and worse and worse. And I don't know if the Department of Education is anything but, it doesn't really, I don't know what it does. Except take money. It's sort of a middleman. It doesn't run classrooms or do stuff like that. I don't think it makes policy. So where are you on something like that?
I think that the Department of Education has to.
Glenn, thoughts?
Department of Education needs to be shut down. I know Betsy DeVos, and she said, you walk around that place, and she said, it has nothing to do with local schools, has nothing to do with it. The teachers union and Department of Education are the reason our kids are being churned out and pushed out into the streets without an ability to read anything. Those two operations, Department of Education, wipe it out. We've got to break up the unions. The unions are pretty much just another NGO that something like USAID, if it was in a foreign country, would be enabling and sending money to.
Tom.
Well, married to a teacher and who taught in LA Unified as a union teacher before she got fed up and went to private schools. So I know of what I speak, and I've raised now 2 girls that have come through this, and I've done a lot of research on it. And there are 2 changes that would need to be made. And the first is merit-based accountability for teachers. Teachers need to be evaluated for their merit and their abilities like anybody else. And the ones that have poor attitudes or not abilities are no longer teachers. Simple. The union uses tenure to block the merit-based evaluation of the teachers. So number one,
but give the teachers also an ability to teach. Let them find the good ones that teach in their own way. And let them teach it.
Correct. On the effectiveness of the teachers. Exactly. Completely. That's point one. And number 2 is there's a lot of stats that are out there that talk about the number of dollars per pupil. But they don't talk about is the actual impact dollars per pupil. In other words, they're funding $1 million DEI programs, say at a national level, or a school board is actually funding creation of alternative textbooks, and NGOs are getting that money. But then when you take, okay, there's 100 students here divided by 100 million. Oh my gosh, that's $1 million per student. That's not what actually gets the student. You have to look at the teacher salary and the actual investment in the school, and you'll find that. And so, number one, you got to break the union. Or if you keep the union because you can't move it, you got to have merit-based teaching in place, number one. And number two, you then have to go back and not worry about the woke and DEI programs at the school boards and go back to simple, hey, we need to elevate the capabilities of these students as referenced by the national test scores and make the school boards accountable to the macro test scores. If the school boards are accountable to macro test scores and the teachers are accountable to being measured on their merit and effectiveness, those two things will move it forward in America. But you also need a third thing. And people like to talk about it, but there is a third thing out there, which is parental impact. And how people parent and the value that people put on ensuring that their kids are at school and how early you give them a cell phone and what you make them do. You don't have to have a lot of money to help them focus and to put guardrails around them of what they do after school hours in terms of just studying and doing basic homework. So there has to be participation from the parents. And if those 3 points were pushed on a national level, all of this improves. And by the way, guess what I haven't even mentioned? Department of Education, because what do? They're just doing programs from up high at the federal level, and you don't need it. You absolutely don't need it.
Adam.
Yeah, Bill Maher's like, I don't even know what the Department of Education does. I don't think many of us do.
They don't.
Exactly. No, I think, something that Pat always talks about sense is that common.
But all right, though, let's get back into that. Vivek, my bad. Let me go ahead and run this back real quick, though, because it's actually a pretty good video. But before I do that, though, I got to make sure I pay respects to my mans here. Try to get this one.
Joining me now, Vivek Ramaswamy, former presidential candidate, founding member of Doge. Vivek, great to see you. So President Trump hasn't even been in basically a month or so yet. The Democrats are making it seem like there should be monumental change on the economy right away, immediately. So when can we start seeing relief, Vivek?
I mean, the right answer, Laura, first of all, these claims from Democrats are asinine. President Trump took office on January 20th, and they're complaining about January numbers as though President Trump is responsible for that. Here's a basic lesson on inflation. Democrats would do well to remember. There's two drivers of inflation. Number one is government overspending, and then the government having to print money and inflate away the value of the dollar in the process. And number two is supply constraints on energy and housing and other goods in our economy. Two things have happened in the last several weeks.
Yeah, well, Biden definitely did with his EV mandate. He definitely added constraints on energy.
Number one is we're relieving those supply constraints. President Trump is rolling back those regulatory constraints on energy production and really production of everything in the United States. And when it comes to government spending, we are seeing the cuts that he's focused on making. So it makes absolutely no sense to blame President Trump for the 2 to 3 weeks that he's been in office for inflation numbers that went up while Biden was actually in office, driving the very causes of that inflation. Of course, they know that, at least the smart ones do, but they're trying to trick the public.
And that's what I'm saying is like, well, when does this start being about policies? When does it start being about a real debate and it stop being about like hating Trump? Because like, dog, if you can't really see here how you're kind of like, I mean, let's be real.
Stupid.
For even thinking that in this short time, this man, bro, he was inaugurated. Day one started on the 21st. Bro, it's the 13th in this February. It ain't even been a month this man has been in office, and y'all talking about egg prices. This is like, are you serious? But you had nothing to say. But oh no, y'all had all the lies though for us during the election though, saying what you mean? This is the best economy ever. While these egg prices were rising, y'all was saying that. Now that we're here at the end, you're acting like, oh, egg prices just shot up automatically. I know they didn't. It was happening very steadily under Biden, which y'all ignored for some crazy reason. And when we told you it was happening, y'all was telling us don't believe our eyes. So I'm like, okay, my lying eyes, huh?
The public won't be fooled so easily this time is my bet.
Now, your involvement with Doge is well documented, but are you surprised that the Democrats' response, we're doing a whole Feverino, this show, on the lame resistance to this. But are you surprised they're trotting out the same old tired lines of, Musk's autocrat, or Trump's this, or someone's a Nazi, or they're taking food from babies and cancer cures from medical patients. Is that the best they can do?
I'm not surprised. I think it is the best they can do right now. What I'm rooting for, Laura, is a Democratic Party that actually has a vision of some sort. It may not be a vision that you and I agree with, but go back to talking about how do you address economic inequality or other substantive issues. That would at least be better for the country, even if we disagree with their solutions, rather than resorting to the standard fascist autocrat name calling. It's just not useful. Frankly, if you ask most Americans across the country, do you think that there's too much red tape in this country or too little red tape in this country? Not a single person is going to tell you there's too little red tape, not even actual Democrat voters. A lot of people are going to tell you that there's too much red tape. So the fact that President Trump and Doge and Elon and the entire new administration is focused on cutting red tape, I think is a good thing, both for the American people and for the economy, because that stimulates economic growth. The Democratic Party is lost. They got a shellacking last November. The reality is they would do better to look themselves in the mirror and ask themselves what they actually stand for. What is their vision? Is it economic inequality? Is it something else? Go figure that out. And until then, I think the name calling is falling flat as it should.
Meanwhile, everybody was watching, Vivek, the Federal Reserve Chair, Jerome Powell. Today, interest rates were the big topic, but he's still defending their proclamation early on when they said that inflation would be transitory. Watch.
We thought the inflation was transitory. I can show you forecasts from the end of 2021 by us, by staff, by the blue chip. Everybody thought it was going to be transitory. That's why we didn't raise rates.
Wow. Bro, once again, the Fed's low-key failing us. Like, this is a problem with the Feds, bro. This isn't really the first time these guys have refused to raise rates and end up screwing us over. Let's take it back to the Great Depression. Yeah, if you go back then, bro, they were begging them to raise the rate, and they didn't. And they just let everybody suffer.
Is that satisfactory for you?
Well, that was one of the many reasons why the Great Depression happened. One of the many reasons.
For you?
It's not. And the dirty little secret in financial markets, Laura, is the reason people pay attention to every little word of the Federal Reserve is not because they have some unique insight. It's because markets are looking for how the Federal Reserve is often going to mess it up next. These people have messed it up royally for the last 25 years since the academics took over the Federal Reserve and the managerial class in the late 1990s.
Guys, we are 30 super chats away from opening up the call-in line and running Conspiracy Hour. I do appreciate the support, but you can go ahead and send in $1 to go ahead and get us to that 50. Well, go ahead and clear the 20 super chats, or you can send in $2 and you get any question, comment, joke read out loud and post to the top of the screen. All right, let's go, guys. Appreciate the support.
90s. They've actually been adverse to the interests of American workers. They've been trying to balance inflation and unemployment, mostly doing a terrible job on both. It's like trying to hit two targets on a dartboard with one arrow, badly missing on both. The reality is the Federal Reserve needs to go back to one purpose of stabilizing the US dollar as a unit of measurement. And by the way, they don't need 23,000 employees to do that, which is what they have today. They could have a 90% headcount reduction and frankly do a better job, so none of those excess headcount is going to find these new tasks to pursue.
Another Doge
the right
target.
path forward for the Fed.
You're still doing Doge.
Makes
I
sense
love
to
it.
me.
It's another target. Vivek, awesome to see you. Thank you so much.
I'm done, bro. I'm crying, bro. Somebody said Rara Swami is wild. Like, bro, that is wildly racist, but funny as hell, man. It's wildly racist, but funny as hell, bro. You sure you a liberal, bro? You sure? You got some, yeah, I don't know. You kind of got some base jokes.
Thank you for coming on, Mr. Attorney General.
Glad to be here.
So,
all right, let's get into this video right here. Ken Paxton, how Soros protects drug cartels, being blacklisted by Fox News and other things.
the most pressing problem, I think it's fair to say, as an outsider in Texas, is immigration. It's totally changed your state in every way. Do you expect that the new administration and the executive orders in the first couple of days are going to have a material effect, a noticeable effect?
I know they are, just because I saw what happened 4 years ago or 8 years ago when Trump came into office. I mean, I've been in politics since Bush was in office, and I've seen how Republicans and Democrats have dealt with immigration. They have not dealt with it effectively because they have not enforced federal law. Trump was the first president to use the force of our federal laws, which are good and designed to protect us, whether it was remain in Mexico or whether it was Title 42 or it was stopping catch and release, basic common sense things like building a wall. Those things work. They just absolutely work. And just what he's done in the first couple of days is significant in change.
All right, guys, make sure if you guys want the stream to continue, make sure you guys support the show. We'll keep the stream going. And if not, hey, man, we'll just end the stream. And if you're a member, hey, we'll keep it going into Discord. Let's go.
Changing where Biden was taking us.
So one of the things you pointed out off camera was his executive order designating the drug cartels as terror organizations is significant.
Yes, we as states don't have much authority to stop illegal immigration, but the federal government has that authority. And by designating these cartels as terrorist organization, now our military force can be used against them rather than just using, border patrol and leaving the states subject to the cartels, crimes.
You do wonder about the power of the drug cartels. They've, a lot of the weapons we have sent to Ukraine have been sold by the Ukrainian military onto the black market. That's a fact. A lot, up to half. And a lot of them have been purchased by the drug cartels. You see in Mexico, pitched battles, military engagements between the cartels and the Mexican military, where they're very, they're well armed. Are you worried about that happening in Texas?
Absolutely. I think the Biden administration has indirectly funded the cartels. They have encouraged, by saying no deportations on day one of his administration, they've encouraged illegal immigration, and that's a profit center for the cartels. They make $8,000 to $12,000 a person. If you just do the numbers on 14 million, that's a lot of money. They're making billions every month. And then they can go and use that money to buy weapons from Ukraine, which we're funding. We're sending that over free. So indirectly, they're part of the whole process. One, allowing the cartels to have access to our country and allowing them to make a profit, and then to use that money to arm themselves in a significant way. That's our government.
Well, it's horrifying. I mean, because, some of the weapons are surface to air weapons. So you wonder, what's the threat to commercial air travel? You could see things kind of starting to fall apart. Is there widespread acknowledgement of this in Texas, that we could have a serious problem with these cartels?
I think even just common people are aware of that, just because of the influx and the increased crime associated with just everyday crime that people see as it relates to the cartels moving into our state. And that network that they built is not just in Texas. They are building that network all over the country, and they're not going to want to give it up. They're making too much money on drugs, sex trafficking, other crimes, and the importation of people.
Every big construction site in this country has prostitution run by the cartels, often of children. I don't see anyone doing anything about it. And it makes you wonder, Mexico is completely, utterly corrupt because of cartel money. Politicians, judges, journalists, all on the payroll. You see this in other Latin American countries. I mean, our politicians are not that expensive. You could do that in a state like Texas, right? Or California.
Well, here's one of the biggest problems we have. We have it in Texas.
Other Latin American countries. I mean, our politicians are not that expensive. You could do that in a state like Texas, right?
Nah, but what I was pretty much saying was that the cartel, it is kind of funny. It's almost like a running joke about how much control the cartel has in the Mexican government, in Mexico's government. And let's be real, man. There's even shows that kind of play on the fact that Mexico's ran by now so-called terrorist organization. It's kind of funny how we had no complaints about the cartel, but we had all the complaints about ISIS. I mean, as we should, right? But I mean, let's talk about the terrorist organization that's right next door instead of the one all the way across the sea.
Right? Or California.
Well, here's one of the biggest problems we have. We have it in Texas. We have it in other parts of the country. George Soros has figured this out. He's gone in and elected DAs in Democratic counties. Austin, Houston, Dallas, San Antonio. So 70% of our population controlled by Soros DAs. He went in and knocked off Democratic DAs because we can't get elected Republicans in those areas. So he went in and knocked off DAs who were actually prosecuting and replaced them with Soros DAs. Now, our legislature could fix that. They haven't. They could come in and say, AG, you have concurrent jurisdiction to go after these crimes. But because they haven't done that, crime is proliferating in all of our cities, financial crimes, other types of crimes, because they will not prosecute crimes. And so the cartels have an open invitation. So do other cartels from other countries. So if you go out to our financial crime unit in Tyler, they will tell you about all these crime groups coming in from other countries because they know they can get away with it. And our legislature so far has not fixed that.
Why? Okay. So then the question of motive arises, like, why wouldn't you want to stop crime in your state?
Yeah, that's a very good question. I find that DAs have more power in Texas than any elected official I've ever seen because they're not accountable to anybody. That if they commit a crime, no one can prosecute them. If it's a state crime, they'd have to prosecute themselves. And they can allow any crimes in their area. And they can go after, in Texas, it is so easy to get an indictment. You just walk in, you can tell the grand jury anything you want to, you can lie. Once you have the indictment, you've got it. There's no getting out of it. And so I think a lot of our politicians are afraid of their DAs, even if they're liberal Democrats. But if we don't get control of this in our state and in other states and give somebody like the Attorney General, I'm not going to be there forever, give that authority so that there's another way to prosecute when the Soros DAs, and Soros has figured it out, but the Republicans have not.
I mean, it's so obvious just in your, 45-second explanation. It makes sense. So how is it that they haven't figured it out, or do they have a higher loyalty?
They're afraid of the DAs. They're afraid the DAs come in and lobby. Everybody's afraid of their own DA, that they'll get indicted if they do it. There's just that power because get an indictment in Texas, you don't have to have, there's no recording of it. It's only one side of the story. You can, and if they lie and they get the indictment, there's no remedy. There's no consequence to the DA and there's no remedy for the victim of that lie. You are going to trial. You can even, if somehow you could find out what happened in that secret grand jury proceeding, which I have before, it doesn't matter. You can go to judge and say they lied. You still are indicted and you're still at risk of going to prison.
You have to tell your kids you've been indicted.
And you might be in prison. You might be in front of a jury that doesn't know the truth and you go to jail, or you're in a Democratic county, you might go to jail on something that they made up.
Man. So you really think, I mean, I'm sorry to be so naive, but I grew up in this country and we didn't have things like this that I was aware of in 1985. But you think that members of the Texas legislature are afraid they'll be indicted if they push back against the DAs?
I think there is a fear, and there is this lobby of it. These DAs have so much power. Otherwise, why would they allow Soros to control the major cities and it's obvious that they're not prosecuting crimes. They won't even prosecute shoplifting for, like, if you have free ride, if you want to, as long as you take $750 a day in Dallas County, whatever the number is, and you go to different stores, you can do that every day. And the DA there said, we will not prosecute you.
But why would you want that unless you were trying to destroy a civilization?
Soros, it's exactly what he wants to do. So
there's no political goal here.
It's just destabilization.
Right.
And it's so easy. It is literally so easy to do that. And he also, I believe, got control of our Court of Criminal Appeals, which is our highest court. We have a bifurcated system in Texas. We have the Texas Supreme Court, that's the final appeal on civil, and the Court of Criminal Appeals. But no one knew who they were. And suddenly they strike down a law that allowed me that directed me to prosecute voter fraud. And they took it away just by saying, oh, it's unconstitutional because you're in the executive branch and separation of powers says you can't be in court. How insane is that? So I've had to go run I'm trying to take that court back. But right now, I can't even prosecute voter fraud, which opens us up to unfair elections.
And all right, guys, man, shout out my man Castro, man. He said he done got something in for us. All right, shout out to what he sent. He said USA paid $3 million to a rapper in Gaza to produce anti-Semitic rap songs. What more do you need to know about USA? And Rubio has exempt life-saving USA programs like PEPFAR from a cancellation. Okay, so yeah, like I said, they're only cutting out the BS and not stopping the stuff that actually help people. Ain't that crazy? All right, but let's hear it.
That boots on the ground are important.
All right, let's see here.
Of the Middle East and North Africa subcommittee.
The multimedia marketplace.
Governor, that's what we'd call you in the South if you were thinking about running for governor. Governor, I want to get to your hearing today with Fed Chairman Powell. Let's start first though with you with USAID. We were just talking about it. I support PEPFAR. I support these programs because they save so many lives. But I also support it strategically as an old Cold War conservative. I understand that boots on the ground are important, but also humanitarian aid is important. It's also important what intel we pick up, whether it's from the Ivory Coast or Sudan or other parts of Africa and other continents. I'm curious what your thought is on how USAID should be approached.
Well, Joe, we're actually going to have a hearing tomorrow.
Yeah, saying that stuff in the background
On USAID in the Foreign Affairs Committee, and a lot of these issues will be discussed. When you look at a program like PEPFAR, I have been very strong in my support for it. 60%.
All right, yeah, I'm gonna see if I can find the actual video to this, because that sound in the background, that's gonna drive me crazy.
In Texas, which I was prosecuting plenty of voter fraud before that happened.
So who's supposed to prosecute voter fraud?
The Soros DAs.
So
that's where we're at in Texas. So that's why I ran. This is a 9-member court, 6-year terms. They waited till 2 days after the filing deadline to announce their decision. This is a 1951 statute that has thousands of cases of precedent. And they came up with this insane idea that it was unconstitutional for the attorney general to be in court because I'm in the executive branch. If that's true, every AG in the country is violating the Constitution. So that was the rationale. I had to wait 2 years. I recruited 3 people to take out the 3 people that were up. So we've replaced 3. We've got 1 good one on there, but we're still down 5-4. So until we fix those things in Texas, we're at risk.
Oh, big time. Oh, big time. So do you think that these Soros DAs have hesitated to go after the drug cartels?
They don't. They don't go after crime in general. They don't work. They do political crimes, but they generally are not there. They don't do their jobs. They don't prosecute.
Even when people get killed.
Damn. Hit and miss. But they're not. The message from Soros is let as much crime go as possible.
It's amazing that a non-U.S. citizen who hates the United States, hates the West, could have that much power in our country.
It's just his money. It doesn't take very much. It doesn't to elect a DA in a Travis County, which is Austin. You're in a Democratic primary. It doesn't take that many votes. I was working with a DA there who was a Democrat. I didn't agree with her on everything, but she was doing her job. He spends a little bit of money, takes her out, and suddenly now I've got a DA who won't prosecute anything. Same in Bexar County, which is San Antonio. I worked with a DA a lot in Bexar County, a guy named Nicola Hood. His brother is now converted to Republican. He's a state rep. He was awesome to work with. And
he was a Democrat.
He was a Democrat. He did his job. Guess what? Soros replaced him with money. So that's what it doesn't take him that much money. He controls our whole situation with crime and controls our judicial system, at least on the criminal side. And we're sitting here letting it happen in Texas and other states.
What did you think when Joe Biden gave George Soros the Presidential Medal of Freedom?
Disgusting. I mean, the guy's done more as far as I know, there are not many people in the world that have done more harm to our country. And he's being applauded by Joe Biden. It's not surprising because Joe Biden has the same motivations.
Yeah.
I mean, what did Joe Biden do that was good? Can you name it? I can't think.
No, they worked from day one to destroy what past generations had built, this amazing country.
And it had to be on purpose. And the reason I say that is because you would think that randomly he would have done something good if it weren't purposeful. He would have had something economically, internationally, the border, something would have been right? Just randomly. There's no
the law of averages suggests a victory once in a while.
The bell curve tells you he would have had something good. He didn't have anything good. It was all on the other end of the curve, the downside of the curve, which was harm to Americans. That cannot be accidental.
And to individual Americans, I think that's absolutely right. But I'm so fixated on this. Why would you want to do that?
I truly believe that this started, I think, with President Obama, first president, I believe, that didn't love America, that really thought we were a bad country, that thought we were racist and that we deserved to be taken down to another level. And I think they operate under this idea that we're a bad country, that we're bad people, and that we don't deserve this. And they fundamentally don't believe in what was created here. I truly believe that.
And they want to destroy it, take it down, dismantle it.
Because they think it's bad. Yeah. They think we're bad.
I don't see another explanation. There's hate behind it. There's no doubt about it. I mean, how could How could you wind up with the outcome, with people dying of drug ODs on the street and stores closing because of stealing and kids cutting their own genitals off? Like, you would have to hate someone.
Do you remember the contempt that Biden, not Biden, Obama said? They cling to their religion and their guns and their God. There is contempt for that. What the founders put in place, a bunch of white racists who had slaves, and so that permeates his view of America. And yet, that's not. There's no excuse for slavery. We messed up in that. We fixed it. We were moving in the right direction. But his view is we're broken because of that. And therefore, we deserve to be dismantled because we don't.
It's not about that. I mean, there are countries where slavery is still practiced in certain countries, but there were like critical U.S. allies that had slavery until the 1970s, and no one ever mentions that or holds them responsible. Obama has no problem taking money for speeches in those countries.
That's why it doesn't make sense. Slavery's been around in the world forever, and it's not
awful.
It is awful.
And the U.S. and Great Britain were the reason that we don't have it anymore, and globally, for the most part, and no civilized country would tolerate slavery. But if you're against slavery, by the way, why would you be for the drug cartels, which practice slavery, which sell people?
All I know is it seems like the things they focus on do the greatest harm to America.
I totally agree, but it doesn't. I think it's a mistake to take their explanations at face value. I think there's something deeper, like they just hate, they want to hurt people.
They do not have an abiding love. Look, I didn't like Jimmy Carter as president. I think he did a good job, but he didn't have a hatred for this country.
I don't think so.
I don't think he did. I think we've had a lot of mediocre to bad presidents who still didn't want the country to be dismantled. But I think it started with Obama. Biden didn't know what he was doing. He was being told by others he wasn't competent. And this was the third presidency of President Obama. And he didn't have to worry about being popular anymore because he limited himself a little bit because he wanted to get reelected. He didn't care if Joe Biden got reelected.
You think it's over for Obama? His influence is permanently diminished?
I think it's been impacted and affected. It could be if we continue the momentum, we don't mess this up. If we get caught up in not focusing on the best things for America, he can come right back in. If we don't take care of the American people and make that our number one focus, what's best for the American people, if we stay on that track, we have a really good chance of being successful for a long time. If we lose sight of that and we start worrying about our power and
I agree.
Once we start taking care of ourselves, then they have a chance back in because the American people see that.
I think that's really wise. I'm concerned about that, not because of any individual acting in bad faith, but because human nature,
the depravity
is
of man.
what it is. It's exactly
The
right.
Presbyterians actually had that right when they set this government up. It was based on the depravity of men. It was the reason they wanted three branches of government that made it so frustrating to get things done. Is because they didn't trust people in power. Because every human,
I wouldn't trust myself in power at all. I don't want power because I don't trust myself. I don't think any honest person can really say my motives are pure. Right?
No, I agree with that. We all have this pull towards.
Yeah, and anyone who doesn't admit that's a liar.
Right.
So yeah, I want oversight of me.
Right.
You know, and then you see Chuck Schumer and you're like, that guy needs a lot of oversight, like armed oversight. You know what I mean? Like all of it.
Yeah, I think you got it right in your speech at the Bible Museum during the inauguration about humility and realizing your need for God's work in your life. And without that, you have we all have a tendency to go down the wrong path.
100%. And you lie to yourself. Oh, I'm doing this for the greater good. You know, I have known people personally who've killed other human beings because they thought, or they convinced themselves, you know, this is actually for the, you know, the humanity will benefit from this.
Oh yeah. Okay. That's what we all convince ourselves. Whatever we're doing, that we're doing this, and it really, and we tell ourselves, well, this is really good because
yeah, that's how we delude ourselves with immigration. Like, oh yeah, if we let in like 2 million immigrants a year, we'll really be helping out people in other countries. We'll really be saving people from poverty. And I'm just like, no, actually, we're not doing anything. If anything, we're not helping it at all. I mean, we're only taking in 2 million and these people are producing like 10 million a year. Honestly, maybe a little more. So no, we're not even helping these people by accepting, you know, their people. Really, we should keep them in their own country, let them figure out their own problems, and let them come to prosperity on their own. Because if we keep on interfering as we keep doing, for some reason, we just keep setting them back.
But
so
we
true.
are off base many times.
It's so true. So the whole point of market capitalism is consumer choice. You have a choice between products and services, and the competition between companies weeks before the election that the Biden administration was selling off portions of the materials for the border wall. Is that actually true?
I believe it is. And here's what happened. We had sued the Biden administration a couple of years ago. And, these cases, these federal cases, don't happen overnight.
No, yeah.
It took us a couple of years. We sued them and we said, Congress appropriated money for the building of the wall. You are not building that wall. You're actually selling off assets. So we sued them. We won that lawsuit. And in May, we got an injunction from a federal judge saying, you, DOJ, you, Biden administration, cannot sell any more assets off. So then I get a call from President Trump, a month ago, and he said, they're selling assets off. So would you sue them? And I said, well, I don't have to. I've already done it. So I already got an order. So we go back into court. We tell the judge, hey, they're selling off assets. We've been told they're selling off assets. We went in accounting. And before we got there, DOJ is calling us, begging us, hey, we're not selling. We swear we won't sell any more assets. They didn't say they hadn't. They said we won't sell any more. So they signed an agreement, say they wouldn't sell any more. But the judge,
y'all was told to stop, and y'all just said, kept it going, and then pretty much when we told y'all, yo, bro, do we gotta we already sued y'all? What are y'all doing? They pretty much said, oh no, we'll promise we won't do it again. Like, dog, the court, bro, we got a court order for you to stop doing it. You still did it. Like now we're scared.
Which we asked for, there's going to be an accounting and there's potential sanctions if they lied and they did not follow that order. We don't know that yet. An agreement say
shout out my man Castro, man, for sending the dollar.
That soon, now that DOJ is switching, we're going to know that soon. And I truly believe they were selling off assets in violation not only of federal law, but in violation of a court order that we got in May saying you can't sell off assets, because we were trying to protect those assets so that if Trump won, we would come, because I knew Biden would never build that wall, even if he was instructed by Congress to do so.
How hard is it? Why, I never have really understood, why is it so hard to build seems like a pretty straightforward infrastructure project.
It is a pretty straightforward infrastructure project, but they hate it. It's some kind of symbol of, I don't know, racism or whatever, but it's not. It protects us from exactly what we've had.
So why not pass a law that says any elected official who opposes the building of a border wall is prohibited from putting a lock on the front door of his house?
Well, that would affect a lot of Republicans. I mean, my own senator would have trouble with that, John Cornyn, because he's been against the border wall, saying it wouldn't work. But we all know that walls do work. They do work, and I've seen it. I've seen how it works. The Border Patrol.
Why would John Cornyn be opposed to a border wall protecting his own?
Now, that is wild, though. This is like, oh, border walls don't work. They'll just climb over. Oh, I'll buy them a ladder. I'm like, bro, it was crazy how people were just admitting to treason just outright. Like, oh, I'll build a ladder. Oh, I'll help them build a tunnel under. I'm like, bro, what are y'all doing? And then, bro, the same people are saying, oh, yeah, I'll help them over. All right, well, what about these crimes? You going to take responsibility for the crimes they're committing? And yeah, I bet.
Own state.
I don't understand it. I've seen quotes from him. I've seen video clips from him over and over how it's not enough. It doesn't work. It's a bad idea. He is opposed to the border wall.
He's helped appropriate billions and billions and billions of dollars for border security in other countries.
I know it's really odd that he thinks it works other places, but it doesn't work in Texas. And he's sort of mocked it and said it doesn't work. It's not
I'd love
effective.
to hear him mock Israel's border walls. Do you think he will?
No.
Yeah. Oh, I'd love to hear him mock Ukraine's territorial integrity. Do you think he will?
Nope. Never heard him do that.
What is that about?
I don't understand it. I mean, I think
he's like, he'll never say that Israel shouldn't have a border. He'll never say that, well, Ukraine shouldn't have their borders. But for some reason, we don't deserve borders.
Bush has had the same idea that open borders were relatively good. I don't think that he or the Bushes.
But only for us, not for, no one's calling on China to open its borders.
All right, guys, this is where we go ahead and end the show. And you know what that means.